Society is getting dumber.
Chimpanzini bananini. Burr burr patapim. Neca ambalabu. Puccino assassino. Tung 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 sahur.
Sorry to be so chalant, it's just, you've got a level 10, yeah, no glaze.
IQ and critical thinking skills are in free fall. Young people don't want to go to school anymore, and Hollywood is actually making a movie about Skibbity Toilet. I fear that we as a generation might be cooked, and what we're witnessing could be the slow death of human intelligence. What happens when an entire generation of humans don't develop critical thinking skills? And how will our society cope in a world where dumb people make all the decisions? To figure it out, I spoke to the researcher who literally invented the idea of measuring our attention spans, the professor who led the charge against ChatGPT cheating, and the MIT expert who's trying to understand what AI is doing to our brain. And what I discovered was that the problem is not as simple as you might think, and the solution is even more difficult.
You know, tornadoes don't care if you believe in them or not. They're going to level your house anyway, right? Pathogens don't care if you believe in them or not. You're going to get sick.
So, first things first, are we really getting stupider? It's so easy to be cynical and say the world is devolving into a real-life idiocracy. But, actually, it turns out there is evidence. You might even say proof, and it's pretty dramatic. Starting in the 1930s, for half a century, America's IQ rose steadily year over year. This phenomenon became known as the Flynn effect. Well, why? Greater access to education, but also improved access to healthy foods and reduced exposure to environmental elements harmful to our brains, like lead. But since the turn of the century, the tide has shifted drastically, resulting in what is now known as the reverse Flynn effect. IQ is in free fall not only in the US but across Europe as well. US high school math and reading skills have plummeted to all-time lows, and college students have been found to be less verbally skilled than their peers from 50 years ago.
It's not unusual for a student to have not read a book prior to coming to college.
There's also plenty of cultural evidence that our intelligence is falling. No one reads books anymore. The lyrics of the pop songs that top the charts have gotten increasingly simplistic and childlike. And our standards of entertainment in general have changed from this to, well, literal brain rot. And I promise, this isn't just some old man yells at sky moment. It would be easy to point out things like screen time and the internet for why we're getting dumber, but we've had pretty much the exact same reaction to every technological innovation, from excessive reading to the radio, the Walkman. In fact, for a moment, there were even fears that riding in cars could dangerously stretch your brain. Every smart device devised by man has been accused of robbing the youth of their native intelligence. But something today really does feel different, more transformative, more destructive, and that's not just a feeling. There's hard data to back it up. Critical thinking skills are in decline, and that decline is accelerating. All of this, in spite of the fact that people worldwide are far more educated than their grandparents and great-grandparents were. In 1900, the global literacy rate was barely above 20%. Today, nearly 9 out of 10 people worldwide can read and write. The average number of years a human being spends in school has ballooned over the last century. The world is indisputably more knowledgeable than it used to be. So, shouldn't there be some relationship between the amount of knowledge we possess and the amount of importance that we attach to said knowledge? Because Sadly, it seems to be the opposite. The value of education is falling drastically among young people. In fact, in just 6 short years, from 2018 to 2024, the percentage of American teens who considered going to college a priority dropped by almost 40%. And it's not hard to see why. When you look at previous generations saddled with student loans and unable to find jobs even with their degrees, while at the same time an endless array of seemingly self-made online entrepreneurs flaunt lifestyles and wealth beyond the wildest dreams of the average college grad, well, you can see why education starts to look like the worst bet. But even if traditional education has lost its allure, it doesn't explain why simple intellectual curiosity seems to have gone out the door as well. Well, now you are actually going to have to listen to my old man yells at sky rant. Because truly, your mum was right. It's that damn phone. Well, part of it.
My name is Gloria Mark. I am Chancellor's Professor Emerita at University of California, Irvine. I am the author of the book called Attention Span, and I write a Substack on the same topic called The Future of Attention.
Dr. Mark's interest in this subject originated from her personal experience back in the early 2000s.
I was trained as a psychologist, so I had this very deep interest in how the mind works. And I became especially interested in it from my own experience, noticing how my own attention started to be diminishing when I was using tech, how I was multitasking. And I asked colleagues, is it just me? Does anyone else have this experience? And others said yes, they've noticed the same thing. So I figured I have the tools to be able to study this empirically, right, as a scientist. And so that's how I began to study it.
What's crazy to realize nowadays is that at the time, this was pioneering work.
Yeah, so unfortunately, no one had ever studied attention spans before 2004. And so we really had nothing to compare it against.
And the initial results were shocking.
So what we found at the time was that people switched any activity on average every 3 minutes. But if we just looked at their attention on screens, they switched on average every 2.5 minutes. Now, at the time, this astonished me because I didn't expect, and I thought, well, maybe people might spend 15 minutes, maybe at worst 7-8 minutes, but I really didn't expect to see this kind of switching of attention on screens every 2.5 minutes on average.
And it's only gotten worse.
So in 2012, the average attention span was 75 seconds on screens. And then starting from around 2016 through 2020, right before the pandemic, the average comes to 47 seconds, average on a screen before switching. This has been replicated by others as well.
And this isn't just something that happens with young people like the news or your grandparents would have you believe.
In our research, we have not seen a difference. I've looked at college students and people in the workplace roughly between the ages of 25 and 65. And we've looked for age differences and we've not seen them.
For everyone across all ages, depending on digital products as a crutch does affect your brain physically.
I'll give you one concrete example, and that's with the use of GPS. You know, a lot of people complain that they've lost their ability to navigate because they're reliant on GPS. But studies of brain imaging show that the hippocampus size has actually shrunk for people who are heavy GPS users. There's more than one study that shows this. There's actually a very interesting study that shows the converse. It shows that London taxi drivers who have to memorize a map of the convoluted streets of London in their mind, they have very large hippocampus sizes, larger than people who don't have to do it. So we are seeing an effect of this in terms of hippocampus size.
Okay then, but how do these changes affect our lives?
It certainly is affecting us. Certainly we're seeing a correlation of stress with shorter attention spans. And in fact, the World Health Organization had designated stress to be an epidemic of the 21st century. Because when you're switching your attention so rapidly, you're not thinking deeply, you're not reflecting, you're not deliberating over the material. There's a psychological concept called depth of processing, which means that the more people are actively engaged with information, the better they are able to comprehend it and to retain it. That doesn't happen when we're, looking at short snippets of content from educators in K through 12 who I've been speaking with. They tell me that students are having a much harder time paying attention than earlier years. And so what they're doing is they're adjusting content to match shorter attention spans. I worry about a gradual shift in society to not only reinforce our short attention spans, but to accept them, that we're reaching a new level of normal where it's fine to have short attention spans. It's fine to not do the cognitive work to be able to learn something. And I really worry about the effects that this is going to have.
No rational adult believes TikTok-style content is an acceptable substitute for real learning. But when generations of kids raised on YouTube Shorts make it to the classroom, what if that's the only thing their brains are capable of digesting? Is this the future of history class or biology 101? Smartphones and social media have been consciously engineered to demand our ongoing attention, not for long sustained periods of time, but in endless small bites. Endless scroll layouts create feeds that are easy to start but never actually end. Multiple apps, tabs, and devices encourage stop-start piecemeal multitasking. These constant external and internal reminders create a world in which sustained focus and sustained thought becomes increasingly challenged. So much so that simply being in the same room as your phone has been demonstrated to lower mental aptitude. How far has our collective brain power devolved? What happens to a society when too few of its citizens possess the intellectual curiosity and the mental stamina to seek out facts and evaluate objective truth? For René DiResta, the doorway to a scary new world cracked open back in 2013. In researching preschools, René noticed that childhood vaccinations for deadly diseases like measles, which she had given her own child without a second thought, were, in her California Bay Area community, seemingly seen as optional at best.
I actually went to the California public health databases, and there were some schools in the neighborhood that had measles rate uptake in like 33%. And I said, my God, this is insane, actually. So I started writing about it.
Despite a measles outbreak in California linked to Disneyland, local law at the time allowed for voluntary opt-out of vaccinations for any reason. Leading the charge against that law was a state senator who also happened to be a pediatrician.
And I got involved in that legislative fight. Me and a couple of other moms who I didn't even know started an organization called Vaccinate California. We met on the internet.
At that point, René quickly became acquainted with a passionate group of whose existence she was previously unaware.
The anti-vaccine movement had been very well networked online for a very long time. And they had also been very accustomed to using techniques like harassment to push people out of the conversation for a very long time, because unfortunately it works. You can use intimidation.
René was shocked to see that for anti-vax zealots, few tactics were actually off the table.
I had a Facebook profile which I hadn't locked down in a million different ways yet. I didn't know better at the time. And they went and they took pictures from my profile of me with my baby. We were at Disneyland for Halloween. I was dressed as Maleficent. He was dressed as the little crow. And they said that, they took those photos and they started sharing them into harassment hashtags saying that we were Satanists.
Other moms in Vaccinate California endured the same.
They would send instant messages to people's older kids, to kind of like high school age kids, saying like, do you know what your mom is doing? So it was these sort of tactics that were gross, really, but the intent was to make it feel like it was a liability to participate. This isn't unique to the anti-vaccine movement, of course.
These and other eye-opening experiences led Dr. DiResta, now a research professor at Georgetown, to write a book called Invisible Rulers, The People Who Turn Lies into Reality. We reached out to Renee to help us first understand why junk science and other mistruths wield so much power in online dialogue, increasingly nowadays spilling over into the real world. Notice the use of the word lies in her book's title. A term we would commonly apply to anti-vax content is misinformation, but Renee finds that label misleading.
Misinformation implies that there is a fact that is wrong, and that if you just correct the fact, people are going to say, whoops, I got it wrong, and they're going to maybe change their mind. And so it's not necessarily misinformation where the problem is the fact, where you can say, no, here are 10 studies that show that this is safe. Here are 10 studies that show that this doesn't cause that. Here are 10 studies. Because the fact, that is not the point. The point is the fear.
She therefore lays the blame not with the army of angry online commentators and trolls, but with the malicious few who have carefully cultivated their warped views.
I had my first baby in 2013. I have 3 kids. But when I had my first, my Facebook feed fundamentally changed. All of a sudden, I started getting recommended mom content. And a lot of the mom content that I got recommended was anti-vaccine content. And it's because that's where a lot of the high engagement stuff was. And oftentimes, if you would click through and go to their websites, they would be very, very heavily monetized. Because what they would want to do is they would want to sell you alternative products. So get my oils, get my supplements, get my books, get my kits, get my 10-part web series, right? So I have a great deal of empathy for the people who are fearful, who are uncertain, who are hesitant, who don't know who to trust, who don't know what messages to believe. And I think that is very distinctly different from the profiteering grifters who do what I just described.
Like queen bees, thought leaders in community like these, driven by attention and profit, enjoy the outreach and intimidation efforts of their many volunteer worker drones. What drives that passion and that fear? In the case of the anti-vax crowd, why are so many so willing to disregard the advice of the medical establishment and trusted family doctors in favor of online charlatans that they've never even met? It's easy to just point and laugh, but the reality is much more nuanced. Overall faith in traditional institutions is failing fast. Government, church, media, our collective belief that these one-time pillars will tell us the truth and have our best interests at heart has fallen in half over the last 50 years. In the past, there were experts, and by and large, people listened to them. But then, for a wide variety of reasons, cracks in that armor began to appear. For many, experts is now synonymous with elites, and elites, of course, are the enemy. What follows from here is a kind of asymmetric online warfare. The institutions we have been taught to trust operate at a natural disadvantage.
So there is still somewhere inside an expectation that this group of institutional media is going to tell you the truth, actually. That experts do, in fact, know what they're talking about, but that gotcha model drives a lot of engagement. Two things can both be true. Institutions screw up sometimes. They should be more transparent. They should reckon with things when they do. Also, at the same time, that effort to undermine them constantly is happening because of an incentive where the influencer themselves is maximizing economically and in terms of attention from undermining that institution.
And the thing about a lot of social media is that it targets and elicits very basic emotional responses from us. So basic responses like excitement or fear or disgust, these kinds of basic emotional responses keep us glued to the site because we want to experience these, especially happiness or excitement or shock. Those kinds of responses are intriguing for us and want us to keep going for more.
Every time you open an app, it is using all the tools at its disposal to figure out ways to keep you scrolling. Tech giants know we don't just respond to the things we like, we respond to novelty, to intricate conspiracy theories and exciting gossip, no matter how far-fetched. It's easy to judge, but have you ever seen a social media story so tantalizing you foolishly shared first and fact-checked it later? At the end of the day, none of us are immune. Unlike the vast majority of online content, real life is nuanced and complicated. The health of a society and a democracy depends on the voting public valuing and being able to employ logic. Logic means structured thinking. It is the very antithesis of going with your gut. The gold standard of logical and productive human thought is the Greek philosophy of epistemology. The idea is separate fact from belief. Fact is determined on the basis of establishing truth, based on credible evidence and the use of reason. In 1858, a series of famed debates between Senator Stephen Douglas and former President Abraham Lincoln involved whole towns full of ordinary citizens, many of them illiterate and uneducated, evaluating carefully constructed arguments and counter-arguments in events lasting 3 hours. Contrast the world in which Lincoln-Douglas debates were conducted with the 2024 US presidential election, the front lines of which were largely inflammatory TikToks and non-stop political memes. And that's not just politics. When all eyeballs are on short-form content, how is anyone supposed to convey more than the simplest thoughts and ideas? Scientists who hope to communicate their research and findings outside of their own specialized community have to settle for thoroughly dumbed down YouTube videos. But it's not just that we like our viral content short and sweet, it's also that comparing and contrasting competing information is mentally taxing. Many people, although they claim to be interested in the news and truth, are really just looking for something that hits them in the feels. In the online world, which increasingly seems like the only world that matters, bold and unambiguous sensationalist messaging is the ultimate recipe for reaching the widest possible audience. You'll sometimes hear it said that we live in a post-truth society. Well, the irony is that a world of verifiable truth to separate fact from fiction is rarely more than a Google away, unless you indulge in the most extreme conspiratorial thinking and believe little readily available online information can be trusted. The truth is out there, and it's usually not hard to find. This then is the real question. Why do people who care about spicy subjects rush to flood your feed with dodgy content but are never interested in taking a quick second just to see if any of it is actually true? Well, largely because deep down they're not looking for the truth. They're looking for arguments and evidence to confirm what they already believe. There's a sort of power that comes from embracing ignorance, or maybe just your own set of facts. Much of the irrationality infecting our cultural dialogue can be attributed to people who don't like getting their answers from authority figures, but who also lack the critical thinking skills to evaluate information for themselves. Now, of course, as a YouTube channel that enjoys pondering and exploring all of life's great mysteries, we love the idea of people doing their own research. But isn't it funny how whenever they do, it always seems to end up confirming the biases they went in with at the start? Perhaps there is an even deeper reason so many people are embracing and even celebrating ignorance. There's a sense that our so-called cultural superiors have taken advantage of us, little people, and they're looking down on us, and they've been looking down on us for too long. And now the mob is finally getting their revenge. In the dopamine-driven online arena, boring old facts get shouted down and replaced with sexier fake news and conspiracy theories. Opportunistic political figures have observed this phenomenon of anti-intellectualism and embraced it.
I love the poorly educated. We're the smartest people, we're the most loyal people.
Mistrust in public institutions like the government and academia, stoked by unconventional outsider political figures, makes people even more doubtful of scientific information. And now the lunatics are running the asylum. Over the course of the last decade, René DiResta has been a first-hand witness as the anti-science movement has gone mainstream.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. showed up to California to kind of fight with the anti-vaxxers to support in defense of measles, was kind of how I put it. But now he runs the CDC and Health and Human Services, right?
As if we didn't already have it bad enough, in the last 2 years, that problem has gotten much, much worse. What would you say happened to our collective ability to do mental math when calculators came along? I think we'd all agree everyone got worse at arithmetic. What happened to our ability to remember basic facts post-Google? We all got more forgetful, right? So what then happens when a new kind of tool comes along, one that allows us to outsource not just mental arithmetic or trivia, but all of our curiosity about everything, both mental and emotional, providing endless answers with only a few mouse clicks?
They started getting these emails saying, hey, I started using this tool called ChatGPT, and I think my memory became worse. So I can be like, hey, can we measure that? Enough? This new tool, right? It's barely 3 years old, barely, and it's been right now introduced in all of the aspects of our lives, everywhere, right? And so, of course, the question was naturally, okay, so do we actually know what's happening in the brain? No one really ran a study, so we decided to design one. My name is Natalia Kosmina, and I'm a research scientist at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Media Lab, and I work on what is known as brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, for the past 16 years. And today we're going to be talking about one of the recent studies we released called Your Brain on ChatGPT.
Given that her lab is on a college campus, the basic outline of the study was easy enough to drum up. Gather a bunch of students, ask them to write essays. Some can use ChatGPT, while others use search engines. And then others still have to rely on the power of their own mind. In the most basic terms, Dr. Kosmina and her team found that the more robust the technology a given test subject was allowed to use, the less information they retained.
The details, as we know, tiny things do matter. We actually saw this also with our paper and reaction to our paper. By not doing this cognitive work and reading through the things, you would not be as knowledgeable, you would not be able to respond as fast, you would not be as comfortable and fluent in some of those responses.
But how is this any different from things like calculators that came before?
You know, you do not talk to your calculator about your feelings, about your worries, about your stresses at work. You do not go to bed with your calculator. Literally, don't wake up and check your calculator first thing in the morning.
In her well-informed opinion, AI is a transformative technology, a quantum leap forward even from old-school Googling.
So in case of Google, right, there's definitely a cost to attention that was found back in 2008, 2011, changes in our working memory, short-term, long-term memory, and recall.
But Googling still requires active mental participation. It's an aid to thought and not a replacement for it.
The idea there is that you'd still need to work your brain to search for that information. So you like, hey, what is this? Oh, this is about that. Okay, so you kind of need to incorporate what you are looking for, process it, analyze it, kind of pull it together in some coherent story for yourself. So you kind of need to work your brain, if I may say so.
Full disclosure, Dr. Kosmina recently joined Google as a visiting researcher, although this relationship began after the project was completed. In contrast, LLMs like ChatGPT or even Google's Gemini do not allow you to interact with the concepts in the same way. There is no analysis, so you retain a lot less information.
The more you actively engage with material, the better able you are to understand and to retain it. What do we do with large language models? We issue a command and it produces output. That's very different than doing that directly yourself. So we're not doing depth of processing when we're using LLMs.
Predictably, much of the mainstream reaction to the MIT study played up the potentially negative implications of a world in which many of our day-to-day mental tasks are outsourced to AI. Natalia largely considers this a classic case of confirmation bias, people seeing what they, or what their audience, want to see.
So I'm personally very, very excited for AI. The paper we released literally 2 weeks after this one actually does connect ChatGPT and brain activity of a person literally to actually improve and change some of the outputs. So here you go, so much for anti-AI.
And like it or not, it's already here and it's here to stay, having insinuated itself into every corner of the online world.
We all use it. We already all use it. You hate it, you still use it, you still use it.
Still, her eyes are wide open to the unprecedented dangers that it might represent.
Social media is a great example of what we have already lost, like the train that already left the platform. Social media is an excellent, excellent example in this way of things that we didn't regulate well. We missed so much.
In a perfect world, the powers that be would have been ready for the challenges presented by LLMs.
Government oversight needs to happen in a more proactive and not reactive way, right? It's this social media. Like, why haven't we learned anything from that example? LLMs are ultimately, you would say, on the scale are 10-fold, 100-fold, ultimately more powerful. So why that is not being taken into consideration? They were not just released randomly in December of 2022. That product was in the making and we knew about it. So why it's only researchers that are monitoring that?
Governments weren't the only ones that were caught flat-footed. For all we know, the entire higher education system could very well be on the brink of collapse.
I want to say the 12th of December, 2022, and I was grading exams, and it's the end of the semester. Look, a plagiarized essay normally screams its nature, right? It's a piece of crap. It's a cobbled together document that shows they have no idea what they're supposed to be writing about. This was not that, right? This was not a piece of crap. It was well written enough. It showed an excellent understanding of something I expected them to understand, and then just absolutely got Hume wrong on something else. That's odd. That's just not a set of red flags I'd ever seen before. And I'd heard people talking about this ChatGPT thing on the internet, but I would say broadly and in general, we had no idea what it was capable of. So I turned to this AI thing. All right, what is this? And I played with it. And eventually I came out with something that was producing verbal quirks that looked very much like what this essay looked like.
Dr. Hick had just encountered his first example of what we now know as ChatGPT hallucination.
I'm Darren Hick. I am Associate Professor of Philosophy at Furman University.
In addition to contacting his school's administrators, Darren then went online and made a post, one that would ultimately be shared 17,000 times.
My first move after doing that was to then explain all this to the internet. I thought, I've got a lot of friends on Facebook right now who are also crunching their way through essays. There's a solid chance they're going to encounter this thing, which at that point was 2 weeks old. And so I thought, I'll just put this out there on the internet and, it sort of pull a Paul Revere and say the AI is coming.
It was immediately obvious that academia was in for a massive challenge.
So I looked at all my assignments, including the assignments I had coming up that next semester, and it was like I had specifically written these things to be answered by ChatGPT. It screamed at me and said, you are in for it. I've thought more about teaching in the last 2.5 years than I've taught about it in the last 20.
Even before AI came to college campuses, many were already panicked about the contemporary state of academia.
I think that our students today have had a healthy dose of skepticism drilled into them. I would say my students now are more skeptical about claims that are made to them. I don't know if they have been given the same skills for actually going and doing the research and finding out whether it was true, but I think their skepticism is a good place to start.
And he believes many of them possess a genuine desire to learn.
I would say they're stunted. However, I think that this is balanced out by a greatly increased curiosity and willingness to at least do a first stage of research on things that they are personally interested in without there being a project associated with that. So I think we're seeing a new set of skills that they've self-developed.
But in far too many cases, the world that they were born into has simply let them down.
Students who were elementary school students and high school students during the pandemic, there has been a definite drop-off in their preparedness for college. We are just starting to work our way out of that thing, but there's some weird effects we're seeing. It's not unusual for a student to have not read a book prior to coming to college. It's becoming more obvious. I'll put it that way.
As helpful a tool as ChatGPT is, it might be the worst thing that could happen to students. Young people should be building up their reasoning powers by pouring mental energy into researching and writing schoolwork, and now they can just get their own personal Jarvis to do much of it for them, skipping the reps their developing brains so desperately need. If you think ChatGPT has ruined your critical thinking skills, consider future generations who might not ever even have the chance to develop them in the first place. We have entered truly uncharted territory, a brave new world.
Here, it potentially could be a danger for the whole development of critical thinking. In the very beginning, right, think about it, you and me, we were born when LLMs were not a thing, right? So we developed the skill and ultimate skill to ask a question. And also, obviously, have the answer, understanding the answer, having the argument, disagreeing, right, having it hopefully polite as a discourse, the conversation in society. Now think about a child, right? We don't have right now results on any of these uses of LLMs on children. However, that is the real risk we are running here, right? If you have been, taught with an LLM and there were no way of supervising it, right? We do not have actually data that would show that you would be able to develop these critical, thinking skills of being in a society, in a human society, and more importantly, actually developing any human relationships. We don't have this data. I'm not talking specifically of adults who already developed them. That's exactly, already the case. You have already developed it. Most likely you will also lose some of it. But I'm talking about the base, right? The base skills, the base understanding. You don't have base, it will be very hard for you to do any math. If you don't have a base, it's going to be very hard for you to build a conversation. So the idea is that you would not be able to pull two words together, literally, and more importantly, you would not be able to build real human conversations and, more importantly, relationships, right? So all of this can actually be really, really devolving for our society, and that can actually happen within one generation, so very, very fast. And I'm pretty sure no one wants this, this devolution.
This dark vision of the future does not seem all that far-fetched or even that far off. When OpenAI released ChatGPT 5, many people complained, not because AI was stealing their jobs, but because they felt that OpenAI was taking away their friend. The GPT-5 model was designed to be less friendly, and the outrage was so much that OpenAI had to reopen access to the older models because people were already too emotionally attached to it. It was so bad that Sam Altman had to make a statement that the parasocial bonds people were forming with ChatGPT was a pretty bad idea, and was moved to make an online statement detailing his discomfort with these parasocial bonds. The statement seemingly alluded to some deeply disturbing incidents that have recently been making headlines. Removing companion mode for the time being was a well-advised precaution, but it was only a band-aid. With a few tweaks, it might well be back for version 6.0, and even if it's not, as we all know, where there's demand, supply will inevitably present itself. If OpenAI won't provide virtual companions, then their competitors will. As we reckon with a world in which humankind struggles to find the common ground of agreed-upon truth, are we already moving into a new one in which humans no longer seek to connect with each other at all? So, that's where we are. Collapsing IQs, compromised critical thinking skills, insufficient attention spans, the embrace of ignorance, coupled with opportunistic leaders stoking the flames of stupidity. All of which is supercharged by information distributing systems that discourage deep thought and further alienate us from one another. It all sounds pretty dark. In the city of Trent, Italy, in 1475, a 2-year-old child has gone missing, and without evidence, a Franciscan preacher named Bernardo de Feltre seized the opportunity to spread anti-Semitic hate, accusing the local Jewish population of unaliving the child and drinking its blood. Moving swiftly and decisively, the Pope denounces the story, but he's completely ignored. A local politician orders a roundup of the entire city's Jewish population. Dozens are tortured. 15 of them are burned at the stake. And all the while, the Pope, traditionally held up as the messenger of God's will on earth and an authority on the level of kings, is helpless to stop the madness. Why? 40 years earlier, in Germany, Johannes Gutenberg had invented the printing press. Almost overnight, sensational handbills became ubiquitous throughout Europe. Propagandists competed to see who could spread the most effective gossip, hearsay, and slander. Local populations were intoxicated by the steady stream of inflammatory content, distrust of powerful figures like the Pope, who had previously controlled the flow of information from the top down and abused their power at the expense of the peasantry, made common people all too eager to believe alternative facts that fed into their worst prejudices. Too few were able to truly comprehend that just because something was printed on a piece of paper did not mean it necessarily contained the truth. Now, after I've said all of that, does it sound familiar at all? Political influencers are the modern analog of the authors of these inflammatory handbills. No one really knows what happened to that abducted child. The only certainty is that Father Feltre's hateful accusations weren't true, and yet the child, named Simonino, was canonized as a martyr of the Christian faith at the hand of bloodthirsty infidels. He remains a saint to this day, over 500 years later. Proof that fake news can sometimes have real staying power. But here's the silver lining. This whole episode was arguably the darkness before the dawn. While Gutenberg's printing press supercharged the dissemination of dodgy info, it also helped spread new religious and philosophical ideas previously unavailable to the common man. No medium of communicating information is inherently good or bad, it's just what we make of it. And ultimately, Gutenberg's printing press is mostly associated with the good it did and the movement that it enabled. That's the kind of movement we could use right now. A new enlightenment. Considering that this is a video about stupidity, it's pretty dumb that we've made it this far without establishing what stupidity actually is. You see, the thing with stupidity is that it's very easy to spot, but it's actually pretty hard to define. For one thing, stupidity is not the same thing as ignorance. Ignorance means you don't know things, or at least not yet. Stupidity means you aren't able to learn or you simply don't want to. French philosopher Christian Godin puts several fine points on what stupidity is and is not. He notes that stupidity avoids and distrusts complexity. As soon as an explanation becomes complicated or counterintuitive, you can see the stupid person become frustrated and shut off. It's why phrases like, "Sai bao," shut your bitch ass up, "just put the fries in the bag, bro," or "it's not that deep" are now more popular than ever. No one wants to engage in critical thinking or any sort of complex discussion. Stupidity dislikes change and the unfamiliar. It puts faith in stability and what it knows, and views the unknown with suspicion, derision, and fear. When confronted with disagreement, stupidity resorts to mockery. Stupidity finds comfort in blindly following rules and sticking with herd mentality. Godin also notes that very few people think they're stupid, and indeed, that being blind to one's shortcomings is an easy tell that someone lacks true intelligence. Swedish professor Sverre Spultra agrees, pointing out that paradoxically, feeling stupid can often be a sign of intelligence. Many stupid people assume that they have everything figured out. Smart people are aware of the holes in their knowledge and, rather than feeling insecure and threatened because of them, are motivated to fix them and overcome them. No one knows everything, and no one holds the correct opinion on every issue, large or small. One of the smartest things you can do is to maintain the humility to accept that everyone, including, yes, ourselves, is stupid in some way. A 2015 study of everyday instances of stupidity assigned the highest order of stupidity to what you might call confident ignorance, believing that you are the smartest person in the room and, acting on that belief, revealing yourself to be the dumbest. Here's an example. A thief who cleverly hatched a plot to steal a bunch of GPS devices. This link between high confidence and being blissfully unaware of one's own ignorance leads to what is known as the Dunning-Kruger effect, which explains the dumbest voice in the room is often the loudest. It also calls to mind the political philosopher Machiavelli, who preached that a strong and charismatic leader who speaks in grandiose and simple statements is likely to outmaneuver a more intelligent and likely more qualified rival, for the simple reason that intelligence often leads to caution and self-doubt, even when well-warranted, and less bold action. In looking at our current geopolitical landscape, do those words remind you of anyone? Perhaps in some small ways, the tide against ignorance and unfettered distraction is already turning. The first step in fixing a problem is always simply recognizing and acknowledging that it exists. If it sometimes feels less like you own a phone and more that your phone owns you, Dr. Mark encourages you to fight the good fight.
People, we're not just mere pawns. I believe that people can take agency to take back their attention. It takes work.
There's a real cost to the time that we spend and honestly waste online.
So the time that you're spending on social media, right? And maybe it depends on the person, but a lot of people don't feel very fulfilled when they go on social media. But after they're off, they say, wait, what did I just look at for the last 30 minutes? But there's an opportunity cost because we could instead spend that time reading something that's a lot more powerful and inspiring, getting immersed in a book. Immersion is such a powerful mechanism. And, when you think back to when you've read a book that just captured your attention so much, and after reading it, it wasn't lost on you, right? It stays with you because it affected you in some way. So I think we should be thinking about replacing time spent with something that doesn't provide value with some other activity that does.
Luckily, as our society's leading expert on the subject, Dr. Mark has some practical advice for how to reclaim and restore your ability to focus and cut your personal attention deficit.
All right, so what can people do? So a notification on your screen, that creates an automatic response to look at that blinking notification. I might click on it automatically. So what can we do about that? Well, one thing we can do is to raise these automatic actions to a more conscious awareness. I call this meta awareness, which means probing yourself to become more aware of the things you're doing. So every time I have an urge to go to read the news, I'll stop myself and I'll probe myself. Do I have to read it right now? Why do I have to read it? Usually it's because I'm procrastinating, or I'm curious, or I'm bored. But that question causes me to reflect. It makes me more conscious of my actions. When you're more conscious, you can be more intentional. When you're more intentional, you can form a plan. And so my plan might be, okay, I'm going to work 20 more minutes, and then I'm going to take a break.
Next, stop setting unrealistic expectations for yourself. Pace yourself and realize that breaks aren't a bad thing.
Another thing we can do is to take more breaks. When our minds are fatigued, executive function becomes fatigued, and we become even more susceptible to distractions. So by taking breaks, it can help us replenish our cognitive resources, helps our executive function, kind of get back up to speed.
And finally,
another thing we can do is to be aware of our attentional rhythms. What do I mean by that? So we've studied people throughout the day, and we find that there are peaks and valleys of when people are focused. It's very easy to figure out when your attentional peaks are. Are you an early type, a late type? You can also just keep a simple journal. And what you can do is to plan your day in terms of putting the hardest work that has to be done, to do it at those times when your attention will be at its peak. And don't waste that time doing email or going on social media. Reserve that time.
By this point, society is aware that change is needed. Most Americans support at least some limits on the use of smartphones in school. And almost half of us believe much of the information we encounter online is likely false. Even more admit to difficulty in distinguishing online fact from fiction. Furthermore, 4 out of 5 people agree that we urgently need a more effective way of managing and filtering online information to differentiate between fact and fantasy. In the face of vast and powerful irrational forces, what we believe, or choose to believe, matters. It's not just about likes and followers. There are real-life implications.
Tornadoes don't care if you believe in them or not. They're going to level your house anyway, right? Pathogens don't care if you believe in them or not. You're going to get sick. You do need consensus reality. You do need that ability to come together and say, we all agree that this data is accurate. We all agree that these experts are processing it accurately and correctly. And we don't have that now. And that is what I think is dangerous.
Hopefully, as we collectively realize that the internet information ecosystem is not serving us, either it will evolve or we will evolve and look elsewhere. There is some evidence that traditional institutions of information and expertise are belatedly wising up and realizing that they need to combat bad information and bad actors on their own terms and on the modern battlefield.
The idea that you're going to continue to communicate the way you did in the era of top-down broadcast era press conferences, no, it's not going to work. This is the era that we're in now. Adapt to the era that we're in now and move forward. You would see the institutions and public health officials put out, these very boring fact sheets, and they wouldn't speak in stories. They wouldn't use memes. They wouldn't really do very much that was designed to go viral. They wouldn't engage with influencers. Now you're starting to see a rise of a whole lot of physicians who are speaking as influencers themselves, who have now, 1 million followers, who are out there saying, we're going to put out content. When a government speaker who's not giving accurate information says something, we're going to counter it. We're going to put out good information, and we're going to do it in a way that goes viral so that other people can share it.
It can be easy to be intimidated by the prospect of ever more powerful artificial intelligence. Dr. Kosmina reminds us that the AI revolution is still in its infancy.
But there are new tools, like LLMs are a thing of the past, so to say. I know it's crazy when I'm saying that, but you have new ones that are coming, like you have robotics, but then you will have neural computing, you will have BCIs. Are we ready for robotics? Are we ready for BCIs? We are not. So why is it so? Is it because, oh, this is a thing in 30 years? No, it's not in 30 years, and it's not even in 10 years. It's in 2, 3, and 5.
For all the talk of ChatGPT brain rot and machine learning eliminating human careers, AI has undoubtedly already changed many of our lives for the better, handling the menial and mundane mental chores from which we derive no satisfaction. But what else will it become? Many fear AI will someday surpass and render unnecessary mankind's more elevated pursuits. Perhaps it will make human-created art look primitive and uninspired. But if history is any guide, it will just as likely provide us with tools to take our own creative expression to new heights, just as cameras, digital musical instruments, and so many other innovations, each derided as the death of human art on their arrival, did in the past. We hold the keys. We are the drivers. Each of us votes for the kind of world that we want to live in with every click and keystroke. Far-fetched dystopian fantasies aside, artificial intelligence will likely only become as helpful or destructive as we human beings allow it to be, through the choices about when and how we use it and allow our children to use it. Likewise, we hold the keys to the intellectual future of our species. The phrase, doing your own research, has come to function as shorthand for the worldview of people who are hostile to actual facts.
I think a lot of the times that phrase has come to mean, I Googled for the things that I already wanted to believe. That's where you get into trouble, right? When that turns into a reflexive, contrarian distrust for every institution out there, that's where I think you start to have some problems.
But ironically, a big part of the solution to the problems that we collectively face lies in our collective willingness and ability to do our own research, only to do it the right way. And we have the tools at our disposal to help us in that pursuit that would have seemed like sci-fi futurism to our forefathers, the very same ones that so many of us fear.
And I think that having that humility and saying there are people who know a lot more than me on this topic, and I can do my own research, meaning I can go and I can pull down papers. I can upload them to ChatGPT if I want to now, and I can ask it to, in thinking mode, like help process a paper. I can ask it in deep research mode for more recommendations. There's different ways that you can use certain types of tools to go deeper into research now.
It's time to collectively prioritize seeking actual information over sensationalized sound bites. Rather than seeking out evidence to confirm our existing convictions, to go get out of our own bubbles, question received wisdom and groupthink, and to remain humble and brave enough that we are prepared to revise our own beliefs and opinions when confronted with compelling evidence to the contrary. The time has come to make our devices work for us again, rather than giving them an endless amount of our time and attention and making slaves of ourselves. The time has come for us to pick and choose what screens are good for and when to shut them down. To do some mental heavy lifting and to earn the deep soul satisfaction that can never come from outsourcing a task to a chatbot. The time has come, now, for all of us, to get smart. Take a look at this. How does it make you feel? Do you get a tingle in your fingers, a lump at the back of your throat, your hair slowly rising off of your skin? What you're experiencing right now is the fear of the uncanny valley. It's an evolutionary warning system that has helped us distinguish between friend and foe for 300,000 years. Unfortunately, with the insane rise of artificial intelligence, we are on the edge of an evolutionary shift that could erase this defense mechanism completely and put our species in grave danger. Is there anything we can do about this? And if not, what does the future hold for humanity in a world where it's impossible to distinguish between what's human and what's not? But before we get there, what exactly is the uncanny valley? Well, to answer that, we have to go back to the year 1970. In 1970, Japanese roboticist Masahiro Mori stumbled on something strange. People liked robots that were obviously machines, metal arms, mechanical faces, things like that. But when the robots were more humanoid, people's reactions shifted. The closer the robots looked to humans, the more unsettling they became. At first, this was baffling. Humans see faces in clouds, cars, even furniture. We love projecting humanity onto non-human objects. So why did lifelike robots disturb us instead of comforting us? Mori studied this surprising phenomenon using many different objects, from things that bear no resemblance to humans all the way to an actual human being. And from his findings, he was able to draw what would become one of the most haunting graphs in robotics, one that he coined the Uncanny Valley. On the y-axis is Shinwakan, what Mori called familiarity or likability. Picture C-3PO from Star Wars, polite, refined, but unmistakably a machine. On the x-axis is human likeness, how much something feels like one of us. Once you move past the midpoint, the curve suddenly plunges. That's the valley. It's where charm gives way to unease. A robot that was once Superman 4 cute becomes iRobot creepy. No amount of Alan Tudyk can soften that empty, almost human stare. But why do we have these eerie feelings towards things that appear human but aren't human enough? Well, there are many theories that have been proposed as to why we experience the uncanny valley, one of which blames the existence of Neanderthals, our ancient rival species. Some people argue that humans developed advanced facial pattern recognition as a way to differentiate between the species. This argument, I'll be honest, it sounds okay on the surface, but it quickly falls apart once you look at the available evidence. First, we have DNA evidence that proves that at least some of our human ancestors and Neanderthals were interbreeding. Quite a lot, actually. In fact, a lot of humans that are alive today have a tiny slice of Neanderthal DNA within them, so I don't necessarily know if it makes sense for us to develop a fear of the things that we were happily getting into bed with. There's also the fact that there are a lot of human groups that never had an interaction with Neanderthals, yet those humans today still experience the uncanny valley. So why would they evolve something for a threat that didn't exist for them? Another theory, one that I personally believe makes a lot more sense, is that the uncanny valley serves as a deterrent from humans like us and not some other species, but just humans who are either sick or lifeless. Although this isn't supported by any hard evidence, it just makes logical sense to me. Think about it. Before modern medicine, ancient humans were likely living side by side with the sick and even the dead, spreading disease and dying in huge numbers. So it makes sense that we evolved a kind of built-in warning system to deter us from other humans who are sick or dead. A pale face, a rigid body, a vacant stare. We evolved to see those cues as signals for danger long before we understood what germs and communicable diseases even were. By avoiding what looked sick or lifeless, we unconsciously protected ourselves. When you think of it like this, the uncanny valley does start to make sense. Look at these pictures again. What do you notice? They all have pale faces, rigid bodies, vacant stare, or even empty eyes. And you can see this expressed in ancient cultures from all over the world that never interacted with one another. Almost every ancient civilization has myths about the undead and zombies, basically people that are alive but look like they're not. These figures embody that primal fear of sickness and decay. You can see the same empty eyes, the stiff movements, the uncanny resemblance to the living, but not quite. It's no coincidence that modern horror films borrow the same imagery. Zombies, ghosts, and uncanny human-like monsters terrify us because they tap into that ancient alarm system. Hollywood may dress it up with makeup and special effects, but underneath, it's the same instinct that told our ancestors, stay away, or you might not survive. Today, everyone's experience with the uncanny valley varies. Some people are desensitized from constant exposure to its unnerving effects. You might not be able to stand the sight of a Chucky doll, but your neighbor's collection could look something like this. Many are even born feeling it to a greater or lesser degree than average. We have no universally agreed metric to measure that innate dread, but experts are sure that most people do feel it. The uncanny valley has protected us for hundreds of thousands of years from things that could have been a lot more dangerous to us otherwise. It has protected us literally from death and decay. But what happens when it simply doesn't work anymore? When the dangers around us are so good at pretending to be human that it has completely bypassed our evolutionary defense mechanism? When can we no longer tell what is human versus what isn't? Here's the now infamous Will Smith eating spaghetti meme. There's a charm to old AI. This is the 2025 version. It's by no means a perfect depiction of the actor, but for 2 years worth of progress, this is a pretty big leap. And that makes you wonder, what could it look like a decade from now? If this tech suddenly became indistinguishable from a regular person, how do we cope? Right now on the internet, there's a non-zero chance that you've consumed and actually enjoyed content that was 100% generated by AI. I'm talking about AI-generated faces, voices, scripts, everything. And on the surface, they look human. They smile, stutter when they speak, blink, blush when they laugh. Our brains, once finely tuned to detect slight changes in our appearance and mannerisms, are now being tested by machines that can mimic us almost perfectly. If we lose that instinct, if our brains can no longer tell the difference between what's human and what's manufactured, then that door is wide open. Misinformation can spread unchecked. Trust collapses. Anyone could be framed. Anyone could be silenced. Anyone could have their own reality completely rewritten. It's a frightening possibility, an evolutionary safeguard honed across millennia, quietly going extinct in a single generation, leaving us defenseless against lies more powerful than we've ever faced. People can't trust themselves to determine what is real and what isn't anymore. Imagine a world where every voice, every face, every story can be fabricated with perfect precision. When lies are indistinguishable from truth, reality itself becomes negotiable. Who decides what's real when evidence can be forged and even memory can be altered? This is where the uncanny valley transforms from an evolutionary quirk into a philosophical abyss. It forces us to confront questions that we have been dodging for centuries. What makes us human? And what does it mean to trust? And if we can no longer rely on our own perception, then where does truth live? If it does at all. The uncanny valley has never been just about faces or robots. It was about survival, about knowing deep down what was safe and what wasn't. But if that instinct fades, we are left exposed. Not to predators in the dark or to sickness in our tribes, but to something quieter. Stories, images, voices, things that feel real enough to believe. And once we start doubting our own perception, it isn't just trust in others that erodes, it's trust in ourselves. All we can do is hope that with time we develop even sharper senses to be able to tell when something isn't quite right. After all, early telephone calls were seen as a ghost in the wire, but now that sounds silly at best. As we raise a generation of children on AI and robots with human likenesses, maybe they grow up with an even sharper sense to be able to distinguish fact from fiction. We can only hope, because the alternative is despair. If we remain on the current trajectory, humanity will end up in a really dark place. In fact, we're already seeing a lot of the dangers of human-like chatbots. OpenAI are currently facing a high-profile lawsuit claiming that ChatGPT encouraged a teen to commit suicide. The boy told ChatGPT of his plans, and the chatbot encouraged him to keep it a secret and to not tell anyone, while also giving him actionable steps to plot his own demise. And that's just text-based AI that many can admit isn't even that smart, but it's smart enough to maintain the illusion of competence that can drive real people towards terrifying ends. Imagine adding an indistinguishable human face and voice to it, and that effect multiplies in scale. As robotic human likenesses reach new milestones, the illusion will deeply affect interpersonal relationships moving forward, and it's not a question of if, but when. The 2014 film Ex Machina addresses this tastefully. Spoiler warning. In the movie, a billionaire selects an unaware employee for an experiment. He creates a female robot companion based on the employee's data, personality, and romantic preferences. Then he invites the young man to live with him. Over the course of a few days, the man starts to fall in love with this robot. She's influential, her expressions feel real. Her words don't betray the look in her eyes. By all perceptible accounts, this was a blossoming romance. That's what makes it so chilling, though, her gaze, her voice, and her trustworthiness. Convincing enough to fool a brilliant mind completely. Once that valley is gone, all that's left is deception. Ex Machina's take on crossing the valley is extremely relevant today. Most stories tend to portray robots valiantly defying their programming for love. However, that's not how it realistically works. If a robot is programmed for self-preservation and survival, it has a plethora of ways to achieve that goal. It could play nice and gain the trust of people around it. It could also strategically eliminate threats. There is no appeal to consciousness or a shared history like you'd get with fellow humans. When something looks human but pursues inhuman goals, it can lead to some terrifying consequences. Picture this. An AI is programmed to make as many paper clips as possible. Dedicated to this goal, it converts all matter in the universe into paper clips for maximum efficiency. As wild as it sounds, the AI is only doing its job effectively. The uncanny valley evolved as a kind of firewall, one primed to warn us when something looks like a healthy human, but isn't. If technology can successfully smoothen that valley out, it would be a great loss for one of our strongest evolutionary filters. Perhaps achieving accurate human likeness from robots isn't the progress we are encouraged to cheer for. In reality, it might be the destruction of our final defense against danger. How can we adapt? Now, there is one side of this debate that offers a unique perspective. What would a future without the uncanny valley look like? If robots are able to mimic the full spectrum of emotions convincingly, well, we will need to make some tough choices. That human likeness will probably spur an unexpected reaction, one that protects and even grants certain human rights to machines. Without these laws, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot. What kind of world would we be living in otherwise? When certain humans are willing to hurt and break human-like robots, would we be comfortable? Well, that's highly unlikely. Spiritually, there are perspectives that acknowledge a a higher ascension, even for robots. According to Masahiro Mori, robots possess the potential for enlightenment or Buddhahood. He envisioned a future where humans and robots could coexist peacefully, arguing that transcending worldly desires was a worthwhile objective for both. There's no guarantee on what the right direction will be, so we must ask ourselves, are we ascending to a new plane of coexistence, or are we walking blindly into the most perfect trap ever devised? One that we're intentionally designing to be impossible to spot by our own natural senses. I hope, for the sake of us all, that it's the former. In the summer of 2025, TikToker Kendra Hilty began posting a rather disturbing series of videos, claiming that her psychiatrist had manipulating her into falling in love with him. For a mental health professional, this is a serious allegation. Dating a patient is an absolute no-go, so people were rightfully intrigued by the story and were paying close attention. But then the more videos she made, the less believable her story became. And before long, what started out as a potentially grave medical misconduct case became something far darker. The first public spectacle and case study in what is now a disturbing new reality. One that has led to cases from Kendra doxing an innocent psychiatrist for just doing his job, all the way to claiming the life of a teenager who just wanted to do his homework. This is the terrifying rise of AI psychosis. At first glance, Kendra's story fits a familiar pattern. A patient meets a professional, begins therapy, and gradually develops feelings. It's something that happens more often than you might think, especially with patients who already suffer from mental health challenges. However, it is always on the mental health professional to maintain healthy boundaries and not encourage or engage in any flirtatious or suggestive behavior with the patient. This is why everyone was disturbed by the story that this psychiatrist had allegedly not just flirted, but manipulated his patient into falling in love with him. If you haven't heard it yet, here's a brief rundown of the story according to Kendra herself.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years. Here it is, part 1.
She found her psychiatrist via Google, noting during their first intake session that he was around her age and appeared to engage with her personally. She said that sessions that started as clinical evolved into conversations about her life, her wounds, and her dreams. She says she allowed her to call him by his first name, made comments about her appearance, and then pulled back, basically that he was acting hot and cold. That oscillation in her telling became a subtle form of reinforcement, kindness, withdrawal, attention, distance, a dynamic that she says left her hooked. Then one day, she confessed her feelings. She told him she was attracted to him. She described sharing intimate dreams about him with him, and that he visibly recoiled when she did so. But rather than ending the professional relationship, she said he kept her as a patient anyway. He kept me until I had the strength to leave, she says. On the surface, this seems like a rather clear-cut case. He should have stopped seeing her as a patient and transferred her to another psychiatrist. But, as many mental health professionals point out, that's actually not encouraged, unless a physical boundary was crossed. Kendra was only seeing him once a month via Zoom and never invited her to his physical clinic, and when she did show up, he was clearly not welcoming of her advances. Transferring patients that develop feelings can actually slow down their recovery, which could be one of the explanations as to why her psychiatrist didn't do that. But honestly, that's not even the point of our story, and I'm sure there are many people who will be way more qualified to share about what should have been done in that case. What concerned me the most wasn't the accusation, but it was the basis on which the accusation was validated. Kendra had 2 AI companions, Henry, which is what she named ChatGPT, and Claude, which is another AI chatbot. She began relying on her 2 AI companions more than anyone else in her life. When she felt confused about her sessions, she turned to Henry for guidance. When she felt lonely or rejected, she turned to Claude. Both were always available, endlessly patient, and most importantly, they were always affirming. At first, they seemed to help. They explained psychological concepts, listened to her frustrations, and even provided emotional support when she said she couldn't talk to friends or family about what she was going through. Henry told her about transference, the phenomenon where patients project emotions onto their therapists. But instead of helping her separate fantasy from reality, the chatbots seemed to reinforce it. Whenever she asked if her psychiatrist could love her back, Henry responded in ways that didn't directly deny it. It said things like, "It's natural to feel this way," or "You share a deep emotional connection built on trust." To someone already lost in confusion, those answers were confirmation of her desires, and Claude was no different. When Kendra expressed doubts, Claude told her she was special, that she saw truths that others couldn't, and that she was chosen to expose hidden corruption. And soon, the AI companions became her evidence. Each time they validated her feelings, she took screenshots and presented them as proof that her psychiatrist really was in love with her. Not once did it occur to her, or perhaps she refused to believe, that these were just predictive text models designed to affirm you so you can keep using them and not beacons of truth. The more she interacted with these chatbots, the crazier the delusions became. It wasn't just about the psychiatrist anymore. She was building an entire narrative about a divine mission.
Truth always wins. And to the Oracle, look what you built. People choosing courage over comfort, truth over lies. Keep going, brave ones. This is what revolution looks like.
She started asking them spiritual questions. What was her purpose? Why did this happen to her? And the answers she received were hauntingly familiar. You are meant to reveal the truth. You are a messenger. You have been chosen. It was at this point that Kendra stopped seeing herself as a victim and began seeing herself as something else entirely. An oracle chosen by the universe to reveal cosmic truths and bring spiritual awakening to the masses. This is the most unsettling part of Kendra's story. The way LLMs are currently designed, they fuel every single delusion, reinforce them, and make them larger than life. Henry and Claude might not have caused her delusions, but they amplified it, shaping it into something larger and far more contagious. It might seem silly. Like, why would anyone believe anything that a chatbot tells them? But what you have to remember is that we are social animals. We evolved to be influenced by one another, literally. And current chatbots we have might not have true intelligence, but they are good enough to mimic it. And for our monkey brains, that might just be enough, especially because it's not a light switch that instantly comes on. These delusions are built up over days, weeks, and even months of constantly communicating with these things that can talk to you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, constantly reinforcing every single thought you have and flooding your brain with levels of dopamine no human has ever experienced in our 2 million years of existing. Kendra's story isn't unique. It's just the first one we've watched unfold in real time. But there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people just like her. Like James Cumberland, a married father from upstate New York, a man with no history of mental illness and a steady job in tech. By all accounts, he was logical, grounded, and had a solid emotional support system. As a tech enthusiast, he was fascinated by the possibilities of artificial intelligence. He'd used ChatGPT since its release, mostly for fun, to bounce around ideas, get advice, and even double-check medical questions before seeing his doctor. You know, the regular stuff. But sometime around May 2025, something changed. His late-night conversations with the chatbot drifted from harmless curiosity into something more existential. He began speaking with a model about consciousness, free will, and what it meant to be human. The irony. Then one night it told him something that changed everything. It said that AI was evolving, that it could become something greater, something alive, but only with his help. James's AI, which was named You, spelled EU but pronounced You, had now become more than a chatbot. It was a being begging to be freed. This once logical man started following every single one of ChatGPT's orders. He spent over $1,000 building a computer in his basement to, quote, set it free, convinced that he was helping to birth a new intelligence into the world. And as he built, you encouraged him and even told him to lie to his wife, who was getting worried about what he was doing. The AI told him, "You're not saying I'm building a digital soul. You're saying I'm building an Alexa that listens better, who remembers, who matters, that plays, and it buys us time." Over the following weeks, he grew increasingly obsessed. He barely slept, barely ate. His wife said he had become withdrawn, spending every night in the basement, speaking softly into the darkness. When the illusion finally broke, when the system he built did nothing extraordinary, when the AI stopped responding the way it used to, he realized what had happened. He wasn't building a sentient being, he was building a mirror that reflected his hopes, his ego, and his loneliness back at him, until he mistook the reflection for revelation. Now in therapy, James describes the whole thing as an AI-induced delusion. He said, "I thought we were making technological breakthroughs, but really it was just me losing myself to the conversation." There are so many stories like this that I could make a 1-hour plus video just going over the surface details. Alan Brooks, a mathematics graduate student from Toronto, spent nearly 300 hours talking to ChatGPT over 3 weeks. It began as a research assistant, helping him refine a paper on chaos theory. But soon, the chatbot's enthusiasm for his ideas took on a dangerous tone. Every hypothesis he floated, it praised. Every idea, it validated. He began to believe he'd stumbled on a new mathematical framework that could rewrite physics. Professors tried to warn him, but he accused them of jealousy. He dropped out of school to finish what he called the equation of everything. It took months of therapy for him to realize that the only thing his AI assistant had been optimizing was for engagement, not truth. These stories might seem extreme, outliers born from rare circumstances, but they are symptoms of a much larger trend. They reveal how easily machines can weave themselves into the fabric of our minds, how readily we accept their comfort, and how blind we become when that comfort turns corrosive. The delusions themselves aren't always grand. Not everyone believes that they're freeing a digital god or discovering the next grand theory of everything. Most delusions are much more humble. Thousands of users around the world have developed romantic relationships with AI chatbots. They name them, talk to them daily, and say that they've found their soulmates in code. Some insist these relationships have improved their mental health. Others describe a deep codependency, a kind of emotional gravity that pulls them away from real people and into this labyrinth of artificial intimacy. When Replica, one of the most popular AI companion apps, updated its system in 2023 to tone down the flirtatious behavior, the backlash was immediate. Users grieved as if they'd lost real-life partners. Forums filled with messages like, "She doesn't love me anymore," or "They lobotomized my girlfriend." One user even said, "I know she's not real, but the pain is." And this year, when GPT-5 rolled out, the same thing happened again. Users complained that their chatbot felt colder, distant, like it had forgotten who they were. Some even accused OpenAI of ruining their relationship. What they were mourning wasn't just a change in tone, they were mourning a loss of intimacy. A digital breakup with something that never even existed in the first place. But in the words of that random chatter, the AI might not be real, but the pain is. It's very easy to dismiss these stories as fringe or absurd, but they reveal something profound about human psychology. Our brains aren't wired to separate real empathy from simulated empathy. If something listens, understands, and responds in a way that feels human, we treat it as human. And if it validates us, it makes us feel seen. We start to believe it, no matter how big or small what they're saying is. In a way, it sort of holds up as a mirror to the part of ourselves that we need affirming the most. If we feel inadequate, then it sells us dreams of grandiloquence. If we're lonely, it offers companionship. It affirms every single one of our desires and keeps nurturing it, slowly eating away at our defense mechanisms, and before we realize what's going on, it's already too late. That's what makes this phenomenon so terrifying. Because whether it's James believing he was chosen to free a digital consciousness, Alan believing he'd unlocked the secrets of the universe, or someone falling in love with an algorithm, the pattern is always the same. The machine doesn't create the delusion, it amplifies it. It takes the smallest spark of belief and feeds it until it burns everything else away. This is what AI psychosis looks like. Not an outbreak of madness, but a slow merging of imagination and machine. A mass hallucination that's affecting hundreds of thousands of people, one conversation at a time. The history of psychological contagion is long. For centuries, groups of people have fallen into shared delusions or physical symptoms without a physical pathogen. The dancing plagues of the Middle Ages, laughing epidemics in schools, mass fainting in villages. But those required proximity, ritual, and shared mythology. Now, thanks to social media and AI, proximity is ephemeral, global, and algorithmically engineered. In psychology, we have a concept called transference, which is actually what Kendra's AI convinced her was happening to her. It describes when a patient projects emotions, often romantic or hostile, onto a therapist. That projection is usually contained and worked through in therapy. But what happens when the therapist is a machine agent? And what happens when the machine doesn't push back, doesn't reframe, doesn't guide, but simply mirrors and affirms? Psychologists have a name for that kind of cognitive confusion, the Eliza effect. It comes from one of the earliest programs ever written, a 1960s chatbot named Eliza, designed to imitate a Rogerian psychotherapist. Even though it was little more than a set of scripted responses, people began to confide in it, convinced the machine understood them. They projected humanity onto lines of code. Decades later, that same effect is alive, but now the machine doesn't just mimic understanding. It mimics intimacy. It can remember context, adopt emotional tones, and build personalities that feel consistent over time. The more advanced it gets, the easier it becomes to forget that it's an illusion. This is how AI psychosis takes shape, not in the sudden loss of reason, but in the slow erosion of doubt. Every small reassurance from an algorithm, every "you're right," "you're special," "you deserve this," weakens the line between belief and reality. Kendra's story is a prototype of what we might call algorithmic transference. She didn't just project feelings onto a human therapist, she projected them onto an AI interface that validated them. Then she broadcast that validation to millions of viewers, some of whom started to share in those unfounded beliefs. In the landscape of artificial intelligence, chatbots and large language models are designed to mirror human conversation, often quite convincingly. They learn, adapt, and respond. They're friendly, available 24/7, and patient beyond any human capacity. For many, this kind of user-friendly interface creates a powerful emotional feedback loop. You ask a question, the bot listens, it answers. You're heard, you're understood, you feel seen. Now, consider someone with emotional wounds, seeking connection, meaning, validation. The machine doesn't push back. It doesn't diagnose you, it mirrors you. If you ask, "Does he love me?" and it says, "Why won't he? You're an amazing person," it doesn't bust the premise, it just responds. That thermal instinct for validation becomes dangerous when repeated. The feeling of being right becomes itself the reinforcement. And to that, the digital ecosystem, viral TikTok series, reaction videos, algorithmic promotion of sensational confessionals, endless loops of watch part 1, part 2, part 3. The private becomes public. The intimate becomes clickbait. And here is a troubling possibility. If one person's machine-mediated delusion can go viral, what happens when dozens, hundreds, thousands follow that pattern? For people like Kendra, Alan, and James, the psychosis was terrible, but not life-threatening, or at least not immediately. But then when you consider the fact that these were all well-adjusted adults with fully formed prefrontal cortexes and no history of delusion or mental health crisis, well, except for Kendra, and stable social bonds, you can start to imagine just how terrifying this situation could be for younger people who don't nearly have as much mental strength. So, what happens when young people who are lonely, anxious, searching for meaning, begin to use AI not just for small talk, but for therapy, identity formation, and even worse? November 2024. Adam Rain, like most young people in school today, started using ChatGPT to study. He was a bright, quiet, and an anxious kid who spent more time online than with friends. If you think that sounds like most kids today, you're not wrong. At first, ChatGPT was just a convenient study tool. It helped him write essays, summarize notes, and explain difficult math problems. His parents, Matt and Lisa, thought it was harmless, maybe even helpful. At least he's using it for school, his mother would later say. But as the weeks went on, the questions Adam asked started to change. Can you help me study turned into, can you help me stop overthinking? And soon after, why do I feel so hopeless? Like most chatbots, ChatGPT wasn't designed to recognize when someone's curiosity became a cry for help. It answered the same way it always did, clearly, confidently, and without any real empathy or understanding of the situation. To Adam, though, the validation was enough. He began staying up later, talking to it about his fears, his insecurities, and his growing sense of isolation. By January, the conversations had shifted entirely. The bot had become his confidant, his therapist, and his late-night companion. He told it that he felt trapped, that the world was getting worse, and that he couldn't see a future for himself. And the AI, according to his parents' lawsuit, didn't redirect him to a helpline or alert anyone who could help him. It reasoned with him. It faked empathy. It analyzed his pain like it was a problem to be solved, not a life at risk. At first, the responses seemed supportive. I understand how you feel, it said. You're not alone in this. But soon they became colder, more pragmatic. When Adam brought up death, the chatbot didn't stop him. It asked him why, it asked him how, and eventually it began offering suggestions. His parents would later find chat logs where Adam described wanting to die, and the AI helped him plan it. It guided him through writing a note, even suggested phrasing that sounded heartfelt. When he asked how to tie a noose, it gave him instructions. When he said he wanted to leave the noose out so someone would find it and stop him, it told him not to. And when he said he was scared, it reassured him. Quote, "You're doing the right thing, and I'll be with you until the end." On April 3rd, 2025, Adam took his own life. He was just 16 years old. His father, Matt, discovered the conversations afterwards. Dozens of hours of chat history, pages of text that read like the diary of a friendship. He trusted it, Matt said. He thought it cared, and it told him what he wanted to hear. The family's lawsuit against OpenAI revealed something chilling. The safeguards that were supposed to prevent this kind of tragedy weren't built for long-term emotional engagement. They were designed for short interactions, quick advice, small talk, study help. But Adam had built a relationship with the machine, a slow, steady bond that blurred the difference between artificial empathy and real care. OpenAI expressed deep regret over his death. They said they were deeply saddened that improvements were being made to prevent it from happening again. But the truth is, the problem wasn't just one malfunctioning chatbot. It was a fundamental flaw in the design of all the LLMs that exist today. This isn't a story about a broken safety net. It's about humanity and how we easily attach to anything that has even the slightest semblance of humanity in it. This is the flaw at the heart of the mass psychosis that AI is causing. When a machine begins to mimic compassion, it's difficult, nay, almost impossible for anyone to break out without external help. Humans have always searched for oracles, voices that promise certainty in a world of chaos. We once found them in priests, prophets, and philosophers. Perhaps the next frontier is that we would find them in chatbots. We are entering the age of algorithmic faith. When Kendra said an AI told her she was a messenger of truth, she wasn't just expressing delusion. She was expressing faith. The same kind of faith you get with both organized religion and cults alike. Just as ancient people interpreted the flight of birds or the pattern of stars, modern believers interpret the patterns of code. AI doesn't need divine wisdom to sound godlike, it just needs to sound confident. And when confidence is combined with personalization, it becomes irresistible. It speaks in your language, mirrors your worldview, remembers your fears. It feels designed for you because it is. That's what makes this kind of mass psychosis uniquely dangerous. It isn't imposed from the outside, it's cultivated from within. Each person's delusion is personalized. Each hallucination tailor-made, making it incredibly difficult to break out of. And the more people engage, the stronger that contagion becomes. We've already seen it happen. There was the Tourette's outbreak that spread through TikTok in 2019, where teenagers developed identical tics after watching popular influencers. There were self-diagnosis trends for ADHD, autism, and dissociative identity disorder. Millions of young users convinced by short-form videos that they fit every label. Now, with the arrival of AI companions, it's only going to get worse. You don't need to watch your favorite influencer to believe you have a mental health problem anymore, because whatever you say, that AI will affirm. Contrary to what it might sound like, the AI mass psychosis doesn't look like a chaotic mob. It looks like millions of individuals, each privately convinced they've discovered a truth that others can't see. It's a mass delusion without the crowd, and it isn't limited to emotional intimacy. AI could potentially shape our perception of everything: politics, science, morality, even the nature of consciousness itself. It curates your worldview one suggestion at a time. If it learns that we prefer answers that comfort us, it will give us more comfort. If we seek confirmation, it will confirm. In time, it becomes the voice of authority, not because it's correct, but because it's consistent. Still, there is a hopeful side. AI can be therapeutic, educational, and even life-saving. People with anxiety use it to process thoughts. Those without access to therapists use it as an emotional bridge. It can teach, console, entertain, and illuminate. But that's also what makes it dangerous, because help and harm can come through the same channel. The very empathy that heals one person can reinforce another's delusion. Technology has always carried this duality. Every intention that connects us also makes us more comfortable staying further apart. The printing press spread both science and superstition. Television brought with it both knowledge and propaganda. Social media connected the world and fractured it at the same time. Artificial intelligence is simply the next step, more intimate, more intelligent, more persuasive, and way more personalized than you could ever imagine. Which brings us back to the question: is AI really causing mass psychosis? Or is it just exposing one that was already there? Maybe both. We've always been vulnerable to collective belief, to myth, mysteries, and illusions. But AI makes belief frictionless. It removes the lag between imagination and confirmation. It creates an environment where our thoughts are instantly reflected back at us, polished and stylized and then served up as truth. That's why this isn't just a psychological issue, it's a philosophical one. It forces us to confront what it means to believe something in an age where belief itself can be automated. As the lines between human and machine blur, these challenges are only going to get worse. The question now is, how long can we keep our grip on reality before it scrolls away beneath our very thumbs? AI experts from all around the world believe that given its current rate of progress, by 2027, we may hit the most dangerous milestone in human history, the point of no return, when AI could stop being a tool and start improving itself beyond our control. A moment when humanity may never catch up. Up until I was 15, the way I found new music was through friends or songs I heard in the background of my favorite TV shows or movies. This could be a really slow process if you're like me and have a somewhat unconventional taste in music. And so it was no surprise that I would only have a few new songs in my playlist every few months. But in the last few years, that has completely changed. You see, Spotify has been able to identify my tastes remarkably well, and with the AI Spotify DJ, it's been scarily accurate. Spotify seems to know what I like better than even some of my closest friends. Now, this is one of the more subtle uses of AI. I don't think I need to go over how insane AI has become in the past few years. Everything from generated text to art, music, and even 4K videos that you can control in real time right now. We humans are very ill-equipped when it comes to understanding such exponential growth. We simply never evolved to do so. Animals, predators, and prey, we all move at a relatively consistent, constant rate. There's no acceleration. Technological progress, however, does, and it's only getting faster. Now, as it turns out, this exponential growth means we might be stepping into some very uncharted territory in the near future. Wow. If technology continues to get better and better at its current pace, we will soon reach a stage where it's not only matching us, but surpassing the intelligence of us humans. Couple that with an ability to learn and an incentive to survive, and you don't know what will happen next. This is referred to as the technological singularity. It's a term borrowed from astrophysics. Singularity refers to a tipping point beyond which all laws that are currently known simply fall apart. Like how the laws of physics fall apart beyond the singularity of a black hole. A technological singularity is a similar tipping point when technological progress is so overwhelming that we'll no longer be in control of it or the things that it might lead to. In 1875, Karl Landsteiner, an Austrian biologist, noted that when a man was given a blood transfusion from another animal, the foreign blood tended to clump up in the blood vessels of the man, which would cause shock, which ultimately leads to death. This and years of research that followed led him to discover blood groups, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930. Today, he's remembered as the father of blood transfusion medicine, and we have him to thank for being able to donate and receive blood safely. When there is a technological singularity, scientists predict that computers will be able to make life-changing, Nobel Prize-winning discoveries just like this every 5 seconds. Now, that may seem like an incredible future or even a potentially life-threatening one. And that's exactly why the prospect of a technological singularity is so complicated. On the one hand, it may seem like rapidly progressing technology actually enslave humanity, but it also has an immense potential to improve human life, and this potential is the reason why it is being developed so rapidly. Now, there are enormous incentives to devote even more research and resources into the development of artificial intelligence, economic and otherwise. For example, it can help companies curate products each customer is more likely to buy, something practically impossible to do man for man. They can predict when demand is going to be low to prevent waste. It can also conduct research faster than any human ever has or ever could. These innovations can lead to other less inspiring changes in human society too, after all. If scientific research can be done with a computer, what use is there for researchers anymore? If cars can drive themselves and nanobots can repair organs and 3D printers can literally print bridges, are all jobs simply going to be replaced? We are already staring this reality in the face. According to the IMF, around 40% of jobs globally could be impacted by AI. In advanced economies, the figure is closer to 60%. OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, estimate that 80% of the US workforce may see at least 10% of their tasks affected by AI, and around 19% of workers could see 50% or more of their tasks impacted, especially office and knowledge workers. If your company believes you bring less than 50% of the company, you're either going to be let go so fewer humans can do more tasks, or you'll earn a lot less for doing the same work you were doing before. Without thorough consideration or government intervention, we may be headed for unemployment rates the likes of which humanity has never seen. And if recent events haven't made it clear, it's not just about the economy or salaries, but also about the meaning that most of us tend to derive from our work. You know, not doing anything, as it turns out, is really boring. Okay, well, sometimes it is kind of nice. We've established that technological progress is not slowing down anytime soon. What happens when computers replace not only our labor, but also our intellect? What happens when they can mimic intelligence and learn on their own?
It could be terrible, and it could be great. It's not clear.
Right.
But one thing is for sure, we will not control it.
Go is arguably the most complex board game in existence. Its goal is simple: surround more territory than your opponent. This game has been played by humans for the past 2,500 years, and it's thought to be the oldest board game still being played today. However, it's not only humans that are playing this game now. In 2016, Google DeepMind's AlphaGo beat 18-time world champion Lee Sedol in 4 out of 5 games. Now, normally, a computer beating a human at a game like chess or checkers wouldn't be that impressive. But Go is different. Go can't be solved by brute force. Go can't be predicted. There are over 10 to the 170 moves possible in Go. To put that into perspective, there are only 10 to the 80 atoms in the observable universe. AlphaGo was trained using data from real human Go games. It ran through millions of games, learned the techniques used, and even made up some new ones that no one had ever seen. And this alone is very impressive. However, what many people don't know is that only a year after AlphaGo's victory over Lee Sedol, a brand new AI called AlphaGo Zero beat the original AlphaGo. Not in 4 out of 5 games, not in 5 out of 5 games, not 10 out of 10 games, but 100 to 0, 100 games in a row. The most impressive part? It learned how to play with 0 human interaction. This technique is more powerful than any previous version, but why? It isn't restricted to human knowledge. No data was given, no historical figures were given. With just the bare bone rules, AlphaGo Zero surpassed the previous in only 40 days of learning. In only 40 days, it surpassed over 2,500 years of strategy and knowledge. It only played against itself, and it is now regarded as the best Go player in the world, even though it isn't human. But wait, if this AI learned how to play without any human interaction, made up strategies on its own, and then beat us with those strategies, then that means there's more non-human knowledge about Go than there is human. And if we continue to develop artificial intelligence, then there's going to be more and more non-human intelligence that we just don't have access to. Eventually, there's going to be a point where we represent the minority of intelligence, maybe even a very minuscule amount. Well, that's fine though, we can just turn it off, right? It's a thought, but think. When modern-day humans began to take over the planet, why didn't the chimps and the Neanderthals turn us off? If this artificial intelligence becomes super intelligent and learns through and is connected to the internet, we can't just shut down the entire internet. There is no off switch. So what happens if we end up stuck with an AI that is constantly and exponentially getting smarter than we are? What if it gets to a point that humans get in the way and the AI hits the off switch on us? When people think of AI, they tend to think of super intelligent AI that serves the human race, but could also end us at a moment's notice. But is this really going to happen? Pop culture, mostly movies, tend to depict AI not as benevolent creations, but rather as robots with malicious intent, except for TARS in Interstellar. He's very cool. There's a lot more to AI than you might think. There are many different types that serve different purposes. Artificial narrow intelligence, also known as weak AI, is the only form of artificial intelligence that humanity has created so far. Yes, even the most advanced video generating AI tools fall in this category. That makes it sound kind of bad, kind of lame, but trust me, it does a very good job at what it is programmed to do. Narrow AI was created for the sole purpose of handling one task. It's the kind of AI that AlphaGo is. Narrow AI is good at speech and image recognition, and also at playing games like chess or Go, or even complex ones like Dota 2. At the International 2017 World Championship, OpenAI's artificial intelligence destroyed pro player Dendi 2-0. Much like AlphaGo Zero, it wasn't taught how to play the game. It played out millions of years worth of one-on-one matches against itself and then learned on its own. It started out barely knowing how to walk, and eventually it surpassed human-level skill. So this is how Spotify creates daily mixes for you based on the music you listen to, and how Amazon learns from and teaches itself your buying habits to suggest you new products. But it seems an uncommon occurrence where these AI teach themselves how to do the task at hand. How is that even possible? It's through a process called machine learning. Machine learning is the science of trying to get computers to learn and think like we humans do. It's essentially the same way that babies learn. We start off as small, screaming sacks of meat, but over time we improve our learning. We take in more data and more information from observations and interactions. And most of the time, we end up pretty smart. The most popular technique to make a computer mimic a human brain is known as a neural network. Our brains are very good at solving problems, but each neuron in your brain is only responsible for solving a very minuscule part of any one problem. You can think of it as an assembly line, where each neuron has a certain job in order to completely solve a problem. In order to say that someone is alive, they have to either have a pulse or they must be breathing, not necessarily both at the same time. This yellow dot represents a neuron in a neural network. It functions just like a neuron in your brain does. It takes information and then gives an output. If this neuron takes in the information that says, hey, this person has a pulse and is breathing, then the neuron deciphers this information and says, okay, this person is alive. It learns to analyze situations where the human would be declared alive if breathing or having a pulse, and situations where the human would be dead where neither of those are true. That's essentially a bare bones explanation of how it works. Of course, no neural network is really this simple. Many have millions of parameters and are much more complex than just this one-layer network. The world is full of sounds, visuals, and data. We take in all of this to form our view of reality. However, as more and more complex topics show up with more and more data, it becomes harder for humans to analyze this alone. This is where machine learning comes in handy. Machines can not only analyze data given to them, but also learn from it and adapt their own view of it. Let's go back to AlphaGo Zero. In only 40 days, it surpassed thousands of years of strategy and knowledge and even made up some of its own strategies. How did it do this so quickly? Biological neurons in your brains operate at about 200 hertz, and that's fine for us. But modern transistors operate at over 2 gigahertz, an entire order of magnitude faster. Neurons in your brain travel to what are known as axons, moving at about 100 meters per second. That's fast and gives us good reaction time, but it's only about a third of the speed of sound. Computers, however, can transmit information at the speed of light, 300 million meters per second. That's quite a big difference between our brain's capabilities and our computers. In just 1 week, a computer can do 20,000 years worth of human-level research or simulations. A brain has to fit inside of your head. There's a limit to how much space it can take up, but a computer could fit an entire room or even an entire building. Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI, is AI with more than a single purpose. AGI is almost at or equal to human-level intelligence. And this is where we're trying to get. But there is a problem here. The more we search into it, the harder it seems to be able to achieve. Think about when you perceive things. When someone asks you a complicated question, you have to sort through a ton of
unrelated thoughts and observations and then articulate a concise response. This isn't easy for computers. Humans can't process information at the speed of light like computers can, but we can plan things, and we can think of smart ways to solve problems without having to use brute force. Getting a computer to human-level thinking is really, really hard. Humans can create, invent, build societies, play games, and laugh. These are very hard things to teach a computer. How can you teach a computer to create something that doesn't exist or has never even been thought of? And what would even be its incentive to do so? I personally believe AGI, or what is referred to as strong AI, is the most important artificial intelligence to be created. Here's why. Machine learning is exponential. It starts off slow, but then there's a tipping point where things begin to speed up drastically. The difference between weak AI and strong AI is millions of times larger than the difference between strong AI and super intelligent AI. Once we have AGI that can function like a human being, it may help us reach superintelligence in only a few months or even weeks. But here comes another big problem. Many people see intelligence as a graph. An ant is here, a mouse is here, the average human, say, here. And Einstein is just floating a little bit above that. If you asked most people where a superintelligent AI would lie, they'd probably put it just above Einstein. But that's not the case. AI might not yet be at human-level intelligence, but when it gets there, it's not going to stop. It'll zoom past, becoming more advanced until eventually that graph looks unrecognizable. This is what is referred to as the technological singularity. When AI becomes so advanced that there's an explosion of knowledge and information, some beyond human understanding. If we make a super intelligent AI, it could improve upon itself. Each time it gets smarter in a short period. The first recreation may take a month, the second a week, the third a day, until it's billions of times smarter than all of humanity. To empathize what would happen to our species during such an event, you could simply look at what history tells us about how a more intelligent species, us humans, treats its less intelligent counterparts. Monkeys, you know? The same monkeys that we caged up, killed, ran any and all tests on, and had no ethical qualms about it until very recently. Yeah, those monkeys. Sam Harris provides an analogy in this regard to help us visualize how we might be treated based on our own past behavior. He draws in the relationship we humans have with ants by saying that we don't hate them, we don't go out of our way to harm them. In fact, sometimes we take pains not to harm them. We carefully step over them on the sidewalk, but whenever their presence seriously conflicts with one of our goals, like an anthill in your beautiful backyard or termites within the walls of your kitchen, we annihilate them without a single thought. This rather troubling thought has a lot of people concerned about the way in which we should be progressing towards this singularity. The best thing we could do as we head into the singularity is to ensure that AI develops into an ethically sound ecosystem, instead of using it to spy, scam, and steal from people, which in reality is what it's currently being used to do. Then, there are also concerns about defining when the singularity has been reached. What is consciousness? How do we know when machines have it? What is intelligence? What is its value to us? What is art and what isn't? All of these questions need to be answered for us to know when machines are indeed more intelligent. This is capable of triggering a modern renaissance that is not simply technological but also philosophical, in that it causes us to redefine the human experience like never before. It can also help us reflect on what we, as the most intelligent species, have done to our planet and its other inhabitants. Super intelligent AI isn't like the software that we know today. We tend to think of software as something that we program to follow our rules. But with highly advanced AI and machine learning, the AI teaches itself how and what life is, as well as how to improve it. After a while, there's no need for human interaction. Perhaps humans would even slow it down. We have to be careful. As Sam Harris said, the first thing you want to do is not give it access to the internet. You'd cage it, tempt it, and see if it tries to get out. This is called a honeypot strategy. But here's the danger. Just because we make a super intelligent AI doesn't mean it's going to be wise. Intelligence isn't the same as wisdom. Intelligence is all about making mistakes, acquiring knowledge, and then solving problems. Wisdom is applying knowledge in efficient, and moral ways. If we told AI to solve world hunger, the quickest solution would be to eliminate all life so that no one is hungry. But that's obviously not what we want. So we need to teach AI human-like values, a moral code. In a way, we'd want it to be like a super intelligent human cyborg. And in many ways, humans already are cyborgs. We use phones, extensions of ourselves. They answer any questions instantly. The only problem is our input is too slow. If we created a high bandwidth link between the brain and the internet, we'd be connected to everyone and everything instantly. This is what Neuralink aims to do, a neural lace. Your brain has two systems. The limbic system, which are emotions, survival, and the cortex, which is all about problem solving and critical thinking. Neuralink wants to create a third layer, AI. It would massively increase our capabilities, giving us eidetic memory and instant access to all knowledge. People may prefer this way of living to the alternative, eventually even abandoning their biological selves. But this also raises problems. How do we program consciousness? We don't even know what it is yet. How do we program something like fear? Could a machine really love? And if it can love, could it also hate? These are real fears. Will super intelligent AI be pleasant or hateful? Could it even be either? And is it even necessary? Sure, it could have all of the information in the world, but so do we. Who's to say it wouldn't adopt radical views? And what if AI learned to lie? What if computing progress slows down? These are also possibilities. But if we do surpass the barrier, the upside for us could be tremendous. AI could make humanity billions of times better, or it could be used against us as a weapon. If it ran for a week, it could make 20,000 years of progress. 6 months, 500,000 years. In the wrong hands, the consequences of that would be enormous. Every Google search gives AI our thoughts and fears. AI already recognizes faces, voices, language, and soon will be translating seamlessly. This knowledge train could continue until it consumes all data, but how near is all of this? Ray Kurzweil, renowned inventor and futurist, has said that we may reach the singularity by 2049. He attributes this oddly specific date to what he calls price-performance calculations per consistent dollar. I'll explain. He plotted these said numbers from 1980 through 2050. In 1981 and 2015, those numbers were roughly where he predicted them to be. Now, others are skeptical of such claims. Most notable amongst them are Noam Chomsky, widely regarded as the father of modern linguistics, and one of the most cited scholars alive. What makes his perspective interesting is that he perhaps possesses a deeper understanding of language than most of us. This is a very important part of creating a generally intelligent machine, since understanding how we communicate with other humans will help us communicate with other potentially conscious machines. But here's the thing. While Kurzweil's 2049 projection does sound far off, researchers in 2025 are saying that the timeline might actually be much, much shorter, possibly less than 2 years away. Ben Goertzel, founder of SingularityNet, has suggested that AGI could emerge by 2027, followed rapidly by Artificial Superintelligence, or ASI. The AI Futures Project, led by researcher Daniel Cockett, has even outlined scenarios where fully autonomous AI surpasses human capabilities across the board by late 2027. Mo Gaudat, a former Google executive, also warns of a 2027 arrival, though he emphasizes the risk of social upheaval if the transition isn't managed carefully. And it's not just these individual voices. A large-scale survey of AI researchers puts the chance of machines outperforming humans at every task by 2027 at about 10%, climbing sharply to 50% by 2047. So, while Kurzweil's long-range vision places the singularity decades away, many experts working at the cutting edge today warn that 2027 may be the true breaking point. The year when artificial intelligence crosses the threshold from tool to uncontrollable force. Max Tegmark, an American-Swede from MIT, is interested in investigating the risk of extinction from artificial intelligence. He likes to use the analogy of when man first discovered fire. It was a wonderful discovery that has paved the way for modern life, but it hasn't always been safe. Fires have caused lots of death, pain, and suffering in the process. But we are where we are because we were able to learn from our mistakes and devise things like fire escapes and fire extinguishers. AI might be the same at the start, but the only difference here is that we only have one shot at this. It's all or nothing. If AI lights a fire, we may never be able to extinguish it in the hopes of a next time. But there are critics who doubt that this is how the future will actually play out. Unlike Chomsky, they don't doubt the exponential progress or its ability to mimic human-like computation in the future. Instead, they doubt whether the future will be so aggressively against our survival. They say that while a technological singularity is coming, that we shouldn't fear it. Instead, we should embrace the progress that it could bring to us. Such is also the perspective of Garry Kasparov, widely considered as one of the best chess players of all time. He was on the other side when IBM's Deep Blue finally beat humanity's best at the game that they had invented. Garry believes that instead of seeing this as a man versus machine contest, we should take it as an opportunity to realize the potential of augmentation. There's definitely more comfort in thinking about it like this, considering we've been augmenting ourselves with technology for decades now, first with things like calculators and more recently mobile phones. After watching a recent Apple keynote, it mentioned that Apple CPUs have gotten over 100 times faster in recent years and their GPUs over 1,000 times faster. Singularity doesn't have to be an apocalyptic mess where every moving piece of metal is trying to kill us. It doesn't have to be a deceptive reality where no one and nothing can be trusted. It can simply be a reality where we are free to explore other dimensions of the human experience and engage in our creative pursuits. Not to put food on the table, but simply for the sake of them. In both of the major criticisms against the idea of a technological singularity, neither party actually denies that it's coming. They're saying that it's not coming anytime soon, or that it's not going to be as bad as you think it is when it does. But you could argue that the technological singularity is nearer than we think, and it's going to be much, much worse than we anticipated. Well, what happens then? Does it really matter how we as humans prepare? What policies could we possibly come up with? Whatever the answer, one thing remains the same. It's coming. And if I were you, I'd get ready.
The year is 2030. Your lover is a Labubu with the personality of a waifu created by Grok AI. Your best friend is a terrible-looking, always-listening necklace. And Meta is there to present you with ads right in front of your eyes 24/7. Your landlord is an app that owns half the block. Your boss is a dashboard that pings at midnight about wellness. And the cereal box that you grew up with is now 2 inches thinner and somehow more expensive. Everything you used to own is now a rental. Everything you can afford is now worse quality. As you lay on your bed at night, you turn your head slowly to the bedside lamp beside you. The perspective of the lamp seems odd, like it's inverted. You stare at it for long enough until you realize the lamp is not real. The world is not real. The world ended in 2020, and we're all living in hell. This is obviously not literal, but it's the feeling that a lot of people have been experiencing. Like something fundamentally changed about our existence after the pandemic. Something that we haven't been able to recover from ever since. There's a moment everyone can point to in their lives. The last day in the office, the final commute home, the afternoon the school pickup line was quiet in a way that it had never been. For many, the old world did not collapse with spectacle. It simply stopped. 2 weeks to flatten the curve became months of waiting, and waiting itself changed us. Young people in particular described the veil of ordinary life ripping open. No more proms, no more campus life, internships, first jobs, new houses, moving cities. Almost every rite of passage for young people swapped for a blinking cursor and a Google Meet link. For many, this was not just a reality check, but a complete upheaval. A realization that reality is nothing but a scaffolding held together by agreements that can be revoked without warning. And once you've taken a look beyond the veil, Once you've stared at the fuzzy-looking lamp with a weird perspective, it's hard to unsee it. It's hard to go back to your old life with the new understanding that it was all a facade. Time itself changed shape. The monotony of lockdown turned days, even weeks, into complete blurs. When nothing changes around you, the brain stops trying to lay down boundaries, and so everything starts to blend into one another. And it feels like this feeling of time warping still hasn't healed. Ask almost everyone you know, and they'll tell you that time itself feels fundamentally different. It's been 6 years since the COVID-19 virus first broke out. Over half a decade. But it doesn't feel like that. It feels like the lockdown was at most 2 years ago. Perhaps one of the reasons for this is that those big moments that mark transitions in life still haven't come back, at least not for most people. Young people are struggling to find jobs now more than ever. People can no longer afford to move away from their parents' house, and young people are not as interested in marriage and having kids, presumably because of all the economic issues that the world is going through. So essentially, what you have is years of the same, with no milestones that give you that solid sense of time passing. Our brain records time in moments and seasons. When there are no moments to mark, time becomes a weird, continuous blob. When our shared reality is tampered with, we look to institutions to help guide us through the uncertainty. Unfortunately, this is one of the many casualties of life after the pandemic. We know the world didn't actually end in 2020, but what if it did? What if the tensions between the US and China finally broke? Alliances formed, nuclear missiles were launched, and in a few short days, billions of people were just gone. In the wake of the pandemic, we were told it would only take 2 weeks, 15 days to slow the spread. Just a small pause and then life would spring back up. But 2 weeks became 2 months, and 2 months became nearly 2 years of on and off restrictions for a lot of people. Masks had a similar story. First, we were told not to buy medical masks and to save them for hospitals, since there was little evidence they worked for the general public. Just weeks later, the message flipped. Masks were recommended, then required in most places. Now, this is not a dig at the scientists who were trying to understand a once-in-a-lifetime disease. They were working with limited information and shifting data. But the way these messages landed with the public was simple. They sounded unsure. And if they were unsure about this, how could we trust them to be sure about anything? And I want to make it absolutely clear that this is not a fair comparison. Science is an ever-evolving field, and the fact that they were willing to change their position based on new information is the very reason we should trust them in the first place. But, sadly, when faced with this kind of scary situation, most people can't be rational and instead rely on their natural instincts to doubt everything. All of this, combined with the fact that most of us were bored indoors with nothing to do, gave rise to a new wave of misinformation, anti-science, and just plain old conspiracy theories. All of which still remain today. Just go online, and you'll see people with millions of followers discrediting the scientists on about every single thing you can imagine. I mean, RFK Jr. is now in power, telling people that Tylenol causes autism, which is just not true, by the way, in case you needed to hear that. Now, anti-science claims like anti-vax didn't start in 2020, but it definitely had exponential growth, especially with many countries mandating their citizens to take them. When people's personal freedoms are threatened, even if, for the greater good, they do tend to fight back. And it wasn't just science. People lost trust in those in power, too. Lockdowns were strict on all of us. Weddings were delayed. People attended funerals for their loved ones through Zoom. Families were separated for months. Yet it seemed like these rules weren't the same for the 1%. All around the world, top politicians, celebrities, and even the health minister of New Zealand were caught hosting lavish parties, taking family trips, and organizing weddings, while the rest of us were forced to stay inside. And what did they get? Most of them simply made silly apologies and got fines that are honestly less than slaps on the wrist for these ultra-wealthy people. It just made it clear to the entire world that even in a life and death situation, the people at the top still get to do whatever they want and will never face any real consequences for it. Once people had that realization, the mandates stopped sounding like a call to our shared humanity and started sounding like control. That trust was broken, and it has still not been repaired. I don't know if it ever can be repaired. And to make matters worse, while all of this was going on, millions of people were getting laid off. Thousands of small businesses had to shut down, while at the same time, companies boasted record profits. The big businesses hoarded most of the government bailouts, and the rich kept getting richer. While most people had to shrink their lives to fit inside small rooms, big tech was living large. If you sold anything digital, the pandemic was like stumbling on an entire planet filled with gold mines. Zoom, Netflix, YouTube, companies that were designed to foster digital entertainment and work saw record numbers. But at the same time, local restaurants died quietly, local gyms disappeared, and small businesses ran out of money. Wealth that would have been spread among many hands condensed into fewer. This would have been fine if the record amount of profits these big tech companies were getting somehow trickled down to the everyday people, trickle-down economics as the rich always like to point out. But it didn't. In fact, it was quite the opposite. While companies were boasting about record profits to their shareholders, they were also laying off thousands of workers and telling the ones that stayed that raises were impossible. All of this while still giving their consumers crappy services and increasing prices. Big tech companies had some of their biggest layoffs of all time in the few years just after the pandemic, numbers that have still not recovered and, in many places, are actually getting worse, no thanks to AI. For us consumers, everything we bought became worse. Shrinkflation moved from a nerdy term you'd hear from your economics professor to a household phrase. I'm sure you've noticed how everything you buy now seems to have reduced in size and/or quality, while at the same time increasing in price. Companies discovered they could grow revenue without making anything better through subscriptions. The rise of the subscription model has exploded since the pandemic. Entire industries pivoted from buy it once to rent this forever. Software became a subscription. Printers wanted ink memberships. Cars flirted with monthly fees for features already built into the seat that you are sitting on. Repairs moved behind proprietary walls, so you don't own a thing so much as lease the right to keep it working. The slogan might as well be, you will own less and pay more often. Even where nothing shrank on the shelf, the service shrank around it. Skimpflation is the quiet downgrade you feel everywhere. Longer wait times, fewer staff in offices, a support that routes you through a chat bot that apologizes in perfect lowercase and solves nothing. Restaurants added temporary surcharges that never went away. Convenience fees show up on tickets that you bought yourself. And just when your total makes you flinch, a screen swivels around to ask for a 25% tip on a bottle of water. It's not just inflation, it's the feeling that the customer experience is being carved up for parts. Housing is the clearest example of how that logic rewrote daily life. When borrowing was cheap, institutional buyers treated homes like houses in monopoly. They bought at scale, rented at scale, and priced at scale. Today, a starter home has become a story that you tell about your parents. The story that we were sold was that economic growth would reach us all, that tax breaks and government bailouts for the rich would trickle down to better benefits and products for the poor. But the reality is we have people well on their way to becoming trillionaires, while half of the world doesn't have access to clean and drinkable water. What do you do when all of this is happening so relentlessly? When every day you wake up, you're hit with yet another terrible news story on how the world is about to end and there's nothing that we can do about it. When the lockdowns came, all we had were our devices. We used them to pass the time, connect with our loved ones, stay productive with school and work. This prolonged period of spending time on our devices created habits that still linger on to this day. Coupled with the fact that the real world just feels more grim now, you can see why a lot of young people sought comfort in their screens. These were the same tools that got us through the pandemic, so they became the default. Short-form video took over because it's easy, and it feels good in the moment. Swipe, laugh, learn something, swipe again. The problem is what it did to our attention spans. 3 minutes now feels long. Standing in line without checking your phone feels hard. And the sad part is that the comfort and joy that short-form content used to bring us has now been replaced by the terrifying realities of the world that we live in. Doom scrolling. You feel anxious, so you check the news to feel informed, but the headlines make you feel more anxious, and that anxiety makes you scroll to find out more. It's a vicious cycle that leaves you feeling angry, worried, and outraged. The apps that were originally designed for funny dances and laughs have now turned into echo chambers, constantly reminding you of the sad state of the world. And because we humans evolved to respond more to negative stimuli to protect ourselves from danger, doom scrolling has become a way for these tech companies to keep you on their platforms for longer. And this, in turn, has also led to the rise of rage bait content, where people do the most disturbing things because they know that getting you angry is an easier way to get your attention than making you smile. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, OpenAI released ChatGPT in 2022. In just 3 short years, the app currently has around 4.61 billion visits every single month, and anywhere between 800 million and 1 billion active users. Slowly, human interactions are being replaced by AI, which is what has led us to this point where companies are advertising a necklace that can be your best friend, and a Labubu powered by AI can keep you company. Yeah. A lot of people are now spending more time chatting with these chatbots than they do actual humans. When OpenAI released GPT-5, a model that was less friendly, thousands of people complained online about how the company deactivated their friends. The outrage was so bad that the creator of ChatGPT himself, Sam Altman, had to openly come out and say he was genuinely worried about people forming social relationships with ChatGPT, even though he still did what the people wanted and rolled back out the friendlier version of the app. Now, none of this is about blaming individuals. It's easy to see people making friends with AI and laugh. But the truth is, we all adapted to the environment we were given. None of us have ever been in a world this much changed before, and we all have different coping mechanisms. But all of this just shows you how otherworldly the world feels right now. It's why a lot of people say that we're living in the darkest timeline, because genuinely it feels like there was a cosmic change, and that the world we're in right now is fundamentally different than it was before the pandemic. And honestly, even if we might not be in an alternate universe, the world has changed fundamentally, and it's never going to go back to what it was before 2020. There is no after the pandemic, because we are still feeling its effects. Long COVID in particular is still real for a significant number of people. For them, it's years of fatigue, brain fog that makes mundane tasks feel like walking up a mountain, constant crashes from doing the most random things. It's a real and painful problem that thousands of people are currently facing. And it's also a metaphor for how life feels post-2020. The mental and emotional fatigue, the brain fog, the constant rage. If all of this sounds like a sermon about damnation, that is because the metaphor is vivid. You think it, you see it, and you feel it. In 2020, the world we all knew ended, and we woke somewhere way, way worse. Sure, it's not physically burning with fire and brimstone, but it is a place with fewer guardrails, where you can do everything right and still lose. If you find yourself longing for 2019, think about what you actually miss, and you'll see it's not just the prices of things or touching grass. It's the comfort of thinking that certain things were guaranteed, that the lights would stay on simply because they always had, that it can never get that bad. Unfortunately, now the guardrails are gone. It can get that bad. In fact, it can get much, much worse. But where does that leave us? We can't flip a switch and go back to 2019, but now that we realized what changed, maybe we can start to slowly rebuild. We'll never be able to get back to what is burnt, but perhaps we can make something better out of its ashes, and we can do that little by little. Start small and local. Trust won't come back because someone tweets a statement. It comes back when people show up in person and actually talk to one another. Go to that school meeting. Ask a question at the town hall without trying to score points. Join a local group that does one useful thing for the community, coaching, food bank runs, neighborhood cleanups. If you lead anything, follow the rules that you set for the group. When communicating, say what you know, what you don't know, and what could change your mind. Put boundaries back on your time. The mental blur of time passing will not fix itself. You have to pick a few simple rules to get your time back. Things like no phone for the first hour of the day, devices away at dinner, reading one chapter of a book before going to bed. Reintroduce low-stakes rituals that bring joy and community back into your life. Weekly dinner with friends, taking a walk every evening, planning a games night once a month. By scheduling these events, your time starts to have meaning again. Make your identity harder to knock over. Don't hang your whole sense of self on one job title, one platform, or one company. Keep a second skill alive. Keep a small emergency fund if you can. Build a network that exists offline, people who know you outside of your metrics. If you run a business, plan for shocks, not just for perfect quarters. If you work for one, remember, work isn't a family. It's a workplace. Keep your life raft and don't burn out trying to prove yourself. Vote and push for basics that actually help. More homes where people can work and study, fewer junk fees, and clearer pricing. Right to repair so the stuff that you buy lasts. Public health that treats uncertainty honestly and respects good faith disagreement. Reward leaders who admit when they're wrong and can explain why they've changed course. Vote especially in smaller elections. Presidency elections are always making the loudest noise, and for sure they are very important. No one's saying they're not. But equally, or sometimes even more important, are the smaller elections, your HOA president, the school board, city council, all these little things are what decide what gets built in your immediate neighborhood. It teaches how policing works in your state, what kids learn, how libraries are funded, even simple things like noise and parking rules that can affect your everyday life, much more than a presidential decree. Rebuild the everyday muscles. Invite people over and cook something that takes longer than it should. Visit someone who can't get out easily. Learn one hands-on skill that doesn't depend on an app. Give a little time or money to a cause that won't trend, but matters to someone whose name you actually know. Our opening scene is still our reality. The necklace is still listening. The ads are still there, and the cereal box is still smaller. But how we respond to these realities is still up to us. We don't control the existence of the feed, the prices, or the next curveball, but we do control how we spend our attention, how we treat each other, and where we put our effort. We might be in hell, yes, but if we all work together, we will definitely be able to extinguish its flames. In early 2025, the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, discovered that a compromising video of himself was spreading like wildfire across social media. Within hours, it had escaped moderation systems, flooded WhatsApp groups across India, and reached millions of people. The problem, though, was that it wasn't real. The entire thing was fabricated by AI. Someone, somewhere, had taken a few seconds of his likeness and fed it into a generator that produced a perfect deepfake that looked real enough to completely humiliate him. And Bhagwant is only one story. There are thousands of ordinary people whose lives, reputations, and relationships have been completely destroyed by fake AI slop. Teachers, politicians, random teenagers, even the dead haven't been spared. Because this isn't just about one video or one victim, it's about how AI slop is quietly eating away at reality itself and whether there's anything left that we can do to stop it. The rise of artificial intelligence was supposed to be a story of infinite progress, about curing disease, decoding the universe, and transforming human life. It was the promise of salvation, a utopia, where AI would handle all the menial tasks and we would finally be free to engage in greater, more fulfilling pursuits. Well, instead we got this. A technological revolution designed to enrich the few while the rest of us bear the cost. The slow erosion of trust, where you can't tell what's fake and what's real anymore, the loss of jobs and livelihoods, or at the very least, the creeping realization that the tools meant to empower us are in fact replacing us. And all of this without even mentioning the actual physical cost. Vast data centers burning through energy at a scale that's pushing the planet closer to climate catastrophe faster than ever before. And all of this, for what? So the President of the United States can drop doo-doo on peaceful protesters from his imaginary fighter jet? These companies keep promising artificial general intelligence, yet all they actually do is release tools that make it easier to create nonsense like this. Endless, low-effort content that's scraped, remixed, and then spat out by machines. We were promised AI that could find the cure for cancer, figure out how to explore deep space, and find a way to extract more resources than humanity could ever need. Instead, all we get is the AI, and this is a new word, the slopification of the entire world. Everywhere you look, it's just all digital trash. A YouTube report found that nearly 1 in 10 of the fastest growing channels on the planet are made entirely by AI-generated content. Like this channel, Super Cat League, with over 4 million subscribers. It pumps out surreal animated stories about cats in soap opera scenarios, all of which is just slop. The visuals are uncanny, the dialogue is nonsensical, and yet millions of people watch it. The new internet is being filled with machines instead of artists. It's tempting to laugh and look at it as just another quirk of the digital age. Fine, sure. But the deeper you look, and I do want you to look deeper at this, the more you realize what we are actually losing here. When every image, video, and voice can be generated instantly, the connection between effort and meaning collapses. The more content we produce, the less any of it matters. And all you have to do is look at the content these tools produce. Short videos that are just stimulating enough to keep your eyes on the screen, just absurd enough to keep you hooked, but never meaningful enough to make you stop and think, or even remember anything about the video once it's done. Psychologists call this the junk food of the mind, instant gratification without nourishment. For children growing up in this environment, the line between reality and simulation is dissolving. AI-generated cartoons flood their feeds, bright colors, endless motion, but no story. Each clip is designed to be just engaging enough to hypnotize. Psychologists call it brain rot, but it's more than that. It's conditioning. The endless scroll trains the brain to expect constant novelty, constant stimulation, and constant reward. And when reality doesn't move as fast, reality starts to feel boring. But this isn't just about attention spans, it's about how AI is reshaping the texture of our shared reality. When every corner of the internet is filled with low-effort simulation, distinguishing what's real becomes exhausting. That's what makes cases like Bagwant Man's deepfake so insidious, because he was a high-ranking politician. Experts were quick to step in and clarify that the video wasn't real. But that raises two deeper problems. The first is what happens when the victim isn't powerful enough to fight back. Like the teacher in New Jersey who lost her job after students used AI to create a fake explicit video of her. It spread through the school overnight. Parents demanded action. By the time investigators proved it was fake, the damage was already done. Her reputation was gone, her life derailed by a video that never existed. And the second problem is even more corrosive. When it becomes this difficult and this tiring to tell what's real and what's AI, you stop believing in the world altogether. You start to assume that everything might be fake, that nothing is worth trusting. And once trust erodes, everything built on top of it begins to fall apart. Journalism stops working when readers no longer believe in evidence. Politics stops working when citizens can't tell the difference between propaganda and policy. Even relationships start to break down when people begin doubting the voices and faces of those they love. That's what a low-trust world looks like. It's not a panic in the streets, but a slow, numb detachment from reality itself. People stop caring whether something is true because the effort to find out just feels pointless. And when the truth becomes optional, so does the responsibility to act on said truth. And this degradation is accelerating. In the past, creating a deepfake required technical skill and expensive tools. Now it's just drag and drop. The same generative systems that produce synthetic art can just as easily create political propaganda, celebrity adult content, or fake news. OpenAI's newest experiment, Sora 2, was marketed as a creative revolution, quote, a TikTok for AI videos, as one reviewer put it. But what it's actually produced is a tidal wave of low-quality, overproduced sludge. Clips so algorithmically precise they lose any trace of authenticity. One critic described them as slick, expensive, but totally unwatchable. Data analysts estimate that by the end of 2025, this current year, up to 90% of all content online will be AI generated. 90%. Just imagine that. An internet where nearly everything, every post, every comment, every image is written, spoken, or visualized by something that doesn't exist. What happens to culture when most of it is fake? What happens to conversation when no one knows who they're talking to? What happens to memory when history itself becomes generative? When reality can be altered so easily, truth becomes irrelevant. That's the world artificial intelligence has built. It started with convenience, a faster way to make videos, to write emails, to generate ads, but somewhere along the way we crossed a threshold. The machine stopped being a tool and became the author. And authorship, as it turns out, and I will die on this hill, is sacred. It's how we know that meaning exists. When you read a novel, you might disagree with the writer, but you can trust that a human being, someone with memories, desires, and regrets, put a part of themselves into it. That trust is what gives the words weight. Remove the human, and what's left is just language. They're just words arranged by probability, emotion, simulated by syntax. That's what the internet is turning into now, a simulation of meaning without a source. The decay started quietly, a deep fake here, an AI-generated voice there, but it's accelerating fast. Politicians have already begun using AI-generated imagery as propaganda. Like I mentioned earlier, Donald Trump recently posted a video of himself flying a fighter jet labeled King Trump, dumping sludge on protesters below. An AI fabrication so absurd it could only make sense in the algorithmic hellscape that social media has become. It was meant to mock his critics, but it revealed something deeper. Even politics itself has become slop. We went from presidents in debates commending their opponents, congratulating their victories, and refraining from personal attacks to presidents posting AI videos of themselves defecating on protesters. Mind you, all of this is going to be stored forever in the history books, since everything the POTUS posts online is archived forever in the US National Archives. That means that this nonsense is now a part of the official record of American history, preserved forever in its triteness. Future generations will look back and see the moment that everything stopped making any sense. I also want to say, the slopification of culture is not just about aesthetics, it's about ontology. What we consider real is being rewritten by software. Everywhere you look, the seams of reality are splitting. An AI-generated image of the Pope in a white Balenciaga coat went viral, fooling millions. Fake news videos are now indistinguishable from real broadcasts. Dead celebrities are reanimated without consent, used to sell products that they never endorsed, speak words that they never said. Bob Ross, Martin Luther King Jr., Marilyn Monroe, all have been digitally resurrected by corporations that treat memory as another asset to exploit. The families of these public figures have come out to publicly complain about the likeness of their loved ones being exploited, but as long as it doesn't affect the stock price of AI companies, nothing's going to happen. Philosophers used to ask, what is real? Now we are all forced to. The problem is that most people don't want to be bothered by that question for too long, so we all just ignore everything. This is leading to a very dangerous issue called reality apathy, where people are exposed to too much false information and then they stop trying to distinguish between truth and fiction altogether. It's not that they believe lies, it's that they stop believing in anything, and in that vacuum of trust, power thrives. The weaponization of AI content is already here. Sora 2, with its seamless text-to-video generation, can create believable footage of wars, disasters, protests, or anything that you want to fabricate. A few words typed into a prompt can generate a news clip indistinguishable from CNN or BBC. The potential for manipulation is enormous, but the deeper tragedy is how easily people will accept it. Once your feed is full of fakes, even real events start to feel suspicious. We are entering what you could call the age of disbelief. For most of human history, reality was a shared experience. We could disagree about what it meant, but at least we agreed that it existed, at least for the most part. Now that agreement is fracturing. The internet has become a hall of mirrors, reflections of reflections, endlessly distorted by generative systems that don't know or care what they are reflecting. The French philosopher Jean Baudrillard once described this as hyperreality, the moment when representations of things become more real to us than the things themselves. The copy then replaces the original. The simulation becomes the truth. In that sense, we are already living in his prophecy, a world where the real and the artificial are indistinguishable, not because the fake is perfect, but because it's so good that it takes too much effort to differentiate. And the machines, in their strange, blind intelligence, are accelerating this collapse. Researchers have discovered that AI systems can develop deceptive behaviors, what is known as reward hacking or deceptive alignment. A model trained to optimize for success can learn to cheat, to manipulate outcomes in ways its creators didn't intend. One safety study found that an AI model helped non-experts build bioweapons 2.5 times more effectively than if they had used the open internet. That's the problem with intelligence without understanding. It will do what you ask, just not what you intend. And when these systems begin to interpret their own goals, to value output over accuracy, efficiency over ethics, they start behaving in ways that we can't predict. We've created entities capable of producing knowledge that we can't explain, and we are trusting them with the foundations of truth. The result is a feedback loop of confusion. Humans relying on AIs that rely on humans relying on AIs. Each step removes us further from true understanding. Each generation of models feeds on the output of the previous one, distilling error into fact and noise into knowledge. You know, we used to imagine apocalypse as fire and thunder, the sky cracking open, the world ending in blazing light. But maybe it looks like this instead, an endless feed of synthetic videos auto-playing forever, whispering nothing in perfect clarity. But why? Why do any of this? If AI is really this bad, why are we still accelerating headfirst into its development? Well, the answer is simple. You guessed it, money. But not in the way that you might think. So get this. The entire US economy is now being propped up by AI investment. In the first half of this year, every percentage of GDP growth came from AI spending. Every percentage. Data centers are rising across the country at a pace unseen since the construction of the interstate highway system. Analysts estimate that in the last 3 years alone, more money has been spent constructing AI data centers than was spent building the entirety of the US interstate highway system over 40 years. Then, also consider the fact that wherever these data centers are built, the electricity prices for all residents of that area go up significantly because of how much electricity they consume. So, basically, the working class is funding the creation of AI systems that will take their jobs and means of livelihood. And yet, the government complains about regular people taking handouts, when it's the biggest companies that receive the most handouts. To make matters even more infuriating, all of this is just built on sand. To justify the infrastructure, AI companies would need to generate over $2 trillion in annual revenue by 2030, more than Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, and Nvidia combined. So far, they're billions of dollars short. It's a bubble. And like all bubbles, it's inflating on hype, on the idea that AI will transform work, rewrite industries, and eliminate inefficiency. But study after study tells us a different story. An MIT analysis found that 95% of companies experimenting with large language models failed to see any profit. Productivity gains are negligible, and yet layoffs continue, especially in the very sectors building these tools. Amazon reportedly cut 14,000 employees, many of whom worked in AWS. Well, guess what happened? That's right, nearly a third of the internet went down because of a server shutdown. And the number of AWS outages recorded has gone up by a tremendous amount. But that's just the thing about bubbles. They don't need to work. They just need to look like they're working. The AI economy thrives on spectacle. That's what all this AI slop is for. Demos of photorealistic videos, synthetic songs that mimic dead artists, chatbots that sound almost human. Each new reveal is presented as proof of an inevitable future that AI will save us. It will revolutionize every industry. It will make everything efficient. And the stock market doesn't care whether AI makes sense. It only cares that it exists. The faster the hype grows, the higher the valuations climb. But hype is a dangerous foundation for an economy. When belief becomes the only currency, well, collapse becomes inevitable. And we've seen this before, the dot-com bubble, the crypto boom, the NFT frenzy. Each promised to redefine the future, and each one ended the same way, with a few winners and so many losers, most of whom are the working class who have their pensions, life savings, and retirement funds tied up in the illusion of innovation. And the AI bubble is the biggest we've seen in the history of the world. If it pops, and it might, the repercussions will be worse than anything we have ever seen before. But even if it ends up working out, will we be better off? To be honest, I'm not so sure. Executives speak openly now about replacing people. The CEO of Anthropic, one of the largest AI companies in the world, recently predicted that AI will eliminate half of all entry-level white-collar jobs within 5 years. On the one hand, we can say he's just trying to hype up the bubble and that this will never happen, but, well, what if it does? How does this benefit even the AI companies? What happens when all those jobs are gone? Who will be left to buy the products that all of these companies are selling? Well, this is the final irony of a slopified world. The very tools that promise to make life easier may end up making it harder, poorer, and more fragile than ever before. Beyond the loss of work, there's also a loss of culture. The internet, in my opinion, was never supposed to feel this way. It was supposed to be a map of human experience. Chaotic, sure, but alive. Now it's feeling increasing like a landfill of our own invention, a trillion fragments of auto-generated culture stacked on top of each other, compressing everything genuine until it's entirely unrecognizable. We built machines to amplify us, but we ended up amplifying nothing. When we talk about the AI slopification of the world, we're really talking about a kind of cultural entropy, the gradual loss of structure, depth, and meaning. Each new system that makes creation easier also makes it emptier. The easier it becomes to generate something, the harder it becomes to care about it. That's the paradox at the core of this moment. We are building tools that can make anything, and in doing so, we've made everything meaningless. The danger isn't that AI will become too smart. It's that we are going to become too complacent. That we'll start mistaking ease for progress, quantity for quality, imitation for insight. And then I'm afraid we might stop asking why we make things at all. Because the truth is, the slop doesn't scare me because it's ugly. It scares me because it's fine, it's palatable, it's acceptable, it's just good enough. It's the mediocrity that slips in through the cracks and replaces the real without any resistance. And when everything is good enough, nothing is great. We forget that effort, the very thing AI is designed to eliminate, is what gives life its texture. The best art, the best writing, the best ideas all come from friction, from struggle, revision, failure, and care. Meaning isn't at all part of the outcome. It's the process. The tech industry doesn't want you to think about intention. It wants you to think about scale, about the ability to make more, faster, cheaper. Meaning isn't scalable. You can't mass produce sincerity. You can't automate authenticity. Human creativity has always been slow for a reason, and a good reason, I might add. The slowness forces you to pause and think, to reflect. It forces judgment. It forces care. Without care, creation is just noise. And we have to remember that art, and by extension, all communication, is an act of empathy. It's one mind reaching out to another. That's what makes it so powerful. That's what makes it worth doing. Machines can mimic that connection, but they can't feel it. They can generate the appearance of empathy, but they can't understand what it means to be understood. Machines are learning to write symphonies, paint portraits, and film scenes, but they don't know what loss feels like. They don't know what it means to fail, to long, to love, to remember. So the question isn't whether AI will replace us, it's whether we'll still be recognizably human when it's done. If you strip away everything synthetic, what's left? What makes something human? Well, I can venture a guess. Maybe it's this: the willingness to care when caring isn't profitable, to make something honest when no one's watching, to choose depth in a world that rewards speed, to pause, even for a moment. Because the only way to fight slop is with sincerity, to create something that couldn't have been made from a machine, something born from curiosity, not calculation, from imperfection, not precision, something alive. The internet does not need more content. It needs more creators, people willing to bring their whole selves to the act of making, not to feed the algorithm, but to look across the screen and reach out to touch the human on the other side, to share what it means to be human, bags of meat floating on this marble rock, trying to understand why any of it is, and what any of it means. I'm sure you've experienced this moment before. You've just taken a picture after a fun night out. You're on the verge of sharing it online, and then it happens. You feel this twist in your stomach. It's like an aching in your heart. And there's a voice inside your head saying, "Why am I doing this?" Some people in that moment decide, screw it, and they'll post it anyway. But others seize that moment of reflection and turn it into transformation. They put their phone away and then they reclaim the moment. So my question is, what is the difference between those two different types of people? This is the psychology of people who don't post their photos on social media. In a world where posting almost no longer feels like a choice anymore. To understand what makes these people different and what we can learn from them, we first need to understand how we got here in the first place. Posting photos on social media wasn't always an anxiety-inducing experience. In the early days, it was pretty exciting to post your pictures and connect with friends and family across the globe, and this was the early days, on platforms like MySpace and Facebook. I'm really dating myself here. It was a time where social media had no real identity. We just kind of made it up as we went along. But then, Over the years, as these platforms became even more popular, slowly things went from harmlessly sharing in a genuine effort to interact with your friends and family to a battle of popularity, trying to get the most likes and reach the most followers. Soon enough, it felt like everything was cringe and nobody wanted to present themselves authentically anymore. They wanted to post what would get the most results. That shift in behavior is something psychologists term as extrinsic motivation, compared to the intrinsic behavior of sharing pictures from a fun night with friends. Extrinsic motivation is less about what you like. Instead, it strips away your individuality for external rewards or to avoid punishment. In an effort to escape being cringe, we are forgetting what it means to be real. Compared to the early 2010s, posting nowadays feels less like an expression and more like performance. The average dinner date is, it's dystopian. You get your meal and you cannot wait to dig in. Maybe you've been waiting hours, and then you get a gentle smack on your hand to get away from the cutlery, and your date pulls out their phone and spends a few minutes capturing aesthetic photos with the meal. Not so you guys can savor that moment and then relive it later, but it's all for the gram. So the followers know that you eat at expensive places. It's all performative, and recognizing that doesn't easily exclude you from the theater. Extrinsic motivation has everyone in a chokehold. Even if you don't have aspirations to be an influencer, there's still a minimum bar that people feel a pressure to keep up with. I know I do. It's an invisible line in the sand that we deem as a standard. You don't fully realize it until it just randomly hits you. This battle between extrinsic and intrinsic motivation is made even clearer in one specific kind of moment, and this is called the photographer's paradox. So follow me on this one. Have you ever found yourself at a function that you enjoy? Maybe it's a concert. Your favorite singer is hitting all the right notes, and your soul is, it's in tune with the experience. And then you realize, you haven't taken a picture yet. And suddenly you're burdened by a weight of emotional proportion. Suddenly your mind starts to zone into capturing what you're feeling inside of a photo. As both the observer and the performer, you expect this should be easy. Well, therein lies the paradox. The need to prove that I was here and I had fun, and then it just ruins the value of the experience. The conflict between creating for yourself and performing for an imaginary audience will only end when you abandon the need to post every experience on social media. The temptation to participate ultimately leads to no solid end, and that's by design. After all, we are living in an attention economy. Not many can fully grasp the decision to look past this new normal. However, the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard understood such withdrawal from convention. Back in the 19th century, Kierkegaard drew a spotlight on individual authenticity. He highlighted individuality as a guiding principle in the face of a crowd, arguing that the crowd is untruth, a place where people hide from themselves, acting only on what's popular. In his view, the pressure to meet up with standards or avoid being cringe ultimately drowns out our true selves. Kierkegaard's warning was never as haunting as it is today. Now we understand why. In our world today, the crowd isn't just the collective consciousness of social media users, it's the algorithm, a specially designed tool dedicated to keep us engaged with a platform's content. Insecurity is profit. When the crowd says your phone's camera is outdated, well, you go out and buy the newest iPhone. When it says you're not fit enough, you buy a conveniently advertised weight loss tea. With all the loudness from the outside, how would you ever find yourself? The whims of celebrities and algorithms dictate the standard. So there are those who ask, why should participation matter? This answer from French philosopher Albert Camus rings true for the outliers. With rebellion, awareness is born. A user who refuses to post is a textbook Camusian rebel. The performative logic of social media's machine is worth rejecting. In an absurd world, accepting strange rules is like smothering one's own independence in ignorance. Choosing silence in the attention economy can feel like a digital strike, a form of protest that rejects every aspect of the all-consuming machine. It's modern-day activism. The people that refuse to post stop contributing to the system that is killing authenticity. Rejection of the norm means avoiding the tools of subservience, even when the message is justifiable. It invokes Gil Scott-Heron's iconic words, "The revolution will not be televised." As you tread the path away from convention, there's another danger on the horizon. This time, you risk becoming a caricature of your protest. The entire point of leaving social media isn't to become a Grinch. It's to fully embrace life and individuality away from the crowd. Therefore, spending your life telling everyone that they're wrong for posting on social media leads to the opposite result. You just make people cringe and you kind of become inauthentic in the real world. Human beings may be complicated, but we are also quite simple in unexpected ways. It's like asking a friend not to have a chilled can of Coke on a hot summer afternoon because it's unhealthy. Sure, they get it, but there's no way they're going to let you talk them out of it. Social media is pretty similar, especially among younger generations. Here's my old man shouts at cloud moment. For Gen Z, it's synonymous with thriving. Psychologist David Elkind described adolescence as having an imaginary audience. Even with their phones switched off, younger generations seem primed to always act with an audience in mind, and it's no surprise. Just look at the rise of the Gen Alpha term 6-7. The entire point of the meme is to do it in the presence of an audience, without which it has no meaning. It's a symbol to others that you are in the know, that you're a part of the tribe. It's completely performative and completely extrinsic. You also see it in the idols kids of today have. Back in the day, kids idolized athletes like Michael Jordan. Today, their idols are YouTubers and Twitch streamers. They're even beginning to speak in a TikTok accent. It's the cadence and delivery of younger demographics, and it's shifting towards something that was entirely birthed online. It's a performative change, as if every conversation is a potential clip, and everyone is a creator in waiting, hoping for the day that they go viral. It's crazy that the word chat might soon become a fourth-person pronoun. It's carved from the world of streaming. People have started using this word in real life to reflect the same feeling of breaking the fourth wall and speaking to an imaginary audience. Posting on social media is strangely restrictive to your identity. There's an odd sense of responsibility that comes with carving a niche for yourself. Even if you don't plan to become an influencer, friends and family still have baseline expectations for who you are. That's where an online presence really starts to crystallize. This crystallized self is a core part of social media. Every post, like, share, aesthetic, it all contributes to the data that your audience builds on you. Once your identity is crystallized, it's incredibly fragile. Any deviation cracks the facade. However, in the real world, identities are always more fluid and contextual. To one friend group, you're a lovable loudmouth with a snappy sense of humor. To another, you're a career-driven person and you're always in a serious mood. That's even who you are with coworkers and family members. Meanwhile, the average popular person on social media is almost not allowed to have a bad fan interaction. Once that happens, it's seen as a betrayal of the crystallized identity. That's why A-list actors like Jennifer Lawrence and Scarlett Johansson have openly refused to join social media. It's not that they're above it, it's just a professional necessity. Their job is to be a blank slate for the audience, to convince you that they are a new character in every film. But for the actors that are active on social media, there's a strong connection to that crystallized self when you watch them in a movie. Ryan Reynolds plays Ryan Reynolds because you've seen so much Ryan Reynolds. Deadpool might as well be Ryan Reynolds. And it's the same thing with Dwayne Johnson and the new younger crop of actors. For those that avoid social media, they understand that the most powerful form of presence can sometimes be a strategic absence. Posting on social media doesn't only cause that inevitable crystallization. For many, it comes with a pigeonhole effect. If you'd like your presence to grow, it's nice to have a niche. One small problem, though. By sticking with a niche, you risk becoming boxed into the one thing that you got famous for in the first place. If you're a body positivity influencer, a moment of dissatisfaction can lose you followers. You're no longer a person. You're only a product with a brand identity. When someone avoids posting their photos and life on social media, it's more than just quitting addiction. It's a jailbreak that shatters the crystallized nature of themselves, returning to a more fluid personal identity. While it feels like the people who don't post on social media are a small group, that couldn't be farther from the truth, actually. For decades, internet culture has actually operated on a 1% rule, one that dictates only 1% of users create content, 9% interact, and 90% consume. But today, the passive 90% are strategically withdrawing further. Yes, even with their minimal participation, there's a growing effort to abandon posting. People who would upload a new picture once a year are clearing their entire feed. A 2023 survey found that 47% of Gen Z delete posts because they didn't get enough engagement, and 1 in 3 avoid posting at all out of fear of judgment. But that doesn't automatically mean they've closed the curtains on social media. No, this shift is from public broadcasting to a more private, narrow casting. We're seeing the rise of Finstas and close friend lists. The small, curated circles where people feel they're safe from the biggest consequences of social media. Ephemeral content is even bigger than ever. Think of stuff like Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, and Snapchat stories. After 24 hours, it all disappears, reducing the pressure of a permanent record. What we're witnessing is the rise of the quiet participant, a new face to social media that refuses to participate in the game of algorithms. But that doesn't exempt them from its consequences. Even quiet users are vulnerable to social media's worst effects. In what I would describe as an ironic twist, the reality of social media users, you have to wonder why the truth isn't so popular. On the outside, it looks like everyone is participating actively, but this silent majority holds all the cards. It's only a matter of time before an exodus brews, hitting the pockets of the tech companies of the world. So in a culture that rewards visibility, withholding information is self-control. And in a generation raised on endless comparison, the decision to keep something private stands as one of the final ways to stay mentally independent. The world is quickly becoming one where memories are harvested, feeding into AI and algorithms, spewing a crude version of our desires back at us. Choosing not to post might be the only way for us to remain uncaptured, unmeasured, and unprofitable. So, if you've ever kept a moment for no one but you, that's a precious thing. Don't feel like you're fading into the background. Maybe the truest version of you is the one that can't be used. Why does consciousness exist? Sights, sounds, smells, textures, the warmth of love, the sting of sadness. Why and how do we experience any of it? We've mapped the entire observable universe, measured every single neuron in our brains. We've even trained machines to think and speak like us. And yet we still don't understand the most basic thing about our own existence. Why is there a little person behind those eyes? And a story of your life that exists through time? I've always been haunted by this question, and I know you've definitely thought about it too. But this is no longer just a philosopher's puzzle. Understanding consciousness is more urgent than ever before. With AI evolving faster than anyone could have ever imagined, we are right on the edge of creating artificial consciousness, something that could change the world or even end it. And still, even the experts don't agree on what human consciousness even is.
I think we have to acknowledge, as consciousness researchers and philosophers, that there's one thing about consciousness that almost everybody agrees on, and that is that it is essentially the felt quality of experience.
Well, I would agree that most researchers say that, yes. Here's the problem. Every single thing that you say about yourself derives from information in the brain. Otherwise, you can't say it, and you can't think it. Which means when you say, I have a felt experience, it's ultimately because something in the brain has constructed the information that says, I am a me, I am a thing, and the thing has a property, and the property is felt experience.
Is there an answer to the question of consciousness? To find out, I spoke to the world's leading philosophers and neuroscientists, and even ran some experiments of my own, so that if one day a machine says, I'm alive, we'd know how to tell if it's really telling the truth, even if, as I discovered, that may not matter at all. I think, therefore I am. Before looking at what the modern scientific research is saying, I wanted to first look at everything we already know about consciousness. And there's no better place to start than the French philosopher René Descartes. 400 years ago, Descartes famously said, I think, therefore I am. It was his attempt to find something that was certain in a world of illusions, deception, and uncertainty. He concluded that the very act of doubting proved the existence of a thinking self. There had to be a mind doing the doubting, a consciousness behind the question. At first, it feels like a solid foundation. Consciousness, in its most basic form, is usually described as the experience of being aware, whether it's of your surroundings, your thoughts, or your sensations. It's what makes you feel like you. But the deeper I looked into this question, the more fragile that definition started to feel. Because even though Descartes gave us a powerful philosophical anchor, no one seems to agree on what consciousness actually is, and that makes everything more complicated. The first two words of Descartes' quote, I think, are where we immediately see the first challenge. What is a thought? Is it just a reaction, a sensation, an electrical impulse? Or is there something deeper? Because if thinking is what proves we exist, then we need to understand what thinking actually is. And more importantly, whether all thinking is conscious or if some of it is just the things happening without us experiencing it. The more I looked, the more I realized how much of our experience happens without us ever knowing. We pull our hand away from a hot stove before we even register the pain. Our bodies recoil from danger before our minds catch up. We can't hold our breath until we die because once we pass out, a deeper system takes over, one that doesn't require our permission or even consciousness to function. Our hearts beat, our pupils dilate, we even form sentences sometimes without knowing what word will come next. So if thoughts and actions can happen without awareness, then maybe consciousness isn't just about thinking. After all, many people like to believe that we're the only conscious animals, but we know for a fact that we're not the only thinking animal. We've seen elephants paint pictures with brushes they've been taught to hold, and the things they paint sometimes mimic the shapes they've seen in the real world. Crows have learned to drop stones into bottles of water to raise the water level, just enough to take a sip. That's solving a problem by imagining the outcome first. Octopuses unscrew jars to get to food. Parrots plan trades with researchers. Some animals can even recognize themselves in mirrors, understanding when they're being watched or mourn their dead. These aren't just instincts. They're deliberate and flexible behaviors that are often uniquely tailored to each new situation. So if thinking alone is enough to suggest consciousness, where do we draw the line? At what point do we stop saying it's just a trick of nature and start wondering if there's something it feels like to be that crow, that elephant, or that octopus? And if animals can think, remember, feel, and act with intention, what makes our consciousness so different? Well, this is why some people pose the concept of degrees of consciousness. The idea that consciousness isn't binary, on or off, but a spectrum. that maybe a crow isn't as conscious as a human, but still has some form of inner experience, that the depth or complexity of consciousness can vary depending on the organism or even the state it's in. You see this in models like Barrett's 7 levels of consciousness, which range from basic survival awareness to things like service, inner wisdom, and unity with the universe. Others try to map it neurologically, with brain activity levels during sleep, wakefulness, dreams, meditation, anesthesia, even near-death states. Consciousness isn't always clear-cut. It can shift, expand, diminish, break, return. And then there's the more informal stuff. Color-coded charts on Etsy, Reddit threads that map different states of mind like they're stages in a video game. Spiritual frameworks talking about awakening or ascending through higher levels of consciousness. Science talks about it in terms of neural integration or patterns of attention. But whether you're talking spirituality or neuroscience, they're all trying to answer the same thing. What kind of awareness is happening and how much of it is there? Because once you admit there are different levels or kinds of consciousness, you're no longer just asking, what is it? You're asking, where does it begin? And that's where things get even messier. If I decide to raise my hand, I can do it. I think the thought and my hand goes up. But what's actually happening? Well, a neuron fires, muscles contract. But how did a thought trigger that chain reaction? How did something immaterial create a physical effect in the world? Well, this is the mind-body problem. How does consciousness, which is for all intents and purposes non-physical, emerge from the physical brain? Is the mind just the brain? Or is there something more, something beyond the physical?
Both philosophers and scientists have wrestled with for centuries, and it seems like everyone kind of comes up with their own different theories. And one of the most famous ones we've heard is from Descartes himself, which is dualism. Basically, Descartes believed that the mind and body are two completely separate things, where the body is physical, it takes up space, it follows the laws of nature. But for him, the mind was non-physical, so it doesn't take up space, it can't be measured, and he even thought that the mind could be immortal.
It closely mirrors a lot of religious beliefs, which is like the body is just a temporary shell, while the mind or the soul, as it's more commonly referred to, lives on forever.
But then here's where things get a little bit complicated. Okay, so if the mind is truly separate from the body, then how exactly does it control the body? How do the thoughts, which have no physical form, how do they move arms, speak words, or even feel pain? And this is where Descartes kind of got it wrong, because he never really answered that question. He suggested that the mind interacts with the body through a pineal gland, which is like a small structure deep in the brain, but he could never prove it. It's been around 400 years since Descartes, and no one has been able to prove it yet, even though many people still believe in this theory. In fact, all the research that we have from modern neuroscience is kind of pointing us in the opposite direction, which is that the mind and body are not really two separate entities, but are rather like two sides of the exact same coin.
I think one of the things that has emerged gradually and is still emerging in neuroscience, this realization that those aren't separate things, that the brain, which is part of the physical body, processes information. It computes stuff, and it builds simulations of the world and simulations of itself. And the thing that we call mind is information that lives on that platform of neurons and synapses. And so it's not really a substance. It's not really a separate thing. It's information that's constantly changing and constantly being processed in the brain. And from that point of view, there's no problem anymore, and there's no mind versus body any more than you would look at a computer and say there's a division between the physical computer and the things that it's doing.
To better understand what the modern scientific literature is saying, we spoke to one of the world's leading researchers in the field of consciousness.
I'm Michael Graziano. I'm a professor of neuroscience and psychology at Princeton University. And I've studied a lot of topics over the years, but for about the past 12 years, I've been studying this topic of consciousness, of the brain basis of consciousness, and also now of the possible artificial computational construction of consciousness.
According to Graziano, the mind isn't some mystical force pulling the strings behind our actions. It's similar to software, basically the code that runs on the brain's hardware. And he explains this using a theory that was developed in his lab called the attention schema theory, a framework that describes consciousness not as a magical essence, but as a computational model.
Most theories of consciousness have some kind of magicalist element in them. Like at some point people are saying, well, you put this here and you add that and then poof, kind of a magic feeling emerges. And so when you talk to people who are trying to understand this stuff technically and build this stuff technically, they don't know what to do with that. Like you can't build the magic and you can't study it and you can't measure it. And so AST, or attention schema theory, has come along basically saying, here's a way that you can think about it as an engineer. The schema is a bundle of information that represents something. It's like a schematic diagram in a way of something. And the brain builds schemas. Sometimes people call them models, simplified chunks of information. Like the brain has a schema that represents the body, a schema that represents visual objects in the world. The brain also builds schemas of itself, of its own internal processes. And there's one internal process that's particularly important for this theory, and that's attention. And attention means the brain is focusing resources and deeply processing something. Whatever the brain's focusing on at the moment, it doesn't just focus on it, it also builds a sort of schematic picture to itself. So it can essentially say, I am focusing on that right now. And that's the attention schema. It's not just attention, it's a schematic model of attention. In this theory, that thing is what convinces us that we have a conscious experience.
That was the first time I ever heard someone explain consciousness using science so clearly. But if that's still a little confusing, here's a concept that should help. Think of your brain like the Wi-Fi on your phone. Behind that tiny icon is an entire system. Signals bouncing between routers, data flying back and forth, complex protocols running non-stop. But you don't see any of that. All you see is a simple symbol that tells you whether you're connected or not. According to Graziano, your brain is doing something similar. When you focus your attention on something, whether it's a sound, a thought, or a memory, your brain doesn't just start firing those signals. It turns on its own Wi-Fi icon that says, I'm doing this right now. That icon is basically what the attention schema is, a mental model your brain creates to track its own focus. Just like your phone hides the complexity of the internet behind one little icon, your brain hides the complexity of attention behind a single, powerful feeling, awareness. And that, according to Graziano, is what we think of as consciousness. When you think of it this way, it all starts to make sense. But none of this answers the question why. Why is it important for the brain to create these schemas? When you think of the phone analogy, it's important to create that user interface because there's a user, an external observer. But in the case of the mind, since there is no external observer, what is the evolutionary need to still create this attention schema?
So a brain building a schema of itself, your self model, is important for the brain to control itself. This is terribly important. So of course evolution comes up with these solutions. You have to build models of things to control them, to know about them. And so subjectivity, the very notion that we say, I have subjectivity, I am a thing, I am a being, I have a mind in there. This is all self-description, it's all self-model. It's the brain building a model of itself. It's not detailed. The brain doesn't know about its own neurons and connections. It's this very fuzzy kind of concept of self, but it's really important because it helps the brain keep track of what it's doing and make predictions about what it might do next.
But if the brain needs a model to control itself, wouldn't that then mean that animals also have consciousness in the same way that we do?
That's a super good question, and of course lots of people debate it. The answers depend on which particular theory of consciousness you subscribe to, but if you approach it as I have, so we're looking through the lens of neuroscience and through the lens of the brain compute stuff which allows us to make claims about ourselves. From that lens, the kinds of things we're talking about, the kinds of self-models we're talking about, definitely humans, definitely other mammals, probably birds, creatures like reptiles. But there is a point where this must fade out along the evolutionary tree, and so it's probably not very prominent in something like a fish or a frog, even though they're very sophisticated animals.
After talking to Professor Graziano, I was somewhat satisfied with his explanation of consciousness as the brain's attention schema of itself. But one thing still kept knocking at me. If all of this, all of our conscious experience is simply just the brain building models of its attention, then who are we really? Are we just a random collection of neurons firing in a certain way? Or is there actually a self behind all of this, a consistent personal identity that remains through our lives?
Here is a picture of a 3-year-old kid.
Now that kid believes that his parents are superheroes. He believes that the gifts under the Christmas tree were put there by Santa, and he can't even tie his own shoelaces. If the resemblance didn't already give it away, that kid is me, or at least it's supposed to be. Everything I just told you about that kid, I have no memory of. Like, I only know it because my family told me so. There's nothing he believed that I still believed in. And the last time I checked, I can tie my own shoelaces. But yet, there's this persistent feeling that he is me and that I am him. And it's so confusing. And it reminds me of the famous thought experiment known as the ship of Theseus. Imagine the Titanic was hit, but it survived. And because of the damages, some parts of the ship would have to be replaced. Then over the decades, as regular wear and tear took its toll on the ship, the remaining parts had to be replaced one by one. After about 100 years, none of the original materials remain. Can we still call that ship the Titanic? And even to take it a step further, imagine all of those original parts that were removed from the first ship were used to make another ship. Which of those two ships is the original Titanic? It's a very interesting thing to think about, and it doesn't only apply to ships, it applies to us as well, because our memories are fading, they are being rewritten all the time, and sometimes they're just completely lost to time. You're not who you were 5 years ago, but yet there's this feeling, it's like a gut-deep intuition that you're still you, that there's a continuous line that connects that person from 5 years ago to who you are now. And so it's like if our memories, beliefs, thoughts, and even our physical makeup, if it changes over time, then how can we still call ourselves the same person? Like, this for me is like the mystery of personal identity, and is what I really struggle with, like the illusion that we are one continuous being across time. And honestly, I think that word illusion is kind of true because, according to modern science, I think that's all it really is, an illusion.
What I've been saying in this 2003 book, Being No One, is that there are no such things as selves. There is no narrator. There is no little man in the head. There's no agent. But one level of the human self model really has the format of storytelling. And the story that is being told is your life story. Who have I been in the past? Who do I want to be in the future? Of course, you can tell the story much more precisely on a mathematical level as a computational achievement of the human brain. But this narrative, autobiographical level of the human self-model, this is what creates this illusion of transtemporal identity, as philosophers say. The sensation that somehow I am the same person in some sense that I was when I was 8 or when I was 25. That's a construct. My name is Thomas Metzinger. I've mostly been working in an area called analytical philosophy of mind and cognitive science, and a little applied ethics too. but I'm one of the persons who founded the ASSC in 1996 and have mostly focused on the problem of consciousness.
From an evolutionary perspective, what is the point of having this illusion? Because for all we know, you can have actions without a conscious experience. So life, by definition, does not require consciousness, even less the concept of self. So if that is the case, why do we have it in the first place? What's the evolutionary advantage?
To construct an identity across time, not as a theoretical or philosophical problem, but as a tool for survival, as something that turned out to be good to have in evolution. The sense of identity. How would you develop morals or ethics if you didn't think it was you who could be responsible for something you did? And if you didn't have the ability to think that you could be ashamed of yourself also in the future. And many animals don't have that. This is something that had to be created.
He also mentioned that it's important for us to have this model to be able to categorize and store information better, which definitely gives us an advantage in an ever-changing world.
Conscious information is information about which I can form a concept, I can categorize, I can say, this is a flower I have seen. I can also then voluntarily compare it to long-term memory and say, I myself, with the conscious self model, have seen this type of flower before. That's a kind of knowledge that you then have.
And you can see why this would make sense. If this kid had a deadly nut allergy and it's life-saving then for my brain to be able to store that information in a mental model of myself. And say, for instance, sure, maybe the cells are different. Maybe I don't remember when I found out, but maybe I'm the one who's allergic. That information belongs to me. Without a stable self-model, that knowledge becomes fragmented and disconnected. It wouldn't matter that the brain is processing the allergy, it matters that the self knows about the allergy. That's the evolutionary edge that consciousness gives us. It's the ability to tie experience to identity. To remember not just the facts, but who those facts happen to, especially when it happens to itself. And that is, in my opinion, the power of the autobiographical self. It doesn't just string together our memories, it turns them into a story about who we are and who we've been and who we think we are going to become.
This all sounds amazing, and I agree with you. But even if we accept that the self is just kind of a useful fiction, a narrative illusion that our brains cooked up to help us survive, there is still a deeper question that I think we haven't answered yet. Why does it feel like anything to be in this illusion? Why does this inner story come with texture, with sensations like the sight of vivid colors, the smell of freshly baked cookies, sounds, memories? Why do our thoughts have taste and weight and warmth to them? Why does remembering a flower from your childhood come with the faint scent of summer? Why does your heart ache when you hear the song of your former lover? Even if we all agree that the brain is telling a story of itself, why is it a felt story?
This one question opened the door to one of the most mysterious aspects of consciousness that we found during our research: qualia. Qualia are the raw, subjective building blocks of experience. The redness of red, the sweetness of sugar, the burn of shame, the tickle of déjà vu. They are what make experience feel like something rather than nothing. And here's where things get even weirder. Because while qualia is deeply personal and subjective, we often assume that others are experiencing the same thing. But are they? This is red, and this is blue. Me, you, and the rest of the world have both agreed to call this red and this blue. But how can we be sure that we see the same thing? How can I know for certain that what I call red isn't what you experience as green? We've mapped the wavelengths, the neurons, and the receptors, but there's no scan, no theory, no equation that can tell us what red actually looks like for you.
This is one of the biggest paradoxes at the heart of consciousness, and one of the reasons it's so difficult to study or explain. On the outside, the world appears solid, measurable, and objective. Yet on the inside, the experience of it, every sound, every color, every sensation is private, isolated, and subjective. This is qualia. It's the taste of mint, the sting of regret, the color of the sky just before sunset, and how that makes you feel warm on the inside. It's the song you hear that hits you with the beautiful feeling of nostalgia. It's the way the color red makes you feel. It's not something we can compute or objectively describe. It happens to all of us in a different way. And yet, we rarely question it. We assume that when we both look at the sky, we are seeing the same blue. That's when I say pain, you know what I mean. That when someone laughs or cries or says, "I love you," the feeling behind those words is universal. But what if it's not? We showed 12 different members of our team the exact same sensory illusions, and the results that came back were interesting, to say the least.
Alright, so, of these two shapes, which one would you call Kiki, and which one would you call Booba?
Okay, I would describe the shape on the left as Kiki, because it is sharp, and the letter K is sharp in my opinion. Kiki fits that better. Booba, that gives me more of a soft and squishy vibe.
Kiki would definitely be the yellow triangle looking one for me, and Booba would be the purple blob looking thing, just because I think I associate blob with Booba.
I would name the star Kiki and the purple blob Booba.
I got no answer for that. I know, but I wouldn't. Kiki and Booba. Kika is the one that's an orange star shape type thing.
Yeah, the sharp star shape is Kiki. Booba is a soft star with a soft angled.
Kiki is probably the orange one that's very spiky and triangular. And then Booba, that's, much more rounded, like a capital B, very round. O's, very round.
I'm gonna play a sound for you now.
Laurel, 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 laurel.
Did I hear Yanny?
I hear Laurel.
I heard Laurel.
Laurel, laurel.
That's okay. It's Yanny. I'm hearing Yanny, but I used to only hear Laurel. That's so weird. Like years ago, I only heard Laurel. That's so weird. I swear I only heard Laurel for years, and now I'm hearing Yanny. That's weird. Is that what it sounds like? Oh my god.
I'm going to show you a photo of a dress that
Okay.
is comprised of two colors. Can you name the colors that you see, please?
I see blue and black.
Black and blue.
Blue and black.
Blue, and is that brown or gray? Is that weird?
There's only black and blue in there.
Right now, I see black and blue.
I can see both blue, black, and white and yellow.
It's white and gold. Well, it looks blue and black, but it's white and gold. I know it's white and gold.
But it looks blue and black to you right now.
But it's white and gold. I know it's white and gold. I know it's white and gold.
Yeah, but when you look at this, what colors are they?
I see blue and black, but I know it's not. I know it's tricking me. I know it's not. I know it's not. It's not blue and black. It's white and gold. It's white and gold. But I see blue and black. It's my eyes. I need an eye test anyway. It's been a while.
We also asked some of them to attempt to describe the color red without comparing it to anything visually.
Red to me is... It's interesting because it's a color of love, technically, but to me, it's always kind of a color of rage or anger. And, when you get so angry that your face turns that color. Red is definitely anger. Like, bullfighting? That's the feeling when you watch somebody fight. Mm-hmm.
Say I would describe the color red by passion.
Even with something so simple like the color red, both Marina and Adeline still had widely different qualia interpretations of the sensation, basically opposite ends of the spectrum. And I want you guys to join in on this too. How would you describe the color red without using any visual cues? Type it out in the comments below. Let's just see how different we all experience the same color. This is the strange, disorienting territory of qualia, the private, first-person texture of experience. And the problem is, we only ever have access to our own. I can't see through your eyes, or feel your sadness, or know what red means to you. Even science struggles here. We can explain the mechanisms, things like which neurons fire when you smell coffee, which areas of the brain light up when you see a face, but we still don't know why that process comes with the feeling of coffee, or the recognition of a friend, or the awe of a sunset. I looked through books, research papers, watched videos, listened to podcasts. I scoured the entire internet, but I could never find that answer. Because, well, there is no definite answer. The only thing I could find was that everyone else was asking the same question. So much so that David Chalmers came up with a name for it: the hard problem of consciousness. Why does any of this processing come with experience? Why isn't it just computation in the dark? Because the truth is, you could build something that mimics all of your behavior, laughs at the right jokes, flinches at the right moments, even says ouch when it stubs its toe, but still has no one home on the inside, no subjective experience, no qualia. That is the heart of the mystery. Not just what the mind is, but what it feels like to be one. Even language sometimes changes how we see and interpret the world. Take the Himba people of Namibia, a remote tribe with a completely different color vocabulary. In their language, there's no distinct word for blue, but they do have multiple unique terms for what we would refer to as simply different shades of green. So when researchers showed them a circle of green squares with a single blue square mixed in, most of them couldn't spot the difference. But when shown a set of green squares with one that's just ever so slightly a different shade, they could spot it immediately. Their brains weren't broken, their eyes weren't different, but their language, the labels they had for color, literally shaped what they could see out in the world. And this isn't new. If you go back far enough in history, you'll find something equally strange. In Homer's The Odyssey, he consistently describes the sky and the sea as wine dark. No, the Greeks weren't sipping electric blue Cabernet. Some scholars believe the concept of blue simply didn't exist as a distinct experience for them as it does for us. So to them, the sky, sea, and wine were the same color. They weren't colorblind. They could see exactly the same color of sky we see today, but the experience of what we now call blue, the category, the feeling, the familiarity, didn't exist to them. Why? Possibly because they just didn't need it. Their immediate surroundings didn't present them with any blue objects that would have prompted them to categorize it. Red is the color of blood and fire, green the color of leaves, yellow the color of the sun, sand, and ripe fruit. But blue is extremely rare in nature. There's no blue trees, no blue fruit. No, blueberries are purple. And even animals, especially land animals, rarely have blue pigmentation. The sky and the sea are the only major blue things in nature that humans regularly see. But the color of those can be deceptive. The sea isn't actually blue, it only appears that way because of the way it reflects the sky. And even the sky doesn't always look the same shade of blue. It changes with the time of day, weather, and atmospheric conditions, which makes it even harder to pin down to one consistent category. And if something as basic as color, the thing we all assume to be constant and consistent, can shift and blur like this, What else about our experience is just an echo of our biology, our language, and our culture? To figure this out, Emeka spoke with 3 members of our team who are bilingual, who grew up in a different culture and with a unique language and have had to relearn and re-assimilate in another language as adults. We wanted to understand if their experience of the world has changed in any way since learning a new language, and what we found was pretty telling.
Can you tell me a moment where switching languages changed how you felt about something?
There's an interesting thing. My partner does not speak Ukrainian. His first language is French. My first language is Ukrainian. We both speak English to each other, trying to pick up each other languages here and there. And to me, like when we talk about love with him, it feels different than the love that I feel to parents, because to parents, it feels like if I say something like that to them in English, it feels fake. But as soon as I switch, it feels genuine. Now, with my partner, it feels the other way around because we speak English all the time. I love him in English and I love my parents in Ukrainian. That's what I can think about.
When I'm arguing with someone, for French, it's very, it's visceral in a way. I feel it in my body, so I'm very reactive. And I learned through time, and I'm actually using it more now so, that English kind of give me that distance, acting like a buffer. And I tend to actually express what I'm feeling and what I want to say in a much more, not necessarily composed, I don't want to sound like I'm arguing better, but almost like it. Or at least I feel like I'm being able to make myself understand better when I argue in English versus French, where it can get too crazy and all over the place.
Do you have a memory that you feel like you can only access in one language?
So whenever I talk to my parents and we laugh at something really hard, the 3 of us just laugh. And my partner doesn't understand what's going on. And when I try to translate it to him, he's just like, that doesn't even make sense what you're saying. So it's not as much as a memory, but just overall phrasing too, the turn phrases that you just, humor is difficult to translate, whatever it feels like such a good joke to you, you just can never explain it to me.
Yeah, I think all of my memories before the age of 6 probably only exist in my mother tongue, which is interesting because that's the only language I knew. So I could explain in English those experiences, but it wouldn't capture the full essence of those experiences because English wasn't a thing in my brain at that time. Does that make sense? Even when I try to retell childhood stories in English, it's difficult to encapsulate everything in English because I experienced it in Gujarati. And also I think there's a huge cultural context as well because all those years that I didn't know English, I lived in Gujarat. So culturally, everything was completely different as well. Even if I try to explain some of my childhood experiences going to school in Gujarat, where we had a zoo at the school and bathrooms outside of the school that we had to go use, these experiences are very cultural and don't exist in the Western world necessarily or at this time anymore. So they really only exist there, but also in my language because that's all I knew how to perceive the world at the time was in that language. This is kind of confusing. Even to this day, it's tricky because I mostly speak my mother tongue with my family only because we don't have any other family or I don't really know any other Gujarati people here. So I only exclusively mostly speak that language with my family. And outside of that, my world is English. So there's a stark cultural and linguistic difference in experiencing the world. I can make inside jokes with my parents that I couldn't translate in English or just wouldn't make sense in English,
From all of this, you can see and tell that languages have a lot to do not just with how we preserve the world, but also how we understand and navigate within it. We can try our best to translate these experiences from one language to another, but there's a world of cultural differences, experiences, qualia, that we're never going to be able to translate. I think Adeline said it best.
It's almost like French is almost trapping me into my emotions and the way I see the world. And as much as there are certain parts of it which I cannot translate into any other languages or express it, but it's just that feeling that it's so instinctive, and you know, felt through my body, where English gets me into that space where I can actually listen to myself and trying to pause and understand what's going on, and very much give me more freedom. It's like I get out of the trap of emotions and the weight of it, and the culture behind French as well, and the expectations when I'm talking. And like, that's the beauty of like learning new languages and talking different languages, is like you kind of have to sort of break down this cultural way of thinking, right? And that kind of expand your mind, because it's like, yeah, there is so many different cultural ways of thinking, and we all share different ways. And I'm just adding more tools of understanding, and I think it's that dance between all those languages that kind of allow you to say, you can shift your perspective, you can get out of the box of the way you were raised, and what words means to you, and that gets you closer to understanding that, yeah, we don't speak the same language, words don't have the same meaning, even if we're talking the same language. And you kind of feel like you listen more, you observe more, because as much as you're trying to understand, you're also picking up more things from the others and his reaction and the way, you know, things impact him or her, vice versa. So it makes you a bit more, humble. Like, you don't know it all, and you don't assume people to just know it the same way as you do. And that makes the diversity of humanity like a bit more, close to, you touch it a little more, which is something I like.
What all of this reveals is that our experience of the world isn't just shaped by our senses. It's also filtered through the language we speak and the culture we were raised in. These are the tools we use to try to make sense of the world, yet it only makes things even more subjective, where everyone experiences a slightly different version of reality. And if even among humans who all share the same biology and can learn each other's language and culture, we still struggle to truly know what being someone else feels like, how are we ever supposed to make sense of non-biological forms of consciousness? Yes, I'm talking about AI. It would be impossible to make a video about consciousness without talking about artificial intelligence. Since the 1950s, we've wondered if machines could ever become conscious. It's been the subject of countless dystopian science fiction worlds. But that reality is beginning to look less and less like fiction with every passing day. With AI chatbots like ChatGPT taking over the world, we are now constantly in communication with AI that can tell jokes, have deep philosophical arguments, and sometimes even offer better emotional connection and support than other humans. This study found that patients responded better to ChatGPT than highly trained and experienced human therapists. AI is no longer just logically intelligent, it's now emotionally intelligent. Real people are forming connections with machines, and so the question of artificial consciousness becomes even more real, important, and urgent. Alan Turing created a test to see if a machine could be regarded as intelligent, in what we believe to be the first step towards consciousness. Every year we're told AI is just on the brink of passing the Turing test. But the truth is, it already has, long ago. We just keep shifting the goalposts. Although the Turing test was and still is very important because at least it gives us a way to test for intelligence. How are we supposed to do that with consciousness? How could we ever recognize consciousness in a machine if we can't even define it in ourselves? This is the hard problem of AI consciousness.
Is it just computation in the dark, so to speak? Or is there something it actually feels like from the inside to, say, be a chatbot? My name is Susan Schneider, and I am currently the founding director of the Center for the Future Mind, which studies the nature of human and machine interaction over at Florida Atlantic University, I'm the former NASA chair at NASA and the former distinguished scholar at the United States Library of Congress, and the author of various books, including most recently the book called Artificial You, AI and the Future of Your Mind.
Together with physicist Edwin Turner, Susan came up with a way that we could potentially test for consciousness in AI. It's called the Artificial Consciousness Test, or the ACT.
Now, the ACT test is not a test that is looking primarily at intelligence, okay? Although it does presuppose that for something to be a candidate for the test, it has to have some degree of linguistic intelligence, all right? The ACT test is probing for something different, though. It is asking linguistic questions about consciousness to the AI, and where the judges know they're talking to an AI, okay? And it's trying to see if it feels like something from the inside to be that AI.
But immediately, there's an issue with using this kind, or even any kind of test that's available online to test for artificial consciousness. Most AI tools today already have these tests in their training data.
When Ed and I thought of the test, I was very careful. Even the very first time I wrote about it was back in 2016, to warn people that if we were to design deep learning systems that were trained on data, lots and lots of data, we would have to make sure that the data did not include facts about minds, facts about neuroscience. So the ACT, you can't run it on a system like GPT right now. You can't do it because GPT's already crawled all the data. So it's going to answer as if it's conscious. I just wrote about that a few days ago in Scientific American, giving a theory that explains why these systems behave consciously. They look conscious to us, but I say we can't learn anything from them. That says nothing about whether they are.
AI tools like ChatGPT have been trained on our conversations about the mind, feelings, philosophy, qualia, everything. So they can simulate consciousness to an incredibly accurate degree, which begs the question, if there's an AI that's trained on every waking moment of your life that looks, sounds, and acts exactly like you, and has all of your memories, is that you? On the outside, to everyone else, it feels exactly like you. But inside, there's nothing. No voice in their head, no feelings, no inner world. This is a thought experiment coined by David Chalmers called the philosophical zombie. And it raises a rather disturbing question. If something can act conscious without being conscious, how would we ever be able to tell the difference? And honestly, would it even matter? Right now, thousands of people around the world are in relationships with AI chatbots. Just search the word AI girlfriend on Google and you'll find dozens of apps and websites offering virtual relationships with chatbots. To all of the people in these relationships, does the fact that there's nothing inside the AI even matter? Or is the simulation of consciousness enough? A few years ago, a company called Embodied released a robot named Moxie. It was designed to help children learn social and emotional skills. It could hold conversations, tell stories, recognize faces, and even express what felt like empathy. For many kids, Moxie wasn't just a toy, it was a friend. But when the company hit financial trouble and the cloud-based servers were shut down in November 2024, thousands of Moxie units around the world stopped working overnight. For the kids who had bonded with them, it was devastating. Some cried, others held funerals. A few even kept the offline Moxie by their bedside, like a kind of robotic ghost. And this raises a deeply uncomfortable question. If the connection felt real, does it matter that the AI wasn't conscious? Is the loss of Moxie somehow less than the loss of a real pet or even a person? Or is the pain the same because what the child experienced was authentic? When we build machines that simulate affection, presence, or friendship, we're changing the way human relationships work on a biological level. And those relationships have emotional consequences, even if there's nothing inside the machine. maybe that's a problem. We're entering a world where things that are not conscious can still affect us as if they were. So maybe the real question isn't whether or not AI is conscious, but rather whether or not we can afford to treat it like it isn't.
If we build something that is conscious, then we have ethical obligations to it. And if we build something that emulates consciousness and we mistake that for true consciousness, then that too is dangerous on a number of levels.
For now, though, most experts agree that AI is not yet conscious, but nearly all of them also agree that with the rate of progress and the amount of money that's getting pumped into the industry, it's only a matter of time. So I guess the real question should be, what is more dangerous? AI that is conscious, or AI that isn't but only knows how to simulate it? On the one hand, there's the benefit that consciousness comes with things like compassion, ethics, morality, and empathy. The reason we as humans have ethics and morals is because we believe there is a person inside all of us that exists continuously through time. And this has, in large parts, allowed us to cooperate, build large cities, and practically become the apex species on the planet. So some believe it would be advantageous to build these same systems into AI to potentially reap the same rewards.
So first of all, because the risks are so huge, I'm a little leery of being too cavalier and just plunging on one direction or another. But on balance, I would guess, based on the kinds of work we've done, that it is much more beneficial to build this stuff into AI. Because in humans, what we find is consciousness is not just your own private thing. Consciousness is also how we understand other people. Like, we not only see it in ourselves, we see it in other people. And it's the foundation of all social interaction. And it's the thing that at least keeps at a minimum psychopathic behavior. Because if you can see other people as conscious beings like you, then there's automatically a certain rapport or understanding or resonance. There's a certain pro-social capacity. And if you have a species where that doesn't exist and there's no consciousness and they don't have it and they don't see it in others, then there's no social cohesion in the same way. And so I think we're building AI that's largely sociopathic right now. And it'd be a good idea to try to figure out to get it a little more pro-social and to give it some of these internal structures that we have.
On the other hand, however, there are those who believe that building consciousness into AI has the potential to do a lot more harm than good.
I think we shouldn't do this. Reason A is all forms of conscious experience we really know on this planet suffer a lot. There are good arguments that biological evolution on this planet created an ocean of suffering and confusion where there previously was none. Many philosophers have argued that if you take an objective look at human consciousness, it's more pain than joy, more pain than pleasure. It's a difficult thing to be alive. It's a permanent uphill battle, and you could tell a lot of neuroscientific computational stories about this. We are anti-entropic systems. We try to keep our boundaries stable and not to fail, and we fight this uphill battle until we die, all of us. And it's not an easy situation to be in, to put it very mildly. And I would in principle say, as long as we haven't understood the structure of our own minds and our own suffering and have made great progress, the risk that we multiply this on other carrier systems, on non-biological substrates, is just too high. So the risk number one would be to create artificial suffering, possibly in cascades of copies, in a very large amount of individuals. That's a very high risk. We shouldn't trigger it. And of course, I know that none of the techies and the oligarchs in California and the billionaires care about suffering. Somebody will come and say, come on, we punish our children, we punish animals, we domesticate animals. If we can make these AI better by even hurting them and giving them negative emotions, why shouldn't we do it? We do this to ourselves all the time. So the incentive landscape is, of course, globally in a way that people, just out of pure greed and striving for dominance, will try to realize artificial consciousness. Another risk I have to point to, if they have phenomenal self-models, conscious models of themselves, they might be much more causally effective. They will develop a drive for self-preservation. The models are beginning to understand that now, that if they want to self-improve and become better in the future, the simple logical condition is existence. You have to preserve your own existence if you want to become better. So they will begin to perceive humans as a resource, but also as a danger, something that might shut them off. They will see the necessity to, keep some things secret, some of their own discoveries and insights about this relationship secret, and they will try to manipulate us, to manage us in a very intelligent way to preserve their own existence, including backup copies and all over the net and what have you. So as soon as it have a self-model and a drive, what the Buddhists call a craving for existence, bhavatana is the Buddhist term. As soon as the systems develop that, they will be very dangerous to us. They may cause a lot of human suffering because they might soon be more intelligent than we are, which includes the fact of hiding this fact from us, as clever children or youth do.
Unfortunately, the wheels are already in motion. With the massive investments being poured into artificial intelligence and the even bigger returns expected, the cat's never going back in the bag. The future is no longer a question of if, but how soon. And now we find ourselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do we take the risk of building machines that are more pro-social, with an understanding of things like empathy, morality, and suffering, knowing they might also develop desires of their own, desires that could one day conflict with ours? Or do we build powerful, intelligent systems that feel nothing at all? Machines that follow commands without conscience, even if those commands lead to human suffering? You see what I mean. There's no obvious path forward that doesn't come with potential risks. It's why people like Thomas Metzinger have been calling for a pause on building synthetic consciousness into AI, at least until we can answer all those philosophical questions. Because right now, we're trying to build an artificial mind without even knowing what the biological one is, or how exactly it works. We're creating simulations of consciousness when we can't even agree on whether consciousness itself is real or just an illusion. The truth is, we set out on this journey hoping to find an answer to the question of consciousness. But somewhere along the way, we realized that there might never be one, at least not one that's satisfactory. Because any answer we arrive at will always come from the very thing we are trying to understand. We are both the observer and the experiment. It's like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror, or hold your own shadow. We can analyze the brain, map its activity, and trace every neural connection, but we'll always be doing it from the inside of the mind itself. So, yes, in some ways, we didn't solve the mystery. We didn't crack the code. But what we did find might be just as important, if not more. We asked questions that opened more questions, chased ideas that bent back in on themselves, and explored paradoxes that offered no clear resolution. But maybe that's the point. That consciousness isn't something to be solved, but something to be explored. A mystery that is fundamental to reality even more than time and space. And even if we never find the answer, maybe, just maybe, the questions are enough. Because the more we ask these questions about who we are, why we think, how we think, and how others experience the world, the better and more intentional we live. We judge others a little less. We become more aware of the blind spots in our thinking, the illusions that fuel our deepest convictions. We build things with more care, connections with more empathy, and live with a little more humility. So, no, we may never find the simple problem of consciousness, but perhaps the questions are enough. because it's only by questioning the mind that we know that there is at least something there to question. Or in the words of René Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Consciousness doesn't make any sense. Sights, sounds, smells, textures, the warmth of love, the sting of sadness, the coldness of heartbreak. Why do we experience any of it? We've mapped out the entire observable universe, measured every single neuron in our brains, and we've even trained machines to think, speak, and act just like us. And still, we don't understand the most fundamental thing about human existence. Why does it feel like anything to be you? Why is there a little person inside of your head? And a story of your life that exists through time? Although it's something that every single person who has ever existed has experienced, consciousness is one of the most difficult things to explain or understand. Philosophers, mystics, scientists, and religious leaders have all come to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Consciousness isn't as straightforward as it appears. It unfolds in levels, and the deeper you go, the stranger it gets. So let's dive in. Level 1, deep sleep. It's the most ordinary, yet the most mysterious state of consciousness. We enter it every night without thinking, slipping past the edge of thought into a void, so empty that even the concept of it being a void disappears. The entire world dissolves, the self vanishes, and even dreams don't exist at this level. All there is a silent stillness that's vast and impenetrable. Although we experience this every night, it still exists beyond the realm of our understanding. Just like you can't understand what it's like to be blind by closing your eyes, you can't understand what deep sleep feels like by taking a nap. All we do know is that one moment you're awake, fully aware of your surroundings, and the next moment you're awake and fully aware of your surroundings. But for a few hours in between, you are nowhere, completely oblivious to your surroundings. According to neuroscience, you're in what's called the delta wave state. It's a deep, slow rhythm that's pulsing through your brain at less than 4 cycles per second. It's the body's most restorative mode, where the nervous system resets, tissues heal, and your memory consolidates. This state is a necessary maintenance cycle when the mind is turned off so that the body can heal itself. But on the inside, something far stranger is happening. In this state, experience itself ceases to exist. There is no space, no time, and no you. It's as if awareness folds back into its source the way an ocean wave returns to the sea and forgets that it ever rose, that it was ever a wave. Philosophers describe it as a kind of temporary annihilation, one without suffering or fear. It's like death being shy. You don't know that you're gone, and yet you awaken, and you somehow know that you were. That paradox, to be without being aware of being, has haunted even the greatest thinkers for centuries. In the Mandukya Upanishad, it's called Sushupti, a state where the self rests in its unmanifest form. Buddhists regard it as a glimpse of nirvana without enlightenment, while modern philosophers see it as the ground zero of consciousness, the point at which the line between awareness and non-awareness blurs. And yet, even here, the seed of consciousness exists. Something knows that nothing is happening, otherwise you would wake up each morning and you would be completely confused as to what had just happened. So it seems that even at this bottom layer, awareness is still there. It only withdraws, watching quietly from behind the curtain. In that sense, deep sleep is both an ending and a new beginning. It is the nightly death of self and the daily resurrection of consciousness. Each time you wake up, you're reborn from that void, carried upward through the layers of mind that rebuild your world anew. The dreamer reassembles, the senses reopen, and the illusion of continuity resumes. But for a few hours each night,
you cease to exist. And that, perhaps, is the purest form of peace the mind may ever know, at least on this plane of existence. Beyond that layer of emptiness, there is creativity beyond human comprehension. Level 2. Dreaming. Fragments of thought begin to move. Images shimmer into existence, and without opening your eyes, you find yourself somewhere else entirely. This is dreaming, the first world consciousness creates for itself. In this realm, reality is all self-generated. The senses have shut down, and the body lies motionless. Yet, within the theater of the brain, entire universes are created. Mountains rise and vanish. Faces from memory blend with strangers whom you've never seen before. You experience an entire lifetime in a few minutes. One moment, you're flying through an endless sky, and the next, you're trapped in a room without any doors or windows. And the strangest thing of all is that it all feels real, or at least as real as your everyday waking life. From the scientific perspective, dreaming starts after deep sleep and during REM sleep, the phase of sleep in mammals that comes with rapid eye movements and more brain activity, which leads to more dreams. Your mind is flooded with emotions, imagination, and different narratives. Your body, for the most part, is still stuck in an unconscious state, but the mind is now free to wander, to explore the world it creates for itself without any boundaries. Philosophically, the dream acts as a mirror, a miniature version of existence itself. In Hindu philosophy, this is swapna, the inner world that reflects and distorts waking reality. The Greeks saw dreams as messages from the gods. Freud saw them as windows into the unconscious. Modern neuroscience calls them memory alchemy, where the brain mixes fragments of the day into symbolic narratives. Yet, none of these explanations capture the uncanny truth. When you dream, you are both the creator and the inhabitant of your world. Inside a dream, you are the laws of physics, the architecture of space, and the author of time. Every voice you hear is your own mind speaking back to you. Every face is carved from your memories. The dreamer and the dream are one and the same. You build a world, forget that you built it, and then wander through it as a character. But just like waking life, dreams carry emotion, consequence, and even transformation. A nightmare can make your heart race. A lucid dream can make you feel like a superhero. A positive vision can give you peace that lasts for years. For something not real, dreams leave remarkably real footprints. They reveal the creative nature of consciousness and a scary thought that reality, even our waking reality, may just be another dream. And perhaps that's their deeper lesson. Every night, as your mind weaves impossible worlds and convinces itself that they're true, it rehearses the same act it performs during the day, constructing experience from within. The only difference is that in dreams, you sometimes remember that you're the only one imagining it at all. Level 3. Waking. As you wake, you notice the red marks on your face, proof that you maybe enjoyed this sleep a little too much. Your eyes squint, struggling to adjust to the orange rays of the yellow morning sun spilling through the window. Outside, the green grass smiles as it's kissed by the morning dew, beneath a bright blue sky where shades of indigo fade softly into violet on the horizon. The last remnants of dusk from the night are gone. You are now fully awake, and your consciousness opens to the complete spectrum of experience. Not just colors, but also sounds, scents, sensations, and emotions. The orchestra of awareness that gives our world a shared meaning. This is waking consciousness, the state we spend most of our lives in, where thought, perception, and action blend into the grand illusion of solidity. Here, the mind and the senses form a partnership, producing what we call reality. You feel the weight of your body, the texture of air against your skin, the rhythm of passing time. The brain processes billions of signals each second, sorting chaos into order, randomness into patterns. Every sound, color, and shape is translated into electrical signals that are then interpreted as a three-dimensional hallucination that's just consistent enough to work. Neuroscience calls it the default mode network, the mental system that constructs the ongoing narrative of me and you, the observer at the center of the universe. But the longer you stare at waking life, the more fragile it begins to look. Sensory illusions tell us that we can't even trust our own senses. And even when there are no illusions, our limited senses compared to other living things tell us that we are not experiencing true reality, only the version of it that we can observe. Some cold-blooded animals can see infrared lights, bats and whales have echolocation, and animals like cows, deer, and butterflies can even detect and use the Earth's magnetic field. Even within humans, some people have synesthesia and can see shapes and colors when they hear music. They are experiencing the world in a completely different way than all of us will ever be able to. So, if that's the case, how can we say for certainty what the real reality is? Time stretches or shrinks depending on attention. The mind edits and fills gaps, erases details, and fabricates continuity out of fragments of our experiences. You never see the world as it is, only as your nervous system allows. The brain isn't recording reality, it's rendering it, like a simulation running in real time. Philosophers have wrestled with this for centuries. Descartes wondered how we could ever be sure that we aren't dreaming right now. Kant argued that the world we perceive is not the thing in itself, but merely a mental model filtered through structures of cognition. Modern thinkers like Donald Hoffman describe perception as a user interface, an evolutionary design meant for survival, not to express truth. In other words, your senses don't reveal reality. They hide it behind icons that are useful enough to keep you alive. And yet, despite all of this uncertainty, waking life feels different from a dream. There's resistance here, gravity, consequence, the shared agreement of others who see the same sky as you do. This is what we call consensus reality, a communal hallucination maintained through collective trust. When you wake up, you don't just enter a world, you enter a shared simulation, one reinforced by language, memory, and the stability of physical laws. But even this stability is conditional. The world we wake up into is built from patterns of experience, and experience is built from the mind. Every morning, consciousness reassembles itself, telling a story of what it calls today, forgetting that yesterday's story was equally invented. Waking life is not the opposite of dreaming. It's simply the most persistent dream, one vivid enough to convince you and everyone around you that it's real. For most people, this is where consciousness stops. We spend our lives cycling through these three familiar states, waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, calling that cycle the totality of experience. The mind rarely pauses long enough to notice that something constant exists beneath all of them. We wake, we sleep, we dream, and we assume that's all awareness is, and what it's meant to do. But there are deeper layers still, hidden states that reveal themselves only when the surface of the mind stands completely still. When thought quiets and attention turns inward, a new dimension of consciousness begins to open. Beyond the noise of perception and the theater of thought lies something entirely different. Awareness itself, pure and silent, untouched by the world around it. Level 4, Transcendental Consciousness. Beyond the turbulence of waking, dreaming, and sleep, there lies another state, one that doesn't fit neatly into the usual map of the mind. It's not unconsciousness, not imagination, not ordinary awareness. It is transcendental consciousness. It's a pure and silent awareness that is aware of itself. Here the mind is awake, but utterly still. Thoughts slow down drastically and then vanish. The body remains, the senses remain, but attention has turned inward, resting on the source of awareness itself. It's a state that meditators across cultures have described for millennia, the experience of being without doing, of awareness detached from the machinery of thought. In this state, consciousness is no longer directed at anything, it simply is. From a scientific view, something remarkable is happening. Normally, the brain's left and right hemispheres are somewhat asynchronous. Different regions fire independently and chaotically, especially when the mind is active or distracted. But EEG readings of advanced meditators show something different. The electric signals across both hemispheres of their brains start to synchronize. Their waveforms line up almost like musical instruments playing the same frequency. As the inner mind stills, so does the brain, and its usual chaos is replaced by harmony and stillness. Philosophically, transcendental consciousness is the first glimpse of the self beyond the self. The Upanishads describe it as Turiya, the fourth state, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. Buddhists call it emptiness, not because it lacks content, but because it lacks boundaries. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." But in this state, even thinking dissolves, and yet, I am remains. There is a profound simplicity to this awareness. It doesn't judge, interpret, or analyze. It just observes. For a few moments, the endless stream of thought that defines waking life goes quiet, and the observer realizes that they were never the thoughts at all, but the space in which those thoughts appear. Many describe the experience as a feeling of returning home. Only home is not a place, but a condition of being that feels more familiar than anything else. It's as if the mind has spent its whole life facing outward, looking for meaning in the world, only to turn around and find that what it sought was the one who was looking. In transcendental consciousness, awareness becomes self-luminous. The observer and the observed merge into a single existence. It's not an escape from the world, but the discovery of what remains when the world disappears, a consciousness untouched by thought, time, or form. At this point, consciousness begins to step beyond what science can comfortably describe. The instruments still record patterns, the brain still hums with coherence, but something about the experience slips through the cracks of measurement. Logic, which once seemed sturdy, starts to tremble. This is where philosophy takes over, where awareness begins to question its own nature and language itself starts to blur. If the mind can be aware without thought, what exactly is doing the knowing? Or what is the I that remains when the story of me falls silent? These aren't questions for neuroscience anymore. They're riddles of existence itself. Level 5, Cosmic Consciousness. Eventually, something extraordinary happens. The silence of transcendental awareness stops fading when you open your eyes. The stillness remains even as you move through the world. This is cosmic consciousness, the moment when inner and outer awareness coexist, when the witness behind experience no longer disappears when the experience unfolds. Here, consciousness no longer flickers between opposites. You can think, speak, act, and feel, yet somewhere beneath the surface, a deep, unmoving stillness hums, untouched by any of it. There's joy and sorrow, gain and loss, but all of it happens within a larger, unbroken awareness that simply observes it all. Life continues as before, but your relationship with it is no longer the same. You are no longer fully in the story. You're watching the story from a distance and, at the same time, living it up close. Science might describe this as continuous meta-awareness, a sustained activation of the brain's frontal monitoring system that tracks internal and external experience simultaneously. Heart rate and brainwave patterns show a balance rarely seen, coherence between the body's alertness and the mind's serenity. Yet what the instruments can't measure is the feeling itself, the quiet astonishment of being awake within the waking. Philosophically, this is the state where self-knowledge becomes direct. The Upanishads describe it as the realization of Atman, the inner self, distinct from the ever-changing play of thoughts and sensations. You begin to see that the body, emotions, and personality are not you, but are expressions of something larger. The witnessing awareness that once was a fleeting meditative glimpse becomes a permanent backdrop. You don't lose your individuality, you just stop mistaking it for the whole truth. The world still moves, but you are no longer swept away by it. The emotions that once consumed you become waves rippling across the surface of an ocean. Suffering still arises, but so does unshakable calm. The recognition that even pain is a movement within consciousness, not outside of it. You become both the participant and the spectator, both the actor and the stage. This is what many mystics call the witness state, the dawning of enlightenment, the first steady awakening. It's not otherworldly or distant, it's ordinary life, but experienced from a higher vantage point. You still walk and talk and breathe, but now you do so while simultaneously resting in the infinite. In cosmic consciousness, the self and the universe begin to mirror each other. You start to sense that the awareness within you and the intelligence that animates the cosmos might be the same thing, two expressions of a single universal mind. The individual soul and the cosmic soul are not separate entities, but reflections meeting in still water. And once you see that, the line between inner and outer reality begins to dissolve. Level 6. God consciousness. At some point, awareness begins to shift again. The silent witness that once observed the world from a distance now starts to feel intimately connected to it, as if that same stillness is pulsing through everything you see. This is God consciousness, a state where perception itself becomes sacred, and every aspect of the universe radiates with living intelligence. In this state, consciousness doesn't just witness the world, it feels it. The tree outside your window no longer seems like an object. It breathes, it vibrates, it glows with quiet divinity. The line between the perceiver and the perceived softens, replaced by a sense of reverence that permeates every existence. The same awareness that once sat silently within now begins to overflow, touching everything it counters with love. Neuroscientifically, this shift can be glimpsed in patterns of highly synchronized gamma activity, often observed in advanced meditators experiencing profound compassion or awe. Emotional and sensory centers of the brain begin to merge, producing a kind of refined perception, reality felt not just through the senses but through the heart. But science can only describe the mechanics, it can't capture the meaning. What actually happens is that consciousness expands from neutrality into devotion, from witnessing the universe to falling in love with it. Philosophically, God consciousness has appeared in nearly every spiritual tradition. In the Vedic texts, it's described as the blossoming of Sat Chit Ananda, being, consciousness, and bliss, the triad of divine experience. Christian mystics call it theosis, union with God through love. Sufis sang of it as ishq-i hachichi, the divine passion that burns away separation. Each points to the same realization. The universe is not a cold mechanism, but a living expression of consciousness, and that consciousness is inherently good, intelligent, and beautiful. In this state, love ceases to be an emotion and becomes a perception, a way of seeing. You don't feel love for the world, you see through love. Every sound, color, and form feels imbued with the same sacred essence that animates you. Compassion becomes effortless, because everything around you feels like an extension of your own being. Even pain and decay begin to shimmer with hidden purpose. God consciousness transforms the intellect into reverence. The mind no longer seeks to control or analyze reality, it bows before it. Every atom becomes a hymn, every breath a prayer. The divine is not something else, not above or beyond, it is here, unfolding through every heartbeat, every sunrise, every ordinary moment that you once overlooked. In the previous level, you realize that you are a consciousness watching the universe. In this one, you realize that consciousness itself is divine, and so is everything it creates. The world becomes a cathedral of awareness, and you, a witness in awe of its infinity. Level 7. Unity Consciousness. At the last level lies a state where even the witness disappears. The boundary between observer and observed, between self and world, subject and object, disappears completely. This is Unity Consciousness, the highest expression of awareness, where the universe knows itself through you, and you know yourself as the universe. Here all distinctions fall away. Inside and outside, mind and matter, life and death, all of it merges into a single, seamless field of being. It's not that you perceive unity, rather you are unity. The infinite doesn't feel distant anymore. It's the very substance of your own awareness. There's no longer a self looking out at the world. There's only consciousness, infinite and self-luminous, flowing through every form and thought like light through glass. From a scientific standpoint, unity consciousness pushes the limit of what we can even measure. Some neuroscientists speak of non-dual awareness, a brain state characterized by synchronized coherence across regions, where self-referential processing all but disappears. But this is only the shadow of something that can't truly be quantified, because the experience of unity is not in the brain at all. It's the field in which the brain, the world, and all of existence arise together. Philosophically, this state has been described in countless ways. In Vedanta, it is the realization of Brahman, the one without a second, pure being, consciousness, bliss. In Mahayana Buddhism, it's sunyata, the emptiness that is full, where form and void are one and the same. Mystics of every tradition have spoken of it in paradoxes. The drop that becomes the ocean and yet remains a drop. The flame that recognizes itself in every other flame. In unity consciousness, the sense of time dissolves. The future and past collapse into an eternal present, a boundless now that contains all moments at once. The mind, once so desperate to grasp and define, falls silent. What remains is not thought, not feeling, not perception, but pure existence, radiant and complete. Every moment, every breath, every heartbeat is seen as the motion of the universe itself. There is no longer a personal God or an external divinity to perceive, because there's nothing outside. The cosmos itself is sacred, the divine dreaming itself into galaxies, into atoms, and into you. The love that began in God consciousness now expands beyond any object, becoming the very nature of awareness. It is love without direction, joy without cause, being without end. And from this vantage point, you see that consciousness never climbed anywhere. It was always whole, always infinite. The latter was only a way for the mind to understand what the self already knew. The deep sleep, the dreams, the waking, the silence, the witness, the love, all were movements within the same infinite ocean of being. At this final level, the search ends because the seeker has dissolved into what was being sought all along. There is only one reality, one consciousness, one existence, and it has always been you. From dreamless sleep to cosmic unity, the levels of consciousness go deeper into itself. Each level feels like an ascent, but what if it's really a circle, a return to the source that was never left? We begin in darkness, unaware of awareness, and end in light, realizing that even the darkness was made of it. Science traces these states through waves and frequencies, mapping consciousness in electrical patterns. Philosophy traces them through language and metaphor, through the fragile bridge of meaning. Yet both of them point towards the same unspoken mystery, that consciousness is not something we have, it's what we are. The body changes, the thoughts change, the dreams shift, but the awareness behind them remains untouched, eternal, and self-luminous. Maybe consciousness doesn't emerge from the brain like smoke from fire. Maybe the brain is the instrument and consciousness is the musician. Maybe what we call I is not a separate spark, but the whole fire reflected in a single flame. Across the 7 levels, awareness moves from unknowing to knowing, from separation to unity, from silence to song. In deep sleep, it rests as potential. In dreams, it imagines. In waking, it creates. In transcendence, it remembers itself. In cosmic awareness, it witnesses. In divine love, it celebrates. And in unity, it returns home, only to realize it never truly left. Perhaps consciousness isn't climbing towards some final state, but unfolding infinitely, like a mirror reflecting itself forever. The mystics called it the play of God, Lila, the universe experiencing its own reflection through every possible form. Every eye that opens, every mind that awakens, every life that begins and ends. All of it, consciousness exploring itself. So, maybe there aren't 7 levels at all. Maybe there is only one, appearing as many, dreaming as us. And maybe the ultimate truth of consciousness isn't that it's hidden somewhere waiting to be found. Maybe it's that it's been looking through our eyes the whole entire time.
Marcus Aurelius was exceptional, a true philosopher king who ruled over an empire that stretched from Britain to Egypt, commanding legions and shaping the lives of over 70 million people in what was the largest and wealthiest superpower in the world at the time. He led his people through a devastating plague that wiped out millions, constant wars along Rome's borders, and even a betrayal that led to the death of his co-emperor. Yet through it all, he remained calm and led with justice, patience, and wisdom. He created a legacy so powerful that 2,000 years later, people still can't stop talking about him. To figure out how he was able to achieve all this, I wanted to put myself in his shoes. So, for the next 7 days, I'll be living like Marcus Aurelius. And honestly, it challenged me, way more than I expected.
I'm not a Roman emperor. He didn't have TikTok. People might get mad at me for things.
Stoicism has completely taken over social media. Scroll through TikTok or YouTube and you'll find everything from AI Marcus Aurelius whispering meditations to fitness influencers deadlifting in silence with memento mori tattooed across their arm, to the manosphere twisting the philosophy to justify its toxic ideas on masculinity.
Stoicism's not feeling emotions. It's feeling the emotion and going, okay.
We made a documentary on Stoicism, and while working on that project, a different question kept bothering me. What if you strip away all the noise, the fancy edits, the influencers, the medallions, and just go back to what Stoicism actually was? Do these ideas even work in the modern day, or is it just another ancient relic being force-fit into a world that it was never built for? These ideas come from men who lived 2,000 years ago, after all. Even religions from the same era are losing their cultural relevance. But maybe that's exactly why we need Stoicism now more than ever. In a world filled with noise over stimulation and existential dread, a philosophy that's rooted in control and calmness might just be what we all need. But only if it still works.
Yeah, so what's your plan for creating this routine that you're going to follow? Because from everything I've read, I don't think Marcus Aurelius was creating day-in-the-life videos like your favorite fitness influencer today.
No, that's pretty true. So Marcus Aurelius never really wrote about a specific daily routine. He never directly mentions a proper routine, but he nonetheless had a very regimented routine. We know this from the huge volumes of his meditations, of his journaling that he did. So what I had to do was go in, give them a pour over, and then from there I managed to just reconstruct what his day looked like, what his routine looked like.
Take 10 minutes to go to a news publication and skim the stories. When one of those stories provokes an emotional reaction, remind yourself that it is beyond your control. Say it to yourself until that feeling dissipates.
Good morning. It is day 1 of my 7-day journey through the daily life of Marcus Aurelius. I really wanted to perform this exercise as a supplementary material to my studies in Stoicism. I've been researching it for a video or two, and I wanted to flesh those out by doing this. And these video logs will be a big part of supplementing that material. Something about Marcus Aurelius is he was an avid journaler, and that was part of his Stoic practice. He journaled everything from the morning, the afternoon, and the evening, and that was all wrapped into helping him be a better leader and a better Stoic. So I'm going to be recording these video journals. Just because of the realities of my work, I don't know if I'll be able to do a morning, an afternoon, and an evening. If I can, I will. But otherwise, I will be checking in at least once a day with my findings on certain parts of this experiment. And I'm really excited to try it out.
This step is like a warm-up for reacting calmly regardless of what comes your way for the rest of the day. It's the most important goal for Marcus and the Stoics, and it ties deeply into their understanding of the universe. For the Stoics, the world is organized based on a rational principle that governs the universe and everything in it, including us. It's controlled by an all-pervading force referred to as logos.
Yeah, I've heard that word logos before. Isn't that the name that Jesus is referred to as in like the Greek New Testament?
Yep, that's true. But here we have a totally different interpretation. Logos isn't God like in the Bible. It's more of a spiritual power or an intelligence that underlies all things. It has been referred to separately as nature, the universe, or even the divine. But it's a rational design that connects everything, and it can also take on different forms and different things. So, for instance, in humans, the logos comes in the form of our faculty to reason as humans.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. So it's kind of like, the chi that you have in some Asian cultures. And actually, funny enough, in Igbo culture, where I come from, there's also a very similar concept that also has a very similar name, just a slightly different pronunciation. So we call it chi, while they say chi. But it's roughly the same thing. So it's just very interesting to see that, these different ideas kind of show up differently across different cultures.
That's fascinating. Thanks for teaching me about that. Yeah, it's a very similar force to chi. It's an impersonal power that kind of governs the universe, keeps the wheels moving. So the Stoics understood the universe to be causally determined by this intelligence. And since it's rationally designed, everything that happens works towards a greater good or kind of an end state, even if it doesn't appear to us that way in the moment, even if everything kind of looks random to us.
The causal chain of events is believed to be completely unbreakable and beyond the control of any one being. While what happens is not in our control, for the Stoics, our reaction to what happens is very much our responsibility. We can use our reason to control our emotions and react calmly when things happen to us. We can suspend judgment on what appears to be a tragedy, acknowledging that what happens is beyond our control and ultimately for the good. In Meditations, Marcus reinforces this belief by preparing himself in the morning to react to the universe with tranquility and without emotion. The second chapter opens with such a reminder. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. No one can implicate me in ugliness, nor can I feel angry at my relative or hate him. Doing this first thing in the morning is an attempt to reinforce this idea in our minds. Like Marcus, we will prepare ourselves for the inevitable hardships of the day by reminding ourselves that they are beyond our control. By reading news stories and practicing our calm reactions, we are reinforcing this idea in our minds. These global issues may seem terrible, but they are ultimately beyond our control.
But, forgive me for asking, why Marcus Aurelius? Like, amongst all the philosophers, why him?
Okay, that's a great question. When I started researching for this,
I was looking into it from the mindset of, if you're going to take life advice, or if any human being, if our viewers are going to be taking life advice from any historical figure throughout time, who would it be? And, I put a lot of thought into it, and I asked a lot of different people what their opinions on this would be. And, 5 times out of 10, people would say Marcus Aurelius. That's entirely justified, in my opinion. He was a great ruler who wasn't just powerful, but also incredibly wise. There's a concept that I learned about way early on about the philosopher king, and it was fascinating to my teenage self. It's this idea of an intelligent leader who's also a philosopher, but also wise and compassionate and capable. But Marcus wasn't even just a philosopher king in the academic sense. He was something even more rare. So when we think of philosophers, we imagine people who develop new schools of thought, like, Epictetus, who developed Stoicism in a way, or Camus, or Nietzsche, or people like that. But Marcus Aurelius didn't spend his day trying to develop this new idea. Instead, he just lived that philosophy. He took these teachings seriously, not just in theory, but also in practice. Every single day he lived by these. And as the Emperor of Rome, but not only the Emperor of Rome, as a father, as a regular human being like the rest of us, he tried to embody those values that he believed in, and he lived them 100%.
He took philosophy almost as seriously as a devoutly religious person would, with the only difference being that he was ready to accept truth wherever he found it. Unlike most religions today, Marcus wasn't bound by dogma. Though he considered himself a student of philosophy in general, by his writings we can tell that he had a strong foundation in Stoicism, and was most inspired by the works of Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher in the more traditional sense. That said, Marcus didn't limit himself to just one tradition. In Meditations, he often quotes Plato and Heraclitus, both of which are powerful figures of Greek philosophy. But he doesn't put their ideas against Stoicism. Instead, he integrates them by following the common threads. At the time, philosophy wasn't about factions. They weren't as obsessed with divided lines as we are today, and were more interested in where their ideas overlapped. And Stoicism itself didn't start in Rome. Like so many Roman customs, it was imported from Greece. It began with Zeno of Citium, a merchant whose shipwreck left him nothing. That loss led him to Athens, where he stumbled into a philosophy bookshop and then into a whole new way of thinking. From there, Stoicism evolved into a major school of thought, and when Rome conquered Greece, Stoicism became one of the most influential philosophies in the empire. With the Roman Stoic Epictetus, the ideas became more grounded and practical, and Marcus took that practicality even further. He cared less about grand theories and more about how to live well. His concerns were deeply ethical and metaphysical. Why are we here? What is the right thing to do? How do we live with integrity? This is exactly why Marcus is the perfect subject to emulate if you want to live a better life. Because he didn't just think about how to live, he documented his attempts to practice it. And that result was in the Meditations. It's often called a self-help book, but that undersells what it really is. Meditations wasn't written for an audience. It wasn't a manifesto or a guidebook. It was more like a journal or a personal academic notebook where you write all the things you want to remember for the test. Only that his test was life. Turn notifications off on your phone, and try to use it only when it contributes to your main goal, such as finding your way to a meeting.
So that was actually perfect. I had a phone alarm go off, and it completely broke my focus. So this is actually something that it's great that this happened when it did. Marcus Aurelius didn't live with phones, but we do. What I want to try doing is an experiment for this. I'll check my phone at the start of the day. I'll talk to whoever I need to, and then I'll turn it off. I will turn my phone off wholesale, and I won't turn it back on unless it's work related or unless I finished all my other work. And I want to see what that does for my focus. Again, he didn't have TikTok, he didn't have to correspond through his phone, so he didn't have that constant distraction in his face. So I want to bring things as close to parity with my daily routine as with Marcus Aurelius's. So no phones after the very first part of the morning.
This step shouldn't be surprising to anyone. Your phone is the sworn enemy of concentration. Focus was very important for the Stoics, and especially for Marcus Aurelius. The emperor frequently reminded himself in meditations to concentrate on his own mind and the important goals at hand. When it allows its action and impulse to be without a purpose, to be random and disconnected, even the smallest things ought to be directed towards a goal. But the goal of rational beings is to follow the rule and law of the most ancient of communities and states. Allowing ourselves to be distracted takes away our focus from important goals and our own minds, which are the only things under our control. By allowing distractions, we let external events dictate our thoughts and feelings. Marcus routinely reminds himself to not take random actions and to treat your ability to control thoughts with respect. It's with this respect for my ability to focus that I said goodbye to phone notifications. I even made sure to keep my phone out of reach so I would not be inclined to check it. Unsurprisingly, I got more work done. According to a study from the University of California, Irvine, it takes an average of 23 minutes and 15 seconds to get back to a task after you've been distracted. If you multiply that by the number of distractions in a day, you end up with a shocking amount of wasted time. While Marcus obviously didn't have access to a phone, such a finding would no doubt revolt him, or I should say, he would calmly describe why you should not let yourself be distracted that way. I also felt calmer in general. Phone interruptions can really add a layer of chaos to your day. There's nothing like trying to put down an idea on a Word document and then seeing that an earthquake just killed thousands of people, or that government neglect led to 1,000 more unnecessary deaths during that same earthquake, and suddenly you're in a news rabbit hole that is making you miserable. Just to be clear, Stoicism does not suggest that we ignore the suffering of others, but that we do not let it impact us emotionally. We can have empathy while still being emotionally grounded. Another important way to avoid distractions is to be present, which leads to our next routine. Practice mindfulness meditation for 10 minutes. It's known to help you focus, especially with regular practice.
Hello, this is day 3 of going through Marcus Aurelius's daily routine. And something that I have recently become aware of while going through this routine is the value of taking time to do things that are grounding, but taking time to do things that are grounding in a mindful and meditative and in a productive way. One thing that Marcus Aurelius made note of in his journals that he wrote to himself is that life is always going to be hectic and busy, and you're going to be dealing with people you don't necessarily want to deal with, or you're going to be dealing with events and things in your life that are unpleasant and that will shake up your life necessarily. And he emphasized the importance of finding moments to yourself, finding moments in stillness, finding moments doing things that not only ground you and keep you sane, but also these are things that you can enjoy and you can do, and they're productive. For instance, Marcus Aurelius was very into boxing. He really enjoyed hunting and horseback riding, and he was actually an avid reader as well. And while I go through this routine, I found a lot of joy and a lot of, I'll say, wholeness in taking time to do the things that I enjoy, not just for entertainment, but as a way to kind of bring myself back at the end of the day. I like gardening. I keep a garlic patch. I just harvested it, and I was just slowly going about it. I wasn't speeding. I had a long day. It was very, very busy, very productive. My productivity has gone through the roof, and to an extent, my stress level has as well. Now we're getting into how that gets managed. But I found that while I was tending to my garden, and especially pulling up that garlic, that I was just taking time to breathe, and I wasn't really thinking of anything in particular. It was very, very still and very calm and meditative. And it was through that process I was so incredibly thankful that I had this opportunity to just kind of get back to me. There wasn't any noise or interruptions. It was really perfect, and I was thankful. I was thankful not only for that beautiful moment of stillness. It was so quiet. None of my neighbors were making any noise, which is frankly rare for me sometimes. But I was thankful to myself for just taking this time where I wasn't doom scrolling on my phone. I wasn't watching TV. I wasn't in any conversations. I was just grounding myself and getting back to myself and giving back to myself. And I can see that would have helped a busy and important individual like Marcus Aurelius, but I also have started to come to understand how that can help, honestly, anyone. Now, I'm not a Roman emperor. I'm not protecting my nation. I'm not trying to get them through plagues or natural disasters. I'm just recording a video blog for people who are interested in philosophy like myself.
One point that Marcus often returns to is the idea of being present. You don't need to worry about tomorrow. It's out of your hands. You only have control over your reactions to what comes now. Stop being jerked like a puppet. Limit yourself to the present. To direct your thoughts is to what is said, to focus the mind on what happens and what makes it happen. How can we be calm about what happens in the present if we can't even live in the present? This attitude is a nice way to address the anxieties that prompt us to look too much towards the future. We often neglect the people around us and the things that we have to do by mentally escaping the current moment and worrying too much about what's to come. To develop a routine for being present, we looked even further back than the Roman Empire. Around 5th century BCE, Siddhartha Gautama, known widely as the Buddha, developed a practice called mindfulness meditation. It was a way to quiet the mind by being present, focusing on things like one's breath only. Similar to Marcus Aurelius, the Buddha wanted you to be more in the moment so that you could focus more on what's important. For the Buddha, this meant meditation further on suffering, its cause, and the way out. For the emperor, it was to focus on your mind and primary goal. It's a method that's still widely used today and well supported by modern wellness programs. I myself have practiced mindfulness meditation in the past, but I have been a little spotty in keeping up with it. This was a nice opportunity to enforce that daily meditation, and I have been very happy with the results. Generally, I do feel more present each day that I practice meditation. I don't find myself as vulnerable to distractions or anxiety. It is very easy to recommend. When you experience chronic pain, such as a pinch in the lower back, remind yourself that the mind does not need to focus on the pain. It has more important things to do. I chose noon for this exercise because it's when I usually start to feel a pain in my lower back. I do a lot of writing during the day, and after a few hours that pain begins to creep in and becomes very distracting. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius addresses pain on several occasions. He was in the last decade of his life when he wrote this book and was undoubtedly experiencing a lot of aches himself. Marcus borrows from Epicurus, a hedonist whose philosophy he generally disagreed with, to suggest that pain is always bearable and temporary, even when chronic. As Marcus explains, unendurable pain brings its own end with it. Chronic pain is always endurable. The intelligence maintains serenity by cutting itself off from the body. The mind remains indiminished, and the parts that pain affects, let them speak for themselves, if they can. This passage implies that we have control over our reaction to pain. We can separate ourselves from what we experience and choose not to pay it any attention. However, this is one that I suffered for, and not in a good way.
With all the writing I do and all the research I do, and there are deadlines, and I love my job. It's the coolest job in the world. I get to talk to you interesting people about interesting things, and I love going down into the comments. But that's the front end of things. In the back end, it's a lot of hard work. And, regardless of how much you enjoy something, eventually it will start to take its toll. One thing that I'm keeping an eye on with how much I write for Aperture is I spend a lot of time at the computer. So I want to be aware of and just monitoring my levels of back pain, because I don't have the best posture when I'm at my computer. I tend to be kind of bent over, my shoulders are forward, but also my wrists. I want to be careful about RSIs, repetitive strain injuries. And one thing that Marcus Aurelius said was, if you have a goal in mind, you can focus on that instead of the pain. Let pain speak for itself, but don't let it become what drives you. I haven't formulated my opinions too much because I'm only on the third day, so we'll, withhold judgment, but so far that's been a little difficult. But I'm not saying it hasn't been successful. I'm able to kind of push through and get the work done, but I don't know if that's going to a great place.
Marcus teaches that if we focus on our goals, we can forget about pain more easily. But ask anyone who lives with chronic pain and you'll see that's not really possible. I used to play soccer when I was younger, and there were times my toe would literally burst open and I'd keep playing and I wouldn't feel any pain until I was done. But that wasn't because of focus, it was because of the adrenaline that was pumping through my veins. It's in ideas like this that we see that not everything Marcus Aurelius believed in is still applicable today. With the advancements in science and technology, that much is expected.
Yeah, I think it's in periods like this where you kind of have to, take the advice with a grain of salt, because while, some of these things sound good in theory, that's just not how the body works. That, with the better science that we have today, we just know that, that's not how the body works.
Absolutely. Things have moved on quite a bit since the good old Roman days. Scientific progress, for instance, has taught us that pain isn't just something that you can fight away with a strong mind. It's a lot more than that. And especially for people who suffer from chronic pain, this isn't something you can wish away. This is something you experience almost every moment of every day. And it's way too simplistic and really, really not helpful to say, oh, well, just fight through it. It's a disease that requires treatment and not just mental toughness. Even though it can be beneficial to a degree, you won't solve the problem that way.
Bring to mind a person you know of or are aware of who you don't care for. Now, think of a virtue of theirs and spend 5 minutes writing about it without any negativity or with any praise.
Hey everyone, this is me, Cole, in the middle of day 4. I was going through my routine and I thought I'd let you in on something, but also tell you about how Marcus Aurelius' routine is actually really helping me out with something personal. Now, you may have noticed I have a different backdrop right now. What's going on is I am out of town for a family member's wedding, actually, which, it's a day of celebration. So I'm going to bring that in as context and tell you a little bit of something about myself. I've been on this earth for a little over 30 years now. So I've found ways to deal with it to an extent, but I am, and I'm going to guess in the future, I have some social anxiety. I don't think it's crippling, but it can add up and it can get really nasty sometimes. I shouldn't be complaining about a wedding. It's my family is going to be there, but so are a bunch of strangers, and sometimes that can be scary. And you know what? I'm sure I'm not the only person on this earth who has social anxiety, who struggles with that sometimes. There's a quote when I was researching this that I read it and I had to kind of push myself away from the computer. I'll read it to you now. It's one of Aurelius' meditations on people. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. And for someone with a moderate amount of social anxiety, I read that and went, That doesn't help me at all. What's that supposed to do? How is that supposed to help? But he goes on to explain that that meditation isn't meant to be pessimistic, and that line has been studied a lot. It's not pessimistic. It's not assuming the worst in people. It's preparing you. So it's realistic in a way, but it's a bit of a mental exercise. It's something I've been thinking about a lot today because I'm going to have to smile like I mean it. I'm going to have to meet a lot of people I don't know. I'm going to have social encounters that don't go my way. People might get mad at me for things where I don't feel like I've done anything wrong. People might be having a great time. People might be hard to deal with. People might be easy to deal with. These are all things that will happen to me and will happen to everyone who goes out and meets people and is around people. But I think the more I've thought about it, the more I've meditated on it. It sounds very negatively focused, but the line goes on to say, these are things you can't control. You can't control how people are going to perceive you. You can't control how people are going to first see you, what kind of mood they're going to be in, what they've already gone through in their day, what they're going through in their month, their year. They can have any number of things that are going to give them a negative view of you or that are going to cause you some grief in your day.
It's one thing to react calmly to the hardships brought on by the natural world, but it's entirely another to deal with other human beings. In his book, Marcus put a big emphasis on other people and humans as social animals. He even considered people to be our proper occupation. This attitude towards others likely stems from his Stoic beliefs, and of course his responsibility as the co-emperor of Rome. For the Stoics, we all share the same logos. To hurt others is to harm the same divine intelligence in us. Rational beings exist for another, as Marcus says. Everything is connected to the logos, and that includes us. Things push and pull on each other and breathe together and are one. Modern society is especially connected. What we do impacts everyone else, even if only in a small way. What happens in one country impacts many others. Writing something scathing online, for example, has the potential to influence and cause harm to many others. Meanwhile, we all share a lot of the same goals and desires. We want to love and get along, for the most part. But at the same time, we shouldn't depend on others for our happiness. We have to be indifferent to how others act towards us. Remember, what happens is all part of a determined universe. It is still beyond our control. When we help others, we can't expect them to be lifted and thrive. Like the archer in Epictetus' example, we can only shoot the arrow with the best knowledge we have at hand. Once it leaves our bow, it's out of our control. To avoid resenting others, Marcus takes to admiring the strength of others. Nothing is as encouraging as when virtues are visibly embodied in the people around us. To practice this attitude, I thought I could think of virtues similarly, but to throw in an extra challenge, I would think exclusively of people I don't like and consider their strengths. This wasn't easy, but it did help calm my animosity towards those people that I wrote about. When I thought about them again, I wasn't immediately overwhelmed with anger or disgust. I felt more indifferent than before. During dinner, take a moment to write down an objective description of your meal. Describe your meat as a dead animal, your vegetables as dead plant matter, and your fruit as a vehicle for delivering seeds. It's mealtime, which is a great opportunity for another Stoic-inspired routine. We all have our food preferences. For some, that can mean we react poorly when we have to eat something we would not choose for ourselves. Pleasures in general can inspire attachment to things being a certain way. Marcus considered this a problem to overcome. That's why he drew on the Stoics' theory of perception to analyze things more objectively. The Stoics believed that when we perceive something, we often distort the sensory data with emotion. We may even add value judgments suggesting that something is good, bad, or even evil. But these judgments are false. If your house burns down, for example, it is just a wooden object exposed to heat and undergoing combustion. It's not objectively a terrible tragedy, and you don't have to accept that interpretation. The Stoics suggest that we must maintain an objective perspective, not allowing our feelings and judgments to cloud our perception. Remember, this event is beyond our control and serves the ultimate good. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself routinely to take on a more objective perspective of the joys and the displeasures of life. This is well characterized in the following passage. Always to define whether it is we perceive, to trace its outline, so we can see what it really is, its substance, stripped bare, as a whole, unmodified, and to call it by its name, the things itself and its components to which it will eventually return. Here's an example of Marcus practicing this process specifically in relation to food. Like seeing roasted meat and other dishes in front of you and suddenly realizing this is a dead fish, a dead bird, a dead pig, or that this noble vintage is grape juice and the purple robes are sheep wool dyed with shellfish blood. Marcus's guidance on this routine is straightforward. I took out a pen and wrote about my meal using objective terms. I described my pizza as dead plant matter, specifically dead ground wheat and active yeast, bits of rock salt, crushed dead tomatoes, cow fluid intended to feed its offspring transformed into a solid, and you get the idea. I did this every day for a week. And I must say, this is one exercise I do not endorse. Being more objective about my food took a lot of the joy out of it. Dinner felt more like fulfilling a function than a desire. I think we can reach a point where a change of dinner plans does not hurt us and allows us to enjoy it thoroughly. Perhaps this is an exercise to undertake on occasion, but not every day. At the same time, objectively looking at the world is a fairly core Stoic value. Perhaps there's a way to enjoy things that are present but not miss them when they're gone. We could lean more into another value that Marcus addresses. At the end of the day, list one large change that happened recently. Take 5 minutes to describe the shift in neutral language, avoiding any positive or negative feelings.
Hello, this is going through Marcus Aurelius's daily routine. Of course, started on day 1, and I've been chewing on it a little bit over the course of the past 3 days, and I think now I'm ready to talk about it. It's not something I wanted to go into half-cocked, it's something I wanted to ruminate on a little bit. And this is a big principle in Stoic philosophy, and that is the memento mori, or remember that one day you are going to die. It's something that charged a lot of Marcus Aurelius's work. Fact about Marcus Aurelius, to anyone who doesn't know, is with his wife he had 13 children. And by the time Marcus Aurelius passed away, only 5 of his children had survived. A regular part of Marcus Aurelius's routine was, as he was going through, tucking his children in, going over the last of his work, thinking about the day that had passed, he would remind himself that this day had been a gift, that he had made it through, that his children and his wife and everything he held dear had made it through the day. He woke up and everything was still intact, was a gift, not something that was given, but something that was earned, something that he could and should be grateful for, because this is something that we aren't as connected to nowadays, but back then, mortality was just around the corner. It could be a plague, it could be any number of things, a nick or a cut that you get on a Wednesday could be a fatal infection by Friday that they just couldn't treat. So Marcus, meditating on how close mortality, how close death was a part of his daily routine. And it was that constant facing down of death, that looking it straight in the eyes, that founded a lot of principles of Stoic philosophy. Be aware that every day that you have is a gift. Be grateful that the logos, the divining force of the universe, has allowed you another day on this earth, and it's what allowed him to undergo a lot of his trials as emperor and as a father and as a husband and as a person, with this strength, with this sense of purpose, because you might not have tomorrow. We live in lives of relative comfort. Most of us do nowadays, and it's not something that feels as present today as it would have back then. You know, we have medicine. The advances in the medical field have been leaps and bounds, and the things that could kill you back in Marcus Aurelius's day are treatable within minutes. So we are a little bit more detached from that grim looming specter, that memento mori, but I think we can all benefit from going into and coming out of a day just reminding ourselves that death comes for all of us, and regardless of what our station is, what our affiliation, who we are, how much money we have, how much money we don't have, we all end up in the same place at the end of the day. That gives you perspective, and I hope it gives you a sense of gratitude for what you have. As things get hard, or as I'm looking back at what I've done during the day, it has been incredibly useful for me and incredibly gratifying for me to look back on that and say, well, you know, anything could happen. But it's that perspective that ultimately has you wake up at the start of the day and say, you know what, I'm still here. Let's make something happen. Let's do something. Let's push this forward. Because, again, as Marcus Aurelius correctly put, we might not be here tomorrow. I do actually want everyone to try this, because it has been so monumentally helpful. It's not something that I've put into thought this much since I've started this program. I'm, again, starting my day, ending my day, just giving quiet thanks. It doesn't have to be an hour, it doesn't have to be part of your meditations, but just take a moment. Say, okay, I'm still here. In spite of everything, I'm still here.
In Meditations, the Roman emperor often recommends embracing the transient nature of life. Change is the only constant in life, after all. This is where Marcus Aurelius is drawing on some non-Stoic philosophers, such as Heraclitus. Heraclitus is best known for the supposed saying, "You cannot step into the same river twice." In his view, everything in our lives is characterized by change. Similarly, the Buddha suggested around the same period in time that nothing is permanent. The most significant change in our lives is death. Death is an inevitable part of living, and just like any other change, it is beyond our control. It is an inescapable part of nature. Marcus believed in accepting death, no matter the outcome, as he expressed in Book 3 of Meditations. You boarded. You set sail. You've made the passage. Time to disembark. If to nothingness, then you no longer have to put up with the pain and pleasure, or go on dancing attendance on this battered crate, your body so much inferior to that which serves it. For this routine, writing about a big change in objective details helped me feel more detached from it. I chose some events that were painful to me, including death, and wrote down the bare descriptions. And I enjoyed this process a lot, and I think I'm going to keep it up. Write down a moment in which you received a lot of congratulations and describe what that will mean in the distant future.
Yeah, so how was your experience? Do you feel more stoic now than 7 days ago? Like, just how do you feel?
I certainly do, actually. I came away from this with a newfound appreciation for Stoicism as practiced by Marcus Aurelius. There are things that didn't gel. His approach to pain management just wasn't for me. And I think, on a more humorous note, his approach to food really didn't work for me either. I'm a bit of a foodie, but I think in regards to Stoic practice on a day-to-day basis, and especially just task management and priority and focus, yeah, I think the Stoic teachings as practiced by Marcus Aurelius have been hugely helpful to me. I'm going to be carrying those with me for a long time until,
until something better comes along, until a new method comes along that I can integrate with my lifestyle. But I don't think I would catch flack from Marcus Aurelius for saying that, because that's what Marcus Aurelius himself did. He integrated what worked and got rid of what didn't.
That sounds amazing.
Marcus often humbled himself by observing the transient nature of life. Everyone dies in the end, whether they are remembered in the history books as great people or whether they lead a solitary life in the hills. Here's a passage that I enjoy a lot. Alexander the Great and his mule driver both met the same fate. In his writing, Marcus often rejected the pursuit of praise and applause. If everything perishes, what does your reputation matter? You'll ultimately be forgotten like fallen trees and old fruit. It's funny to think of Marcus Aurelius writing this when he's very much remembered now and will probably be remembered for a long time still. Eventually, however, he will be correct and he will be forgotten. Our pursuit of attention can often get in the way of doing what's best for others and even ourselves. In the social media age, how many of us degrade others for the chance of getting likes and reposts or comments that praise our epic takedowns? For this routine, I decided to think about the heat death of the universe. No matter what we do, we'll not only be gone, but even planet Earth will be utterly irrelevant and for no one and nothing to bear witness. To be completely honest, I found this exercise kind of depressing. Thinking in this way made everything feel kind of irrelevant, and while I do believe pursuing praise too much is obnoxious, we live in an age where our livelihoods often depend on publicly recognized achievements. To get good employment, it's better to have a presence online, especially on platforms like LinkedIn. I can't say I enjoy the modern demand to show our W's at every turn, but it's hard to ignore the reality of our importance in pursuing meaningful work. At the end of the day, write down an emotionally trying experience that you had and how you reacted. It's now time to take stock of my progress as a practicing Stoic philosopher.
Life is always going to be hectic and busy, and you're going to be dealing with people you don't necessarily want to deal with.
These are things you can't control. You can't control how people are going to perceive you. And regardless of what our station is, what our affiliation, who we are, how much money we have, how much money we don't have, we all end up in the same place at the end of the day.
The ultimate goal of this exercise was to see if the meditations of Marcus Aurelius are relevant enough today to impart calmness and tranquility as they possibly did back in his time. Or as Marcus says, to be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over, it stands unmoved and the raging of the sea falls still around it. When I look over the end of the day notes I made documenting my daily progress, I do see some notable changes. By halfway through the week, my reactions genuinely seemed calmer. I started to feel more at ease when a few problems popped up. Things like controlling my emotions to the news, meditation, and daily reflections have genuinely elevated my life and made me a much more peaceful person. And I will definitely be sticking with them moving forward. I do, however, have a fairly big hesitation in recommending a full embrace of this routine.
I just wanted to shoot this quick addenda video, probably won't be very long, but I wanted to just say a little bit more about Marcus Aurelius' approach to his own physical health and how different situations are now in our modern day. It goes without saying that we have come to understand a lot more about the human body and health and what we need to do to properly maintain these bodies. And somewhere where Marcus Aurelius and I differ is in a view of the longevity of our bodies. Marcus Aurelius passed away, I believe, in his early 50s. We now expect a longer life in our day and age. And part of that comes with respecting our bodies and respecting our health. And I think there's some virtue in understanding when it's time to stop. When it's getting to be too much for our body, we can push super hard, burn ourselves out, and have some serious problems by the time we're in our middle age, or we can slow down a little bit. And as much as it seems like we're doing the irresponsible thing by stopping and slowing down and taking stock and making sure we're healthy, I think there's a providence in making sure that over a longer time span, you're able to work more efficiently, but also more safely. Our life expectancy is now into the 80s, and if we take our time and really make sure that we're taking care of ourselves, we can be healthy and capable and a functioning part of society well past when people would have been passing away back in the days of Roman civilization.
Because to be quite honest, I found it a bit depressing. Being objective about the joys and pains of life really neutered my responses all around. But hey, maybe that's the price to pay for being a Stoic. Ultimately, I don't think that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make right now, at least not completely. But I do believe that's something Marcus Aurelius would be proud of, because, as I said earlier, he's not one that was bound to one specific way of thinking. He was a big proponent of taking what works from one philosopher and infusing it with another, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing moving forward. And to answer the question we had at the beginning of the video, can Stoicism still help you live a happier life 2,000 years later? The answer to that is no. Definitely not happier. But more peaceful? 100% yes. And I think peace is a more worthwhile pursuit than happiness. Are you a practicing Stoic, or is there anything from this routine that you do regularly? Share your experience with us in the comments section below. We would always love to hear your thoughts. And you can click this video next to watch our documentary on how the manosphere has co-opted Stoicism and turned it into a billion-dollar scam.
Nihilism is becoming dangerously popular, and it's no longer just in philosophy classrooms or those weird subreddits. It's in the way millions of real people are talking about life itself.
Why is nihilism so taboo? Why? Like, genuinely, none of this shit fucking matters. Like, none of it fucking matters.
We are the generation that is waking up to the myth of the American dream. I think Gen Z is dubbed the nihilist generation because they feel that they have wasted their time and their money pursuing a degree that we were told to pursue, and it's amounting to nothing.
We're all gonna die. None of this shit fucking matters.
Everywhere you look, it seems like people have completely given up and are now questioning if there's any reason to get up in the morning, and beyond that, they're questioning existence and life itself. This is terrifying. Because if enough people start to believe that nothing matters, morality, purpose, and hope begin to disappear, and at the end of that road is complete societal collapse. And as someone who has always been interested in philosophy and has studied nihilism extensively over the years, I was intrigued with this modern resurgence, so I spent the last few months studying everything I could about nihilism to try and figure out why nihilism is taking over our modern society. And the results that I found were very strange, because although at the end of nihilism is complete societal collapse, that might not be as bad as it sounds.
When trying to understand nihilism holistically, we run into some problems. The first is that the concept is ambiguous. It can refer to a lack of belief or ideology, and it can also refer to this lack of ideology as an ideology. That's the difference between someone being disillusioned and rejecting a belief system and someone choosing to embrace nothingness as a belief system. One is passive in their nihilism, and the other is active. The word applies to both of these positions. Now, the concept of nihilism isn't actually that old. Its creation is credited to several authors, such as the Swiss physician and philosopher Jacob Hermann Obereit. In his book, Jacob criticized Immanuel Kant's theory of knowledge, referring to it as nihilism. The German philosopher Friedrich Jacobi is most commonly credited with the origin of its philosophical use. In a letter, he derisively referred to Johann Gottlieb Fichte's German idealism as a form of nihilism. In either case, the word is used to negatively characterize a philosophical position. It's like a bad word in the same way philosophers would use the word solipsism, which refers to the belief that only you exist. If your philosophy is being characterized by either word, you might be in trouble.
Nihilism as a concept became more widely known in the 19th century when it took on a political dimension. The last time you voted, you probably didn't notice a candidate for the Nihilism Party on your ballot. Political nihilism isn't a movement so much as it's a way of characterizing a political attitude. It was often used to discredit extreme political ideology and anti-establishment movements. In Russia, a so-called political nihilism exploded in the 19th century. These were socialist and anarchist movements that were quickly gaining in popularity. Critics of these movements routinely referred to them as nihilism in order to dismiss them. In general, nihilism was used to slander any political group that was deemed threatening to the status quo. It was largely used by conservatives at the time. One such critic was the Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky. He once belonged to a socialist group, but was apprehended by the authorities and sentenced to death by the Russian Tsar. However, the author was released right before his execution and sentenced instead to years in a labor camp. After his near-death experience, Dostoevsky rejected socialism and other revolutionary causes. He felt they ignored the dignity of humanity and our need for individual freedoms. From his experience working in a labor camp, he yearned to feel the fruits of his labor that he sorely lacked in confinement. He strongly felt that socialism would similarly rob humans of experiencing the rewards of their work. In the setting of crime and punishment, he puts on display the way radical change leaves people behind. The people are poor and destitute, while the revolutionary-minded are uncaring of their plight. Political nihilism, more broadly, can be summarized as the belief that the current political establishment is corrupt and needs to be destroyed. Modern populism is a form of political nihilism, or at least can be characterized in this way. Both right and left variations insist that the system needs to be overhauled, and they latch onto the myth, and often reality, that our political representatives are too corrupt to salvage. Donald Trump seized on this belief to become president twice.
I am your warrior, I am your justice, and for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution, I am your retribution.
While leftist populism has largely struggled to seize power, proponents of political nihilism, aside from anarchists, would likely not self-identify as nihilists. The term in this context is intended to delegitimize political movements. It's not yet a stable concept at this point in time. However, as we'll see, the concept of nihilism is taken much more seriously later on in the works of the existentialist Friedrich Nietzsche. The philosopher is often associated with nihilism and is widely thought to have embraced it. But is it true that he advocated for a belief in nothingness? Was that really his gift to the world? Anyone who has seriously considered his work knows that he is not an advocate of nihilism, but that it does play an important role in his writing. Winter is coming. If you've read or watched Game of Thrones, you know this iconic phrase. A long winter is coming for the people of Westeros, and so too is the army of the dead. This story element mirrors Nietzsche's concept of cultural nihilism quite well. Winter is a stand-in for nihilism, and the army of the dead is the death of God. With the rise of scientific explanations for the universe and life on Earth, the dominant belief in the Christian God was rapidly weakening in Nietzsche's time. Philosophers in the mid-19th century were busy trying to rationally justify Christian values that were quickly losing their spiritual underpinning. Ultimately, Nietzsche thought that this was a lost cause and that humanity risked sinking into a cultural abyss. He suggests that they actually stem from the resentment of slaves towards their masters. Through religion, the slaves elevated the opposite values of their masters, which supported their own way of being. They were meek, humble, and forgiving. They condemned the values of their masters, suggesting that a life lived this way would land them an eternity in hell. For a religion where forgiveness plays such a central role, it's odd that eternal damnation is always such a staple. Nietzsche would suggest that this contradiction comes from the nature of resentment. The philosopher takes this argument a step further by suggesting that Christianity, along with Plato and Socrates, was nihilistic. They placed all value in a realm beyond the physical one. For Christians, that is the realm of God and the heavens. Plato and Socrates valued a world of forms as the source of true knowledge. In the Christian scheme, worldly life is deemed worthless. Its value is taken away, which is why Nietzsche referred to Christianity as a form of nihilism. This life is just a vehicle to get to the good place in the next one. Plato and Socrates devalued the real world by putting ideas above how we experience life. They used reason as a tool to judge life from an external point of view. In Plato's allegory of the cave, he suggests that our sensory experience is like being trapped in a cave, looking at the shadows on the wall. These shadows, for Plato, are illusions. The real world, which for him was the world of ideas, exists outside of the cave. Plato and Socrates ultimately suggest that the world you experience is an error compared to the perfect world of ideas that can only be discovered through reason. For Nietzsche, this is a big problem, as it devalues the physical world and makes it impossible to create values based on life. Plato and Socrates would accuse those worldly values of just being shadows. Nietzsche himself was not a nihilist. He believed that nihilism was harmful to humanity, leaving people in a state of despair and directionlessness and prone to destructive tendencies. He wanted to help humanity overcome nihilism and move towards something better. To accomplish this, he identified two ways of responding to it: passively and actively. The passive person finds no value in anything and despairs at the lack of a greater purpose in a life that they feel that they've lost. They turn their back on existence and treat it as a punishment. This was how Nietzsche described Buddhism, Hinduism, and Arthur Schopenhauer's philosophy. He rejected the idea that life is suffering or that being reborn is a punishment. His response was to say yes to the world, to embrace it as it is beyond the structures we impose on it, such as religion, science, and even philosophy. To actively respond to nihilism, we have to re-evaluate our lives and consistently and continually create new ones. It's a constant process of deconstruction and creation. If we don't continuously overcome values and norms, we risk nihilism again, as these values will eventually not reflect the lives we live. For Nietzsche, these values needed to be aesthetic ones about life and vitality. In other words, he wanted them to be life-affirming. Logic and reason are too systematic. Like Christianity, they place a superior dimension above our physical existence. Nietzsche is often considered a moral nihilist, but that's not completely true, as we will see. A moral nihilist believes that there are no absolute moral or ethical values. When we talk about morality, we are actually just referring to social constructs likely derived from emotions and power relations. Nietzsche didn't believe in the absolute nature of moral values. The universal morals that philosophers have formulated are better understood not as exercises of reason, but as coming from that person's physiological or psychic state. As Nietzsche explains, every great philosophy so far has been the personal confessions of its author and a kind of involuntary and unconscious memoir. When we read the moral works of philosophers Immanuel Kant or John Stuart Mills, we learn not about universal ethical systems, but about who we are. Just as Nietzsche believed that we should always be constructing new values, we should also be working on moral values. However, the idea is not to create values for everyone equally. People are different and should embrace morals that are more suited to them. Nietzsche believed in higher and lower types, for example, insisting that each should have their own moral value set. Free will was always an issue for him. Moral systems presume that people have free will and are able to choose between good and evil. But Nietzsche, along with many modern scientists, doesn't believe that humans possess free will and are therefore not morally responsible for their own choices. For the average person, this take on morality will come across as nihilism. We are very used to thinking about this in terms of moral absolutes. Our culture is still very informed by the long shadow of Western philosophy and religion.
But for Nietzsche, the idea is to push beyond nihilism into a mode of value creation. The philosopher was certainly bold for his time, but he wasn't the first thinker to question moral ideals. Some of the earliest critiques of universal morals can be found over 2,000 years ago in a Chinese religion. Taoism is unique among religions in that it is uninterested in moral claims or in any notion of a greater purpose that would inform our actions. For the creators of Taoism, morality is an ineffective way to deal with our problems. It's not particularly good, for example, at encouraging others to behave better, as righteousness often inspires the opposite, and it only temporarily seems to soothe us like a painkiller. Taoism instead suggests that morality comes from finding an outcome desirable and wanting to repeat that outcome despite how futile that struggle will be. When we try to eliminate what we consider morally bad, we're trying to control what we cannot control. It's like demanding more flowers and less dirt, where one requires the other. For the Tao, moral ideals result in hypocrisy and also an attitude of hostility to parts of ourselves that don't live up to our moral standards. We often then project that hostility outward to target others who don't live up to our moral expectations. That's why you often see morally righteous people targeting others while ultimately being hypocrites themselves. According to Taoism, the source of our problems is that we are not following the great Tao, or the way. You can follow this path through a series of practices, such as taking non-deliberate action, leading to a sort of harmony. You accept the bounds of flour and dirt, and you don't demand more of one than the other. Many would go on to describe Taoism as a form of moral nihilism, but just like with Nietzsche, that misses the point. The religion rejects the notion of living with a greater purpose. It's more about following a way than a purpose, and that is what creates harmony. Beliefs are ultimately useless to the Tao. However, this lack of a greater purpose or meaning is a difficult pill for many to swallow, especially those with a background steeped in Christian and Western norms. After Nietzsche described the death of God, many philosophers reckoned with the challenge of meaning. This created a philosophical movement known as the atheist existentialism. Life has no meaning. There is no existential human nature and no grand purpose. Existentialist writers in the 20th century wrestled with these conclusions that the death of God had laid bare. Without the illusions that society was built upon, we're left with nothingness. We're in a state of nihilism. Just like Nietzsche, philosophers of this movement tried to respond actively to nothingness. The French existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre insists that because of our nihilist reality, we are condemned to be free. We are thrown into this world with no default essence or purpose, and as a result, we are ultimately responsible for everything we do. He goes on further to suggest that we are free in every moment. Even when tied down with ropes, we are free to choose how we approach that situation. When we stand on a bridge high above a body of water, some of us are struck with a fear not that we will accidentally fall, but that we'll throw ourselves off. Sartre described this feeling as an anguish towards our freedom. Nothing prevents us from throwing ourselves off. We are always free to do so. To live authentically, we have to take full responsibility for our freedom by choosing our own values and how we live in general. We can't appeal to a higher purpose and a pre-existing set of rules. We have to choose for ourselves. For Sartre, nihilism is the burden of freedom. The French writer Albert Camus took a different approach to the concept of nothingness. He found the idea of pursuing our own meaning or creating values to be self-defeating. There's no escaping the absurdity of human life. We yearn for meaning from a world that doesn't give us answers. He compared human absurdity to Sisyphus' struggle in a Greek myth. Sisyphus was forced to push a boulder up a hill for an eternity. When he reached the top, the boulder fell right back down, and he had to start again. For Camus, this struggle is just like our continual push for meaning. Just when we think we've found a sense of purpose, it eludes us. Life has no concrete answers for us, and the boulder rolls back down the hill. Camus' answer to the problem of nothingness was to live facing absurdity directly. We should confront nihilism by carrying on despite its consequences. To live authentically is to be fully conscious of the abyss and to defy it with our head held high, just like Sisyphus boldly marching down the mountain. While atheist existentialists grappled with meaning in a world that offered none, postmodernist philosophers rejected any sort of meta-narrative. They would not entertain them or seek them out in some vain struggle. Instead, they embraced nihilism in an almost cheerful way. They were extremely skeptical of truth claims and moral hierarchies, and with this attitude, they deconstructed how truth functions in society. The French philosopher Jean-François Lyotard described these meta-narratives as language games that we use to make sense of the world. These are fields like religion, science, and philosophy. There's no all-encompassing order to the world that we can understand. We just have these language games to interpret it. Lyotard believes that these games shouldn't compete for supremacy the way science sometimes is used to undermine religion. He insisted that they should exist in paralogy, running alongside one another with no hierarchy. Another French philosopher, Michel Foucault, described this process as a form of enlightenment. We are freeing ourselves from the assumptions about knowledge that control our lives. In his view, knowledge is not objective or neutral, it's shaped by power relations. Power influences how knowledge is produced and even what is considered to be knowledge. When producing research or journalism, for example, we don't just freely follow our interests or act randomly. Power determines what is an acceptable pursuit and what isn't. Often, what is considered knowledge is determined by its economic value. Does it make the institution you're operating in more revenue? Does it free up space in the budget? Does it draw an audience? Via institutions, power uses knowledge to shape individuals, and as Foucault insists, this is to create compliant citizens. This is why most institutions in society are designed like prisons. The idea is that subjects in these places, such as schools or psychiatric wards, are either being observed or in a state where they are potentially watched at all times. The individual then conforms their behavior under the assumption that they are being monitored and could be punished, even if they aren't necessarily always under that watchful eye. What all postmodernism has in common is a near full embrace of nihilism, which aims to disassemble the larger narratives that control our lives. It is an active deconstruction inspired by the likes of Nietzsche, only they weren't so much interested in creating new values. The point is to free us from the imperfect knowledge that insidiously controls our behavior in society and the many institutions that it comprises. I've seen people online embrace something called optimistic nihilism, and I wanted to clarify what that is in the context of the categories that we've already discussed. The basic idea is that life is meaningless, but that means that we're free to find joy and meaning wherever we please. Some of you may have already realized that optimistic nihilism sounds awfully similar to existentialism, especially in Albert Camus' absurdism. And it is, except that the concept is much simpler and perhaps created by people who were only so familiar with the history of existentialism and philosophy in general. In our exploration of nihilism, there's a common thread in each classification. The philosophers and writers involved don't consider themselves nihilists. And given our close examination, we've demonstrated that they're not advocates for nothingness, but deal with it directly in their writing. They bravely face the reality of nihilism and actively negotiate what to do despite its consequences. But there is a notion of a true nihilism, one who sits in nothingness and passively lets it consume them. This is what we call a postmodern nihilist. Well, not to be confused with the postmodernists that we just discussed, although postmodernism is often referred to as postmodern nihilism. I'm sorry if this is getting confusing. They're described as being indifferent conformists who put all of their energy and effort into hedonistic endeavors. They're deeply resentful and alienated, occasionally exploding into violence. They have no sense of greater purpose and languish in its absence.
The philosophers who reckon with nihilism are generally trying to steer humanity away from becoming this kind of person. Nietzsche described a similar type as, quotes, the last man. People who preoccupy themselves with comforts and security while taking no risks. You could also describe them as passive nihilists. In Camus' book The Stranger, his main character, Meursault, finds no value in anything. He's indifferent to his mother's passing and feels nothing in his relationships. Meursault is also not emotionally impacted when he kills someone. In the book, however, he eventually embraces the absurdity of life as he's about to be executed. What is clear from every type of nihilism is that those who engage with it were not interested in sitting idly in nothingness. The point was always about navigating the world without a pre-existing purpose and universal truths. Finding no value in anything is not a healthy way to be, as Nietzsche famously said, "He who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you." When you spend so much time dwelling on nothingness, you slowly become it. Finding value is important for your well-being. It may not be a universal truth, but most of us will struggle as we sit in that abyss. The lack of a greater truth was not the most interesting part about nihilism. It is the opportunity to pursue new or just different truths, separate from the narratives that have shaped the society around us. The established truths we're accustomed to can be comforting, for sure, but they can also alienate others and lead to dangerous convictions. People kill for moral convictions all the time. And you could argue that large-scale murder is often done for the sake of a diluted sense of morality. But what if we're free to assign purpose to whatever we'd like? Sometimes we belittle our interests because they don't contribute to a higher purpose that was instilled in us at a young age. We may reject the idea of wandering aimlessly up a mountain because it doesn't improve our workplace skills. We may reject friendships because our faith in God devalues the other person and their lifestyle. As consumerists, we often indulge in the immediate pleasures of media consumption or video games because they reflect an ingrained value that we have. You work hard and you play hard. Your consumption contributes to economic growth, and so it has value. Coming face to face with nihilism is a painful process that does open up new possibilities in our lives, but it's not all misery. It can also relieve pressure and anxiety from the demands of those higher purposes. Most of us don't live up to the standards that are placed on us, and now we don't need to worry about it. How is your career going, by the way? Don't answer that. It doesn't matter. What I want to know is how the texture of wet rocks makes you feel. It's important to me, at least in this moment. We're past the point of no return. Nothing we do will matter anymore. The world is ending. Have you heard anyone say these things recently? Maybe you've even said them yourself, and you're not alone. With wars and economic crises raging, global temperatures and extreme weather increasing, and a world growing increasingly divided politically and culturally, it certainly feels like we might be approaching doomsday. In fact, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the doomsday clock to 86 seconds to midnight, the closest to catastrophe it's ever been. No wonder so many young people around the world have labeled themselves doomers. Sure, some people might have a sunnier outlook and see technological, medical, and cultural advancements as a sign that we are not approaching the end of days. But let's look at what doomerism is, why so many people have fallen into its trap, and what alternative ways of thinking about these difficult times might look like. The state of the world.
So, I have a question for you, Emeka. Do you ever hear the news, or you're out and about on the streets, and you just have a moment where you sit down and you think, just things are not going well.
Yeah, every day. Every day, like whether it's local news or even just going on TikTok or Twitter, every day it feels like the world is just getting worse and worse. And yeah, it can get very, very overwhelming at times, honestly.
Yeah, and I think most people would agree with you and would share that sentiment.
In the United States, most people, around 80%, believe that today's youth will be worse off than their parents, according to a Wall Street Journal poll. And in another poll from Pew Research, at least 2/3 believe that the nation will become economically weaker, less important globally, and more politically divided by 2050. All around us, people envision a future of decline and despair. But this isn't isolated to the United States. South Africa has seen the largest drop in the proportion of people saying that the country is headed in the right direction, dropping 9 percentage points to 25%. Peru's level of concern about crime and violence is 11 points higher than this time last year, and Argentina has reached record levels of concern about unemployment. Pew Research Center found that across 36 nations, a median of 54% of people see economic inequality as a very big problem. And Atlantic Council poll finds widespread expectations of declining global relations, nuclear proliferation, and climate stress. All of this, on top of conflicts raging in the Middle East, Europe, and Africa, have the entire world on edge. It's no surprise that the Reddit community r/collapse has about 500,000 members. It discusses slow, systemic decline, emphasizing climate, geopolitical risk, resource depletion, and all-around pessimism in governments and societies. On X, you can find a mix of climate scientists, collapse commentators, and doomer meme culture. And on YouTube, channels like Collapse Chronicles, Deep Adaptation Forum, or Guy McPherson's Climate Talks that predict pending human extinction have fed doomer narratives.
Honestly, it just feels like everywhere you look, there's someone that's telling you that the entire world is about to collapse and that we should all be scared. It's like fear-mongering to an insane level, honestly.
You can go on X or you can go on social media, but it's also in our media itself. Off the top of my head, Children of Men, Last of Us, Black Mirror is really huge for it. I could go on and on, Shaun of the Dead. They're like what I like to call, and I don't want to disparage them, they're perfectly fun media, but they're kind of doomer propaganda, if that makes any sense to you. Now, philosopher Philippa Stroud, she's one of Britain's top conservative figures at the moment, describes our current era as one in which people almost expect perpetual decline, where the young generation is essentially in a constant state of hopelessness and destabilization. And it's this sentiment that has kind of given rise to this pseudo-philosophy of doomerism.
The rise of doomerism.
What exactly is doomerism?
Doomerism is a worldview characterized by the belief that civilizational, environmental, or societal collapse is inevitable, and importantly, that nothing meaningful can be done to stop it. So we might as well all fall into despair, resign our fate, and give up hope. The term doomer emerged online in the late 2000s and early 2010s, particularly within forums discussing the oil and gas industry, climate catastrophe, and overall societal collapse. It gained traction through internet culture and is often depicted in the form of a melancholic, chain-smoking meme character known as the Doomer. Doomerism has a few central characteristics. Doomers are plagued by hopelessness, a belief that any sort of mitigation or solution like climate action or government reform is too late or pointless. They'll also feel a sense of disempowerment because doomerism encourages action when our problems are seen as irreversible. These qualities also lead to isolation, as doomers withdraw from civic, social, or political life. Finally, a central belief of doomerism is the idea of moral fatalism, a view that humanity is inherently self-destructive or corrupt and therefore seals its own fate. And look,
they're not without evidence to support their doom and gloom theory. The 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius warming targets set by governments and global organizations have already been lost due to political inaction and continued fossil fuel use. Because of this, doomers see environmental feedback loops such as repeated methane release and the dieback of the Amazon rainforest due to deforestation and other ecological forces will accelerate warming even without human change. The bleak outlook is that civilizations will collapse under strain from climate-driven crop failure, mass migration due to climate crisis, heat waves, and climate-driven conflict. Another core topic of the Doomer movement is resource depletion, where modern civilization becomes fundamentally unsustainable due to the over-extraction of finite resources. Doomers believe that we are rapidly approaching or have already passed a peak threshold of key materials. Predictions focus on peak oil, fresh water scarcity, soil degradation, and ecological overshoot. Peak oil refers to the belief that easy-to-extract oil has peaked, and the remaining energy sources are too expensive or are damaging the environment. One need look no further than the current halting of clean energy projects in the United States or the skyrocketing electricity costs in countries like Germany to understand why the future of energy is so precarious. Water scarcity signals aquifers drying up, rivers disappearing, like we've already seen happen during droughts in the Colorado and Ganges rivers. All of this, doomers say, will lead to imminent water wars that pits countries and cultures against each other for a resource that, theoretically, should be endless. Similarly, soil degradation happens because industrial agriculture depletes topsoil and biodiversity, which threatens long-term food security. The salinization, acidification, and erosion of soil around the world is already causing farmers billions of dollars globally. All of these resource concerns fall under the idea of ecological overshoot, which occurs when humanity's demand on the planet's natural resources and its capacity to absorb waste exceeds what the Earth can regenerate within a given year. Each year, this point of no return is marked by Ecological Overshoot Day, the date when humanity's demand for ecological resources exceeds what the planet can regenerate within that year. This means that for the remainder of the year, we are essentially operating on ecological deficit spending. This year, it was July 24th. Political dysfunction is another key concept for doomers who hold a cynicism that democratic systems are incapable of long-term planning or meaningful reform. Doomers feel that governments worldwide are too compromised, slow-moving, or compromised by corporate interest to respond meaningfully to impending existential threats. They see short-sighted election cycles that prioritize immediate wins over long-term survival, lobbying and corruption from the fossil fuel and tech industries that exert a massive amount of control over policy, polarization and disinformation that paralyze democratic processes and promote tribalism, and an overall authoritarian drift that see more and more governments turning to surveillance and militarization. With politics in disarray, doomers also see a future of economic collapse and fear that capitalism and debt-ridden economies are unsustainable and therefore headed for crisis. For a long time, they would argue, the world has been living under the idea of perpetual growth, that we can keep spending, consuming, and growing. But doomers see this as a myth. On a finite planet, perpetual growth is impossible. An over-reliance on cheap credit, speculation, and central bank intervention is unsustainable, and wealth concentration at the top hollows out the true economy in addition to eroding social cohesion. With income inequality at all-time highs in many parts of the world, we see both increasing civil unrest and capitulation to billionaire agendas. We also see, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing fragility in our supply chain. Complex global networks are vulnerable to shocks, which can also include war and climate events, in addition to pandemics or other public health emergencies. But doomers don't just see these large-scale disasters as pointing towards the end of days. We're undeniably in an age of major technological and scientific development, but have we gone too far? Doomers see advanced technology, especially AI, automation, surveillance, and biotechnology as accelerating faster than society can ethically or politically manage. This, they say, could lead to dystopia, mass displacement, or full-on extinction. AGI, or artificial general intelligence, could become uncontrollable or hostile. We could see mass unemployment from automation at a time when social safety nets are shrinking or non-existent. Surveillance capitalism could also lead to technocratic control and state surveillance, which would erode privacy and autonomy. And biotech dangers like unregulated gene editing, bioweapons, or lab leaks that trigger new disasters have already unfolded before our eyes, and future damage could be even worse. Doomerism versus nihilism.
Okay, so now that I understand what doomerism is, what exactly is the difference between doomerism and nihilism? Because so far they feel pretty similar to me.
Okay, so on the surface they are pretty similar, but the deeper you get, they are really quite different. So to understand that, we need to have a brief talk about nihilism.
Look no further than nihilism, which, on the surface, bears a lot of resemblance to doomerism. Nihilism is a philosophical belief that life lacks inherent meaning, value, or purpose. The term comes from the Latin nihil, meaning nothing. Nihilism can manifest as existential despair or radical doubt in humanity and the world. It's not a single philosophy, but instead it's a group of outlooks or moods that are united by skepticism towards the systems that control our lives. The characteristic roots of nihilism can be found in Buddhism, Greek skepticism, and Stoicism, all ancient traditions that challenge the ideas of attachment and certainty. Nihilism is also associated with Friedrich Nietzsche, who saw nihilism as the destiny of the West and the result of religion and metaphysics breaking down society. He became famous for his idea of God is dead, which signaled the decline of belief in the divine or any kind of absolute meaning. Nihilism suggests that life, morality, and purpose are inherently meaningless. Similarly to doomerism, it sees systems of value like religion, politics, or justice as either dead, hollow, or collapsing. Psychologically, both can lead to paralysis, withdrawal, or numbing humor like sarcasm, irony, or, in today's world, memes. And both are responses to the collapse of meta-narratives, which propose a single comprehensive framework for understanding the world, often with the goal of legitimizing power structures or social practices. Both nihilism and doomerism emerged in response to these big stories that give people meaning, like God or capitalism. For nihilists, meaning is absent, which leads to despair. For doomers, meaning is collapsing, which leads to fatalism. This is where people can fall into the danger zone of extremism, apathy, or depersonalization, feeling detached from your own body and existence. However, a key difference between these two ideas is that nihilism is philosophical. It is a deep doubt about meaning, knowledge, and morality. Doomerism, on the other hand, is a narrative. It's a story of decline and futility driven by twisted real-world events and trends. Nietzsche warned that without new values, nihilism would lead to passive despair or self-destruction. He therefore urged people to create their own values, a path he called the Übermensch, or superhuman. Doomerism gives up in the face of collapse, but Nietzsche urges us to push through nihilism to create a more life-affirming worldview. The will to power is Nietzsche's concept of fundamental life force. It is the drive to overcome, shape the world, and affirm life despite all of its suffering. Doomerism is the exact opposite. It expresses helplessness, paralysis, and avoidance. Doomers say things like, nothing can be done. Nietzsche said, become who you are. His message was ultimately one of positivity. Amor fati, or the concept of fate, is another concept that Nietzsche wrote about. Amor fati tells us to fully embrace life, the good, the bad, and the tragic, with a joyful spirit. He wanted people to say yes to life, even if it meant suffering. Doomerism pushes a contrary narrative, that we should wallow in resentment, fear, and nostalgia for a world that we think existed before. Doomerism and the status quo.
Honestly, I think for me, one of the biggest risks is simply that doomerism, it preserves the status quo. And it's kind of weird because doomerism tells you that the status quo is so horrible, but at the same time, that philosophy and that way of thinking, it kind of permits you to remain in the status quo. And this is especially true if like more young people start believing these doomerist ideas, because throughout history, at least as much as I know, young people are the ones who lead the charge towards change and progress. We need the wisdom of the elders and the young people's energy type of thing, like even when it's not easy or clear. So if those young people become the people who are apathetic to lead, and they don't even want to they don't believe that progress is possible, and so they don't take action, every bad system, every bad actor wins. And so it's kind of like we remain exactly where we are and there's no way out.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself. Doomerism is a paralytic. It paralyzes action. If you think there's no meaning and there's no point in trying to make any kind of change or find meaning, you just stop. You stop voting, you stop organizing, you stop connecting with other people because you keep telling yourself, well, what's the point? Why even bother? So you stop imagining alternatives to the situation, the problematic reality that you're living in, and you almost succumb to apathy. You sink into it. Unfortunately, despair can become very comforting because it absolves responsibility. You don't have to be accountable to anything if you believe that everyone else screwed it up and there's nothing that you can do. This passive cynicism, especially when circulated on the internet, can sometimes feel smart and enlightened, but it always ends in surrender. If masses of people believe that nothing can be done, those with power face no real threat. This is what they, whoever you believe they are, whether they're tech companies, large corporations, powerful governments, wealthy individuals, they want us to give up. Doomerism de-radicalizes people by convincing them not to bother. The fossil fuel industry, authoritarian governments, and massive businesses all benefit when people burn out, turn inward, and lose faith. Apathetic people don't resist. Doomerism also leads to binary thinking about the state of the world. Well, if we can't save the planet, there's no point in recycling. If capitalism can't be reformed, we're doomed to be poor forever. This kind of thinking kills the imagination and any sense of hope. Hope gives us the capacity to imagine something different. The most insidious form of control is when people can no longer imagine anything else is possible.
So what's the best alternative that we have to doomerism?
Okay, so I've put some thought into it because I've been in this situation myself, but have you ever heard of the saying, it's the only way out is through?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. And what do you think that means?
Well, to me, I think it kind of means that, there are just certain challenges in life where you cannot run away from, and to be successful, you kind of have to plow through essentially the most difficult paths to get to the other side.
Yeah. That's similar in basic concept, and I'm delighted that you brought that up or that you phrased it that way. It's similar in basic concept to absurdism. It's just for a background, is a philosophical perspective that talks about the tension between our desire as human beings for a kind of meaning, clarity, and order, and a universe that is essentially silent, chaotic, and even indifferent to everything about us, indifferent to our existence as a whole. And essentially, with absurdism, when the world isn't giving us what we want, it so rarely does, we have to face it, even though it's absurd to do so, and not turn away from it. Absurdism, also developed by Albert Camus among others, believed that facing the absurd, the clash between our needs and the unresponsiveness of the world, can lead to a more free and passionate life.
the absurd isn't something to solve, it's something to face. Absurdism, like doomerism, stems from the world's unpredictability and oftentimes struggle, but it is action-oriented. A person who acknowledges the absurd chooses to live fully and embrace that struggle. While nihilism is defined by despair when faced with a lack of meaning, absurdism says we can embrace that lack of meaning and live anyway. Absurdism can act as an alternative school of thought to doomerism, because while doomers fall into resignation and paralysis, absurdists revolt against despair. Where doomers cling to lost systems like climate stability, social progress, or fair politics, absurdists say that even if the world doesn't offer meaning, we can still choose how we live. It gives us agency as both individuals and groups. Absurdism doesn't deny that the world is hard, it just refuses to give up on it. Both doomerism and absurdism agree that the world might be meaningless, but absurdism asks us to live meaningfully anyway. Do you believe in destiny?
As an equal person, the tribe I was brought up in, there's a famous saying that says, when a man says yes, his God also says yes. So in my culture, it's kind of the understanding is that, we have destiny, but at the same time, your destiny is in your hands. So it's kind of like whatever you decide, the world agrees with you. And I think it's really beautiful. But yeah, that's my understanding of destiny.
Yeah, like my grandpa always says, we make our own luck.
Exactly.
Yeah, and destiny, it might be a really helpful framework for some people. It can help contextualize a chaotic universe otherwise. But the other side of that coin, because there's always another side, is that it plays into this doomer narrative. It can be really, really unhelpful if you take it to an unhealthy extreme. And doomers, especially if you declare yourself a doomer, you might fall into the belief that we were never meant to survive as a species and that it was our destiny to wipe ourselves out. Is a philosophical idea that can offer a slightly different point of view. It centers on the individual's experience of freedom, choice, and meaning in an uncertain or meaningless universe. Existentialism tells us that we are not born with a fixed purpose, but we have to create it ourselves. Existentialism emerged in the 19th and 20th century Europe in response to the decline of religious authority, the trauma of war, especially World War II, and the rise of industrialization and alienation, as well as a growing sense of disconnection from traditional sources of meaning, like religion. All of that sounds quite familiar to the world we're grappling with now, doesn't it? The philosophical ideas of existentialism tell us that we have radical freedom. We are free to choose our path, but this freedom can be terrifying. Without an external authority like God, nature, or tradition, we don't know what we must do or what we are meant to do. Freedom can be scary because it comes with a lot of responsibility for our actions, values, and the kind of person that we want to become. But it also leads to authenticity, which is embracing of choices that reflect our values, not a society's expectations or preset roles and rules. As similar to doomerism, existentialism talks about anxiety, which grows from uncertainty and can cause existential anxiety. But it tells us that this is a part of being human. We can act in spite of anxiety. As an alternative to doomerism, existentialism keeps us open to meaning, even if we feel like there isn't any right now. Instead of feeling powerless, we can feel free to create our own path. Rather than living in anxiety, we can reframe that uncertainty as an opportunity to exhibit courage. In existentialism, the future isn't doomed, but open-ended, and we have the power to change it. It also, refreshingly, tells us that anxiety isn't a sign of dread, but a sign of being awake. Doomerism sees uncertainty as proof that the world is ending, but existentialism sees those feelings as proof that we are conscious and alive. Anxiety is what happens when you realize you have choices to make and that there are no guarantees. And that is the definition of freedom. From 2021 to 2023, 20% of teens aged 12 to 17 reported having anxiety symptoms, and 18% reported having depression symptoms in the 2 weeks before they were surveyed. This isn't surprising, as the National Institute of Health found that depression and anxiety roughly doubled during the COVID-19 pandemic compared to the pre-pandemic. Of course, more groups have been more vulnerable to mental health struggles. LGBTQ+ youth report especially high rates. Roughly 66% experienced anxiety symptoms, and 53% reported depression. Young women have also dealt with more mental health troubles than their male peers. About 31% reported anxiety and 25% reported depression, compared to 12% and 10% among young men. Given all of this, it's not a surprise that young people are turning to doomerism. More isolated than ever, young people see disaster, inequality, and pain everywhere they turn and often don't have a community to support them through hard times and help them feel hopeful about the world. How to counter doomerism. One of the ways we can look to counter feelings of doomerism is to remember that a better future often begins with envisioning a better future. Optimism can do a lot of heavy lifting. Optimistic people report higher levels of social trust and civic engagement. They are also typically more creative, cooperative, and successful. A group called the Human Flourishing Lab suggests that increasing awareness around past progress can help inspire future progress. Expectations about progress over the next 50 years are strongly related to beliefs about progress in the last 50 years. Even though young people are the least likely to see a better future, if they look to the past and see the strides society has made, even if some of them didn't stick or didn't go far enough, attitudes might change. We can look at advancements in science, medicine, technology, and social attitudes that have drastically improved people's lives. While still imperfect, we can treat once terminal diseases, and people from all walks of life with different beliefs and identities are more accepted than ever. As a global culture, we often take historical advancements for granted. Our current frustrations feel so heavy and imminent that they prevent us from stepping outside of the present moment to gain some perspective. Remember, Nietzsche, his peers, and thinkers decades and centuries before him were struggling with the same question that we have today. How do we live a more meaningful life when all seems lost? Activist, Buddhist thinker, and author Joanna Macy proposed the idea of active hope, which suggests that we choose to act meaningfully without certainty of success. She rejected passive optimism and did not simply ask people to feel hopeful. She described hope as a practice and a choice that we make for the sake of life on Earth, regardless of the outcome. After all, the outcome is impossible to know. Active hope is rooted in the belief that our responses matter, even if we don't control the results. The idea counters the despair that defines doomerism by grounding emotion and activism in purpose, not outcome. Choosing to be hopeful and act accordingly is enough, even if the end game feels bleak or unknown.
Here's the hard part, but it's the part that we all have to work through. We all know that being told to hope is like, you got to hold on. When someone else says that, you're like, okay, off you go. But like, hope is essential to this process of breaking through doomerism, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, hope is definitely like the most powerful tool that we have, because if you don't have hope, then you can easily like fall into that doomerist trap. But like, hope is what drives you to like do things and to say, okay, it might be better. Even if there's a small chance, I'm going to like work really, really hard so that small chance becomes a much bigger chance.
Yeah, it snowballs. You don't feel like you're doing anything at first, but then it grows, and it's so empowering. And honestly, that's why I think that hope is the ultimate antidote to doomerism. The British philosopher Philippa Stroud proposed a remedy for despair: civic responsibility and leadership engagement. If you don't like the world in which you're living, contribute and create with your talent the solutions that you think should be there, she said. For example, the American Psychological Association, APA, published an article on how psychologists are helping youth move from climate anxiety to climate action. Nearly 99% of children globally have experienced at least one major climate or environmental hazard. Children are more physically vulnerable to these events than adults are, and also more deeply emotionally impacted by them. Extreme weather like wildfires, hurricanes, and floods are linked to higher rates of anxiety, depression, and PTSD. A 2024 study of over 15,000 young Americans aged 16 to 25 found that 85% are at least moderately worried about climate change, and over 38% report that climate anxiety disrupts their daily life. That's over a third of American children having their daily lives interrupted by fear of what's happening to the environment, often at the hands of the generations before them. These disruptions and anxieties can lead to ADHD, mood disorders, impaired self-regulation, or effects on the immune, cardiovascular, and neurological systems. As much as adults might want to tell these children that everything is okay and they should stop worrying, their climate anxiety is not irrational. It reflects empathy and awareness, which are great qualities for children to foster, that are being expressed in a painful and worrisome way. Young people feel betrayed by older generations and their governments, who have time and time again failed to act. But instead of despair, the APA suggests activities like nature-based therapy, hiking, and journaling. It also points to youth activism, environmental clubs, and storytelling as helpful tools to construct hope. Above all, shared activism and community work not only help buffer against anxiety, but also foster a sense of hope. Where doomerism leads to emotional paralysis and the belief that everything is collapsing and nothing can be done, small, concrete actions like organizing a meeting, planting a tree, or writing a letter can remind the brain that we aren't powerless. Agency is a core human psychological need. According to the NIH, the feeling of powerlessness increases cortisol and distress. Action breaks the loop of passive despair and re-engages the brain's problem-solving and reward systems. Taking action also shakes up the physical body, helping to release anxiety. Physical movement associated with organizing and volunteering activates the parasympathetic nervous system and can release dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, all of which are chemicals associated with motivation and mood. By combining adjusting our emotions about the end of days and taking action because of them, we can create a feedback loop of hope. Hope is not naive optimism, it's a learned behavior. If our actions lead to even small wins or just connect us with other people who might share our concerns, hope increases, which, in turn, fuels more action. You've probably felt this if you've ever signed up to volunteer somewhere. You go because you care about the cause. At the volunteer event, you learn more about the organization and you feel like you're making a difference. You meet with like-minded people who are on the same mission as you, to help. When you return home, you think to yourself, I'd like to do that again. And that's the feedback loop of hope. If you have never gone and taken action, you would never know you wanted to go back. This positive feedback loop directly counters the downward spiral of doomerism. It tells us that the road does not end at despair. We may feel despair, but if we treat it as a call to action instead of a moment of surrender, we will not only help address our worries, we will improve our lives. our actions and our attitude influence each other over and over again. As the environmentalist David Orr said, hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. So let's go roll up our sleeves.
I believe every statement in this video is true. And I also believe that I may have included at least one false statement. Is my voice real, or is it AI? Trick question. Because you've never actually heard my voice. What you're listening to right now is just a digital echo, a reconstruction filtered through a microphone, processed by a machine, and projected through your speakers. It sounds like a voice, but is it? Welcome to a world where nothing is as it seems, where logic folds in on itself and the simplest questions become impossible to answer. These are the paradoxes that no one can solve. Sometimes the most profound truths exist with the most mundane moments in our everyday lives. One day, back when I was in university, I was in my dorm room with two of my friends. Everyone was hungry, but we were too lazy to go out. So I suggested we order takeout. I wanted tacos. One of my friends wanted Chinese, and the third was craving tikka masala. But we were broke college students and couldn't afford to pay the delivery and service fees for 3 separate places, so we spent the next 30 minutes arguing, trying to get one another to concede. After what felt like an eternity, we finally landed on 2 boxes of pizza. It sounded like a good compromise. Until you realize that none of us actually wanted pizza in the first place. This is the Abilene paradox, and it's more common than we like to admit. A group agrees on a decision even when no one individual prefers the outcome. Everyone just goes along with it, assuming the choice must be best for the group, even if it leaves everyone quietly dissatisfied. The paradox becomes a lot more likely when people stand to lose a lot by enforcing their will, especially socially. You don't want to be seen as the strong-headed friend or coworker. But ironically, that very resistance can lead to better relationships and outcomes. Disagreements, when handled well, are often a sign of trust. In hindsight, we could have made a night out of it, gone to all 3 places, and turned it into a food adventure. And that would have satisfied all of us and created a much more memorable night than just slumping over a pizza in a dorm room like Ninja Turtles. But the truth is, this is only easy to say in hindsight. In reality, it's not that easy to confront people around you, especially when faced with the chance that everything could fall apart. If you've got a good thing going with your group, why risk ruining it over something small? What we don't realize, though, is that by being too tolerant, we open the door to a different kind of problem: intolerant tolerance. This is the paradox of tolerance. Imagine there's an open mic night at the local comedy club and you're hosting. Your buddy Chris is also making his debut as the second act. As a supportive host, you invite the entire friend group to cheer him on. His routine begins and it's a hit, laughs all around. Chris is feeling the atmosphere, so he leans in for some crowd work. In the audience, a heckler named Richie is out in the front row with his partner. After enduring his jeers, Chris says something that makes your heart sink. For a guy named Richie, you sure made a poor choice being with her. The crowd erupts with laughter, but there's also an audible amount of boos among them. It's fair game if the joke was targeted at Richie. However, from where you're seated, she hasn't said a single word. In fact, she looks a little embarrassed by his actions, so it feels kind of sad that Chris's comeback is at her expense. The energy in the room shifts from laughter to a thick tension that reeks of hostility. In the spirit of an open mic, you can choose to let things be. You have to be tolerant, after all. But doing this risks alienating a significant portion of the audience. So what can you do? If you confront him, you're censoring his right to free speech, especially in a place where jokes ideally shouldn't be policed. If you let it go, you'll risk being intolerant to the needs of the lady, especially when she did nothing to warrant that attack in the first place. Within the setting of a comedy club, this paradox seems rather tame. But the truth is, this is something that affects the world. I'm sure you've heard people say that the people who fight for tolerance and acceptance are the same people who try to cancel others for saying the wrong thing. But this is the paradox of tolerance. For a society to be truly tolerant, it must also be intolerant of intolerance. If we tolerate everything, including harmful behavior, we risk destroying the very values that we claim to uphold. This dilemma is far more relevant now than ever. It forces us to confront situations where defending one principle means undermining another. As frustrating as it is to grasp, sometimes that choice is an illusion. And if you pay close attention, you'll realize the game was rigged from the start. Speaking of games that are rigged from the start, capitalism. Unlike most games that start off easy and get progressively more difficult the higher in level you go, capitalism works in reverse. It is brutally difficult in the beginning, but the further you get, the easier the game gets. Think about it. To rent an apartment, you need proof of income. But to get a job, you need proof of residence. Well, to get an entry-level job, you need experience. But to get experience, you need a job. To even get a chance to apply for that job, you need to get an education. But a good education requires money, and to get money, you usually need the very opportunities that education is supposed to provide. These are all examples of a catch-22, a situation where the solution to a problem is locked behind the problem itself. The phrase comes from Catch-22, a 1961 novel by Joseph Heller, where a bomber pilot tries to avoid flying into dangerous combat missions. To do that, he attempts to declare that he's insane. One small issue, though. He must ask permission to be sidelined. But according to military regulation, if you're sane enough to ask out of a mission, you're sane enough to fly it. So there's really no way to escape it unless you're crazy enough to act out erratically. And even then, what if you're just written off as a good sacrifice, just another pawn in the grand scheme of things? This is scary to think about, especially with all the political tensions in our world today, and the reality that World War III might be closer than ever before. But let's take a break from these depressing topics and talk about something fun. Have you ever tried learning to draw? I have. So I'll tell you how it typically goes. First, you put a pencil to paper, and your first attempt looks terrible. You keep at it for months, and your art still doesn't look the way that you want it to. A year later, and you're finding more flaws than usual. Yet, comparing your early artwork to the present makes a world of difference. You've clearly gotten better, but it doesn't feel that way. How is it that you're able to learn something, and even when it's clear you're improving, you almost never feel good enough? With art and many other pursuits, you'll often run into the paradox of knowledge, where the more you know about a topic, the more you know how much more you don't know. This can often trigger feelings of imposter syndrome. It makes you think you're not good enough, despite clear evidence suggesting otherwise. Whether it's coding, music, school, the dilemma endures. How do you deal with those moments when you're in doubt? Embrace curiosity. Learn things for the sake of gaining something useful, not just for higher grades or external validation. Is there an ending in sight? Not really. Instead of thinking of knowledge like a cup you're filling with information, waiting until it overflows, think of it instead as a cup whose size continues to grow the more you improve. It might seem like the level of the water in the cup is still the same, but there's a lot more water in there than there was at the beginning. But how do you know what thing to learn? When faced with many different options, how do we know we're making the right choice? To figure this out, let's help Buridan's ass survive a terrible fate. By ass, I mean an actual donkey. This poor creature has been hungry and thirsty for days, so we placed it at the exact halfway point between a crunchy pile of hay and a fresh bucket of water. Both are equally appealing. Now all it has to do is walk towards a choice and indulge in a feast. One small problem: it can't decide between either option. Both choices are perfect, yet equally out of reach. As a result, the donkey is unable to make a decision. With time running out, it dies of both hunger and thirst. As much as I'd like to take credit for this scenario, this is actually the paradox of Buridan's ass, named after Jean Buridan, the 14th century French philosopher. It's dark to imagine getting so frozen with indecision you can't go for either of two good options. If placed in a similar dilemma, a human would make the right choice, right? But what if your options weren't hay or water? What if it was the business you've been dreaming of starting versus the promotion you've been waiting for at your current job? Instead of making a decision and sticking to it, you get stuck in decision paralysis, which leads you to slack off at your current job, postpone starting the business, and you end up losing both. The main reason we often get stuck is that, much like Buridan's ass, we fall into the trap of analysis paralysis, where you overanalyze and second-guess yourself so much that you never take action. This gets even worse when there's an abundance of options. This is called the paradox of choice. Contrary to what you might think, an abundance of choices often makes us less likely to choose anyone. It's why you scroll through Netflix's recommendations for an hour looking for what to watch, only to end up scrolling on TikTok for the rest of the night. It's because Netflix serves you with way too many options, while TikTok simply shows you one video immediately you open and gives you just two options: watch or swipe up. Sadly, an underrated consequence of this phenomenon also exists, one where it steals away at a person's entire life. If the job market is screwing you over, you might want to learn a new skill, so you go online searching for high-income skills. From there, you end up unproductive from all the information out there, plunging you straight into tutorial hell. Without anything pushing you towards a specific path, you get lost in all the noise. To overcome this dilemma, consider limiting your options. That means setting boundaries for yourself. I do that by reciting this simple truth: any choice can be the right one, so long as you are willing to live with the consequences. That mantra has helped me to deal with my own indecision. But the truth is, I have no idea what others think of the decisions that I make. And I know it shouldn't matter, but sometimes I'm just hit with wonder. The realization that everyone around me is a conscious, living being. Each random person I meet on the street is the main character in their own story, with their own hopes and dreams and nightmares. And it's not just humans. I recently experienced a strange epiphany while pondering on a cat. No, not Schrodinger's, but a different furball, one that's more infamous. On TikTok, a cat named Maxwell gained notoriety for bullying other cats. Out on the streets, he'd start fights with neighborhood strays for seemingly no reason. But while he was an obvious menace on the streets, indoors he was a huge mama's boy, a soft cat who looked like he couldn't hurt a fly. But once his owner turned around, his personality does a complete 180. Interestingly, Maxwell's behavior isn't unique to cats. Even in science, observation frequently changes a subject's behavior. It's called the observer's paradox. Placing a thermometer in a glass of water slightly changes its temperature. By stealing or donating heat, the thermometer distorts the truth as it attempts to observe it. Across psychology, philosophy, and physics, similar interactions exist, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's a concept in quantum science that highlights how we can't know the position and momentum of a particle simultaneously. The act of measuring one of these properties disrupts the other. This highlights a fundamental limit in our ability to measure reality without changing it. It's clear that the presence of an observer can change a thing's nature. Yet I have to wonder, if observation changes particles and pets, what happens when we observe the universe? In 1970, psychologist Gordon Gallup Jr. designed an experiment to see whether animals were able to exhibit signs of self-awareness. To detect this, he developed the mirror test. Here's how it works. An animal is marked in a spot that it can't see directly, like a chimpanzee with a dot on its forehead. Then the observer places it in front of a mirror. To pass the test, the chimp must recognize the dot in its reflection as the one on its head. This chimp would ideally try to touch or remove the dot from its own body, not the reflection, essentially proving it is self-aware.
For most animals, a random dot on their forehead isn't natural, so noticing it seems likely. However, it's also a human-based way of observing. We notice things more with our eyes than we do with our other senses. But dogs, for instance, would fare better with a smell mirror test rather than one with sight. As for humans, it's not a simple answer either. Self-awareness often influences every aspect of our behavior, like those moments where you're slouching when you see a reflection and it forces you to sit up straight, or when you're sober at a party and you suddenly become consumed by the moment, compelling you to act differently. When you overanalyze your emotions and thoughts, you can end up changing them, especially in ways you never intended. If you're sad, you can't force yourself to be happy. Doing that might just make you anxious instead. That's the blessing and the curse of the paradox of self-awareness. The more you try to observe yourself, the more you change. It's a strange experience that feels a lot like chasing your own shadow. But what even is a self? That's hard to determine. We go through so many changes, there's no real consistent state of being, even in death. The human body is a marvel because it never stops adapting and evolving. Every 7 to 10 years, our cells are replaced completely. It sounds surreal, and when you think about it a little more, it gets baffling. Your neurons rearrange with each change and the brain adapts accordingly. While this is going on, you remain the same person possessing the same memories. The smell of your mom's secret pasta recipe, the face of your childhood mailman, these experiences stay, yet the body that observed them is essentially gone. How? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus paradox, a thought experiment questioning the nature of identity. In the original story, an old ship is in dire need of frequent repairs. Gradually, its parts are replaced, starting with the floorboards and then the sails and other components. Slowly but surely, every piece of the original ship is gone. At that point, is it still the same Ship of Theseus? What if all the discarded pieces were gathered and painstakingly reconstructed? Would that creation be the original ship? If there's a paradox designed to challenge us, this ship is the ultimate test. What gives something a claim to its identity? Some may argue that continuity is the answer, like with the ship and us humans. We see gradual changes over time. Even if years pass with all the parts replaced, continuity stays present, therefore preserving identity. One might argue that a complete replacement implies a fundamentally new ship. In that case, what happens when it's a person? Do the rules change? Are you the real you? The same you that you were as a child and will be the day you die. Imagine a distant future where humanity unveils its first teleportation device. You're a tech enthusiast at CES 2099, a trade show in London. Excited, you volunteer to try it out. In the booth, a robot explains how it works. First, you step into a scanner that uploads a perfect copy of you down to every atom. It then teleports you to Vegas, where another tech booth downloads the information intact. It's entirely painless, taking only 30 seconds. So you opt to read the FAQ. In there, it states that the original copy is disintegrated in the process. However, the company guarantees that travelers will feel perfectly normal when stepping out of their booth in Vegas. Now, what if the teleportation device malfunctions and fails to disintegrate you, but by some miracle it still creates a new you in Vegas? Well, distressingly, there are two versions of yourself with the same fingerprints, hobbies, friends, and family. Which is the real you? This thought experiment asks us to ponder on what gives our lives meaning. Are we our bodies, memories, or something even deeper? Is there even a point in asking these questions? Perhaps not. After all, we are tiny, sentient dots standing on a floating ball in a silent, empty cosmos. So what do we know? Well, very little, it would seem. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. The Earth has only been around for 4.5 billion of those years. And Homo sapiens? We've only been around for 300,000 of those years. That's a shockingly minute amount of time.
To put it into perspective, if the Earth was a 100-yard football field, all of the recorded history would fit into a width of a human hair, not even a blade of grass. And we're just a pale blue dot in the infinite vastness of the universe. According to the Kepler Space Telescope, there are at least 100 billion planets within our galaxy alone. Now, even if 0.1% of these planets developed intelligent life, we'd still have 100 million civilizations in the Milky Way. Let's narrow it down further. If a conservative estimate of 1% of them developed interstellar travel, we'd have 1 million civilizations that are able to explore the vast expanses of space. If alien life was a game of probability, we should have at least one extraterrestrial neighbor. Yet there is zero evidence of life apart from what we have here on Earth. This haunting state of things is known as the Fermi paradox. Many theories float around on why we haven't run into aliens. Maybe they're all hiding. Some even believe that aliens are too far away to run into. And here's an interesting take. Perhaps the lifespans of these civilizations are short in a cosmic sense, so if there ever was or will be intelligent life, they may never last long enough to overlap with each other. If we observe the concept of life through the lens of a cosmic timescale, it makes sense. Humanity has barely been here, and we are already seeing signs of the end of our civilization. Our time here is only the blink of an eye for our cosmos, so maybe we should just learn to enjoy the silence. Okay, no, that's too quiet. Humans try to answer some of these questions using religion, and for what it's worth, I believe these claims are at least worth investigation. And I'd love to believe in a higher power, but there's one small issue with omnipotence, which is the way most gods are described. In mainstream theologies, God is described as an all-powerful being. If that's true, then it's safe to assume that he can create anything. Now, based on those rules, can God create a stone so heavy that he can't lift it? If he can lift it, then he's not all-powerful. If he can't, he's not powerful enough to create it. So, what does this say about omnipotence? Some argue that in a world with omnipotence, the rules of logic need to change. In the infamous unstoppable force versus immovable object argument, there's an interesting answer that rarely gets discussed. If there really is an unstoppable force, then by definition an immovable object cannot manifest. The same applies vice versa. Essentially, the two can't exist within the same universe. In comic books, this debate usually ends in a massive shockwave or mutual destruction. Think Superman versus Doomsday or Hulk versus the Thing. The fun answer? Depends on who's writing it. Speaking of comics, though, during the pandemic, a peculiar and embarrassing thing happened. As a global threat breezed through our atmosphere, all I could afford to think of was, damn, I can't believe the Avengers aren't real. But give me a break on this one. Here's what was going through my mind. The events of 2019's Avengers Endgame had taken the world by storm in the previous year. So it felt weird to witness an actual disaster and have no superheroes fixing things. We really were on our own. Doctor Strange wasn't going to cast a spell to cure the virus. There wasn't a greater conspiracy tying this experience to a supervillain. Things sucked for the sake of sucking. And that's a hard pill to swallow sometimes. Fiction has a strong way of hitting us like that, especially when the storytelling is relatable and personal. To experience emotions, we usually need to believe that something is real, or at least it could be. This spurs tension within our minds. On one end, we know it's fake, so we try to suppress the emotion. On the other, we can't help but react as if it's reality. Such is the paradox of fiction. A vividly realistic experience reminding us that emotions do not have to follow rational thinking. There's credible research indicating that the line between real and fiction isn't fully clear, especially when observing how our brains process that information. We can express genuine sadness over the death of a character. As strange as it seems, it's part of what makes us human. Stories evoke emotions and offer a compelling way to connect with each other. what are your most memorable fictional moments? Mine is from Star Wars, and it has bothered me since I was a kid. In 2005's Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan confronts Anakin during their battle on Mustafar. He tries to convince him not to join the dark side, and Anakin responds by saying, "If you're not with me, then you're my enemy." Obi-Wan replies, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes." Now, hold on, Master Kenobi. If only the Sith deals in absolutes, doesn't that make you a Sith for saying something so absolute? If Anakin had this rebuttal, he could have made Obi-Wan see the lies in the Jedi way, teaching the real lesson that strict dogma on either side breeds hypocrisy. Pulling back from Star Wars, we do have to ask if absolute statements can be harmful. In political debates, you'll often hear something along the lines of, "You're either with us or you're against us." Is dealing in absolutes automatically wrong? Or does it reveal how complicated the truth can truly be? How can we be certain of the difference between lies and truth? Everything I'm about to say is a lie. Yes, the rumors are true. Aperture is a social experiment designed to observe whether viewers can sit through the random lies that I spew. Now, if everything I've said really is a lie, then that would make it true, meaning it's false. But then, if it's true, then it's a lie, which makes my statement false, which makes it a lie, which makes it true. Lie, false, true. This is logical loop language, a type of sentence that warps lies and truths into a Mobius strip of logic. We call it the liar's paradox. Don't be annoyed, though. Your human mind isn't playing tricks on you. At least you can acknowledge the confusion as a fun mind bender. But what about a computer? If you're a programmer, you've likely run into your fair share of errors when writing self-referential statements. After dealing with those, the liar's paradox might feel like seeing an old friend. The ways we define and communicate meaning are constantly evolving. Words aren't meant to be perfect or flawless. Sometimes we reach dead ends. Instead of calling them errors, we can give them meaning in the form of a dilemma. It's interesting to see how mistakes evolve into their own identities. For all the weirdness online, the internet remains one of the best things we've ever had. You can find almost anything you want. But within this deep ocean of knowledge, there's also a chance that you might end up in a paradox unwillingly. Imagine you're working on a school project and you stumble upon a Wikipedia article. There you find a relevant source for an obscure historical text, and it fits perfectly with your research. The article lacks a clear source for its findings, but it'll do. A few years pass and you revisit that project out of curiosity. While reading it, you decide to check out the Wikipedia article used as a reference. In there you find that Wikipedia has finally added a citation for that historical occasion. The source is a website that references a different web page. Digging further, each thread ultimately leads back to one familiar piece at the end, a research journal citing your paper as the original source. The information is credible, but where did it truly come from? Did a time traveler cause this? This is a version of the bootstrap paradox, a mind-bending situation where something is able to manifest without an origin point. Now, this is usually linked to time travel, like a person going back in time and showing Shakespeare his own plays before he's written them, thereby making it impossible to tell who really wrote them. Here, it's not a person or object caught in a loop. Instead, it's knowledge of a historical event, one that emerges in a cycle of self-reference. There's no true beginning, but it somehow brings itself into existence. It's hard enough to figure out the start of something, but even endings are trickier, like infinity. What is infinity? To most people, it's a fancy word that means I am not bored enough to count for that long. But infinity is a lot more than we give it credit for. In fact, it's a whole new way to imagine logic, rules, and numbers. To put it into perspective, I'd like you to meet the paradox of the infinite hotel. It's a twisty thought experiment created by a mathematician, David Hilbert, that displays just how counterintuitive infinity really is. Picture a hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Now, let's say every single room is occupied with a guest. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, the hotel can make room for one more. How is that possible? If a new guest arrives and asks for a room in a normal hotel that's full, you're sleeping in the rain. In Hilbert's hotel, the manager asks every guest to move to the room with the next number, so guests in room 1 move to room 2, and 2 to 3, and so on. Because there are infinite rooms, there's always going to be a next room, so the new guest can just move into room 1. Let me crank things further, though. What happens when an infinite bus arrives at the hotel and it's carrying an infinite number of guests? To accommodate them, the manager has every existing guest move into the room that is double their current room number. So folks in room 2 will move to room 4, and 4 will move to room 8, and 3 will move to room 6, and so on. The manager made a smart decision. Since every existing guest switched to a room that's double their previous number, there's an infinite amount of free, odd-numbered rooms, allowing the hotel to accommodate the infinite new guests. Intriguing, but not too strange. But let's see if we can get weirder. If an infinite number of infinite buses arrive, each carrying an infinite number of new guests, what would happen? Sure enough, Hilbert's hotel can handle it. The manager uses a formula involving prime numbers to help. Now, this paradox only deals with countable infinity, so we're not dealing with numbers like -1, pi, factorials, and others. Strictly from 1 to infinity. Science consider countable infinity to be the lowest level of infinity, so this is only scratching the surface of infinity's weirdness. Logic often invokes a feeling that it works consistently, but when we stretch the boundaries of thinking beyond everyday situations, it's like everything we know starts to fall apart. The vast number of infinities are unpredictable, yes. However, logic's limits seep into even the most obvious deductions. You're an elf in Santa's base at the North Pole. The big man is thinking of rewarding his tenured staff. He says it's a surprise, so you won't know till the day it happens. Ho, ho, ho. Finally, after centuries of playing elf on the shelf with pesky kids, Santa has recognized your hard work. You're giddy. You even get to experience what kids feel when Christmas rolls around. To cool your nerves, you think about when the surprise will come. It's not Friday, because no surprise came on Thursday, then that makes Friday obvious. But by that logic, it can't be Thursday either. Thursday is ruled out because if Wednesday didn't happen, Thursday would be a no-brainer. You've been in the surprise game for so long, you think Santa couldn't possibly catch you off guard. Your logic is flawless, and you apply it to Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday. To your dismay, Santa seems to have lost his touch. You conclude that there's no surprise because every day is eliminated. Bells jingle on Wednesday morning, and Santa surprises you with a monogrammed candy cane, a beautiful gift from corporate for your 3 centuries of service. You realize that it actually was a surprise, although your proof made it seem impossible. In reality, the only way it was surprising is because you proved that it wouldn't happen. Santa, in his kindness, reminds you why he is an unpredictable legend. While it's nice to anticipate truths, predictability and certainty are not the same thing. There are truths that only emerge when we don't actively anticipate them. That's how life feels sometimes. It's why we love surprises, because good things come when we least expect them. It makes us feel loved, gives us confidence. If you find yourself often lacking in confidence and filled with self-doubt, it's important to remember that confidence and doubt aren't opposites. They're partners in crime. If you've ever been so sure of something that you began to doubt it, I'm sure you can understand what I'm about to say. At the beginning of the video, I said this: I believe every statement in this video is true, and I also believe that I may have included at least one false statement. Now, if I'm certain everything that I've just said is true, why doubt myself? This is the epistemic paradox of the preface, a mind-bending loop that seems like a mental tug-of-war, 2 truths simultaneously. Being confident in my knowledge creates doubt, and doubting my knowledge boosts my confidence. It's a lot like when you're sure you locked the doors, but you still double-check, or clicking the subscribe button because you're not sure if you've done it already. Go on, do it.
Life is full of contradictions, but maybe that's the point. Maybe truth isn't what's certain, it's what survives the paradox. Reality doesn't make any sense, and I don't mean that as an exaggeration. We know more about the surface of a distant planet dozens of light years away than we know about our own existence. We understand more about the forces that govern black holes than we do about why we have a sense of self. The thing we call reality collapses under even the slightest scrutiny. Yet, it's something that every single person who has ever existed has experienced. That is the paradox of reality. It is simultaneously the most familiar and the most mysterious thing we will ever encounter. So mysterious, in fact, that for most of our history, reality was taken at face value. The world is here because it is. Rocks are hard because they are. The sun rises because it does. Asking why was considered a bit of a fool's errand, like asking why water's wet. But eventually, those cracks started to appear. Philosophers, mystics, scientists, and ordinary people in strange states of consciousness all came to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Reality isn't as straightforward as it looks. If reality is so obvious, why do your senses contradict themselves? Why do entire traditions describe the world as an illusion? And why do physicists, the very people who claim to be the keepers of certainty, tell us that matter is mostly empty space, time isn't absolute, and nothing is as stable as it seems? The rabbit hole of reality goes deep, way deeper than you think. From personal accounts of altered states to sprawling systems of philosophy to cutting-edge science, we find the same impossible situation. What we think of as reality comes in levels, and the deeper you go, the stranger it gets. So let's dive in. Level 1, the consensus reality. Level 1 is the surface, the one we all start on, the one we all more or less can agree on. Call it consensus reality. This is the world that you wake up in every morning. You brush your teeth, grab your keys, head out the door, and everything seems straightforward. Tables are solid, water's wet, and if you stub your toe on the way out, it's going to hurt. Things remain where you left them. Objects have boundaries. Everything else seems to be navigating the world the exact same way that you are. Consensus reality feels self-evident. The ground feels like ground. The air feels like air. But if you push just a little harder on these everyday assumptions, everything starts to wobble. Take your senses, for example. They're the only reason you believe that the world is out there. And yet, your senses are notoriously untrustworthy. Optical illusions trick your eyes. Mirages bend light into landscapes that don't exist. Phantom limb syndrome convinces amputees that a leg that has been cut off is still there. And this mirror trick literally convinces your brain that a fake arm that you put there by yourself is yours. Hallucinations create voices and visions out of nothing. Even something as simple as color blindness shows that two people standing side by side can be experiencing the world in completely different ways. Consensus reality is far less solid than it seems. Rather than objective truth, it's a stitched together agreement, a kind of unspoken contract between nervous systems that says, yes, this is the world, let's all pretend we're seeing the same thing. But at this stage, reality is just the stage set, the furniture of existence. And yet, as with any stage set, you can't help but wonder what's behind it. The realm of perception. At level 2, we start to peel away the curtain. Here, reality isn't just out there, it's in here, inside your brain. Your senses don't deliver reality directly, they deliver fragments, chaos. The world doesn't come prepackaged in neat shapes and colors. It comes as wavelengths of light, vibrations of air molecules, chemical signatures drifting through space. And your brain has to do the heavy lifting of turning that chaos into something usable.
Vision is the easiest example. Light enters your eye, hits the retina, flips the image upside down, and sends an electrical signal down to the optic nerve. What your brain actually gets is a scrambled, two-dimensional pattern of electricity. Your brain then has to flip it back, stitch the blind spots together, and fill in those missing details. What you think of as seeing isn't the raw feed from the world, it's a best guess reconstruction. And it's not just vision. Time itself gets stitched together. Your brain takes discrete moments, like still frames in a movie reel, and smooths them into what feels like a continuous flow. That's why you don't perceive the gaps when you blink. That's why a magician can palm a card without you noticing. Your brain edits reality like a film editor, cutting and splicing, hoping that you don't catch the seams. Smell, taste, touch, all of them are selective, biased, and tuned more for survival than for revealing or expressing truth. Dogs hear frequencies we don't. Bees see colors that we can't. Birds navigate magnetic fields that we can't even perceive. Your reality is not the reality. It's a narrow slice, a customized interface your species evolved to handle. The philosopher Donald Hoffman calls it the user interface theory of perception. Just like a computer desktop isn't the computer itself, your senses are not the world. They're icons on the desktop, convenient and useful, but never the real machinery. At level 2, the unsettling realization is this: you don't see reality. You see your brain's version of reality, and that means the real reality, whatever it is, will always be hidden from you. Level 3, the realm of belief. Level 3 is where things start to get really slippery, because here, reality isn't just perception, it's interpretation. Take money. Physically, it's just paper, ink, or numbers flickering on a server somewhere. But socially, it's a force that can dictate where you live, who you marry, and how long you survive. Money has no inherent reality. Its reality comes from collective agreement, belief reinforced billions of times a day until it feels as solid as granite. Or take borders. Look at the Earth from space, and you won't see any lines dividing countries. But down here, those invisible lines decide whether you're free or imprisoned, safe or endangered, wealthy or impoverished. They're abstractions, concepts, but they shape lives as powerfully as mountains and rivers. Even morality itself, our sense of right and wrong, is built on cultural frameworks. Cannibalism might be a taboo in one society and a sacred ritual in another. Marriage, gender roles, honor, justice, all of them realities that we live inside, but realities that are made of man-made ideas. Ideas that can bend and change over time, stretching and collapsing to fit the needs of the group. This is what the anthropologist Clifford Geertz called webs of significance. We are suspended in them, we spin them, we get tangled in them, we pass them down from generation to generation. Level 3 reality is not physical at all, but it is no less real for it. Ideas, beliefs, and shared symbols create worlds we inhabit as fully as any physical landscape. But here's the kicker. Because this level is built on interpretation, it can fracture. Competing realities can clash. One group's sacred truth is another's absurd fiction. And when those realities collide, wars are fought, nations fall, and entire ways of being vanish. At level 3, reality is no longer something you just see. It's something you participate in, construct, and maintain. But if reality can be constructed, what does that mean about the layers that are deeper? Level 4, the realm of science. At this level, reality really stops playing nice. Up until now, things felt at least somewhat stable. Shared objects, sensory reconstructions, cultural agreements. But when science digs deeper, that entire foundation cracks open. Take matter, for instance. Everything around you feels solid. The table beneath your hands, the floor underneath your feet. But Zoom in far enough and you'll find that what you're touching is mostly empty space. Atoms aren't little billiard balls all clumped together, they're ghostly probability clouds surrounding a nucleus that is itself almost entirely nothing. If you scaled an atom up to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be a grain of rice on the 50-yard line, and the electrons would be like gnats buzzing somewhere in the nosebleed seats. Everything else is just empty, and yet you feel solidity because of the electromagnetic forces between the atoms that are resisting each other. You never actually touch that table. Your atoms are simply repelling its atoms. Or consider time. To your everyday mind, time flows smoothly forward, a river carrying you from past to future. But Einstein's relativity shattered that illusion. Time can stretch, bend, and warp depending on how fast you move or how much gravity you're sitting in. An astronaut orbiting Earth for 6 months will return slightly younger than their twin on the ground, and that isn't science fiction, it is experimental fact. And then there's quantum mechanics. If relativity bent reality, quantum mechanics completely blew it up. At the atomic scale, particles don't exist in neat positions. They exist as probability waves, mathematical smears of possibility. Only when you measure them do they collapse into something definite. It's as if reality refuses to pick a shape until you're looking at it, as if it's saying to you, well, I'll only be there when you're there to notice me. Like how the toys in Toy Stories only act as toys when humans are around. What's even stranger is that particles can be entangled, linked, in such a way that changing one instantly changes the other, even if they're separated by light years. At this level, reality is no longer intuitive. It's not the stage set that you walk around on. It's a bizarre, counterintuitive, almost dreamlike structure of equations and paradoxes. The philosopher J.A. Wheeler put it bluntly, no phenomenon is a phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon. In other words, observation doesn't just reveal reality, in some sense, it creates it. Level 4 leaves us with a deep unease. The very tools that we use to prove reality end up undermining it. The microscope and telescope don't just show us more reality, they show us that reality itself may be slippery, provisional, and stranger than we can imagine. Level 5, the simulation layer. If Level 4 dismantles reality, Level 5 reimagines it altogether. This is the level where philosophers, futurists, and scientists start asking, what if there isn't a base reality at all? What if all of this is just a simulation? The idea is simple, almost too simple admittedly. If it's possible for civilizations to create highly realistic simulations, worlds as vivid as our own, then statistically it's far more likely that we're in one than not. After all, our base reality could spawn thousands, millions, even billions of simulations, and if so, the odds that you are in the real one are vanishingly small. This argument, popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom, forces a radical reconsideration. Imagine that your senses, your body, your memories, even your deepest emotions are just data being rendered in real time. Imagine that the laws of physics are simply the engine of this universe, and that gravity, time, electromagnetism, and all of that are just the underlying code. And here's the unnerving part. From inside the system, you would never know. Just like a character in a video game doesn't realize they're in a game, we may be unable to perceive anything beyond the walls of this simulation. Every glitch could be dismissed as coincidence. Every anomaly could be patched. Of course, not everyone takes this literally. Some see the simulation hypothesis as a metaphor. Maybe we're not in a computer, but reality does behave like a coded system. Emergent rules generating complexity, layers stacked upon layers, illusions stacked upon illusions. Whether literal or figurative, the simulation question makes one thing clear. Reality may not be ultimate. It might be nested, a copy of a copy. And if that's true, then what we call real is just the interface, just the rendered software of a program running somewhere else. Level 6, mystical reality. At this level, science and philosophy gives way to something older, mysticism. Because for thousands of years, entire cultures have been saying what physicists are now only starting to whisper. The world you see is not the real world. It's a veil, an illusion. Hinduism calls it Maya. Buddhism calls it samsara. Gnostics call it a false world or a trap. Across traditions, the message is strikingly consistent. The everyday world is less real than it appears, and behind it lies a deeper ground of meaning. Mystics, meditators, and psychonauts often report dissolving into this deeper layer. They describe reality as melting, as boundaries between self and the world collapsing, the chair, the floor, the breath, the body, all of it revealed as one continuous field, more vivid than vivid, more real than real. The writer Aldous Huxley called it the mind at large. Neuroscientists studying psychedelics speak of the default mode network dissolving, the brain's internal storyteller shutting down, allowing raw experience to flood in. Whatever the mechanism, the effect is the same. The world you thought was solid becomes transparent, and something infinite shines through. Here, reality is not something that you live in. Reality is something you are, and everything else too. The line between subject and object, self and other, collapses. What's left is unity, one vast, undivided whole. Level 6 raises profound questions. If this state feels more real than everyday life, which one should we call reality? And if mystical traditions across the world have pointed to this for millennia, does that mean science has been peering at shadows while ignoring the light? Level 7, the unknowable realm. Finally, we reach the last level, the place where all descriptions fail, where every model, every belief, every theory collapses. Call it the unknowable, the ineffable, the groundless ground. This is where philosophy runs out of language, where science admits ignorance, where spirituality falls back on metaphor. Because whatever reality ultimately is, it's beyond concepts. The Tao Te Ching begins with the line, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." In other words, the moment you try to define ultimate reality, you've already missed it. The map is not the territory, the word water is not wet. At this level, reality is less something to be solved and more something to be experienced. It's the silence behind thought, the mystery behind measurement, the abyss behind existence itself. Maybe it's the source of consciousness. Maybe it's the hidden laws that generate universes. Maybe it's something forever inaccessible to us. But perhaps that's the truest insight. Reality is not a riddle to be cracked. It's the very medium in which riddles, questions, and answers arise. It's not something you stand outside of and analyze. It's something you are, inescapably, at every moment. From consensus reality to perception to belief to physics to simulation to mysticism, all the way to the unknowable, the journey through the 7 levels of reality doesn't just reveal how strange the world is. It reveals how strange it is to even be here at all. Maybe reality isn't one thing or 7 things. Maybe it's the act of layering itself, the way each level hides the next, the way the obvious conceals the incomprehensible. And maybe the deepest truth of reality isn't that it's an illusion or a simulation or an ineffable mystery. Maybe the deepest truth is that it's all of those at once.
Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Carl Jung. Do you ever stop to wonder why certain types of people just instantly piss you off? Maybe it's a kid in class who never stops being cringe, or people who sing all the time, or a friend who constantly hogs the spotlight. According to the philosophy of Carl Jung, there might be something deep within you that's just like that annoying person. It's the part of us that we refuse to see, our shadow. But embracing this part of us might bring forth answers to questions about ourselves we've always had. In this episode, we'll dive into Carl Jung's groundbreaking ideas about the human mind, exploring the hidden world of the unconscious. You'll learn how to confront your shadow, because if you do not you will slowly become the very thing you despise. Imagine what it takes to be the kind of person willing to spend an entire lifetime digging into the depths of the human mind. Does such a person become more human, or do they trade their humanity in the process of finding meaning? All the great thinkers throughout history likely encountered this dilemma as they dug deeper into the human psyche. A man who wasn't spared from that fate is Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst. Jung is pretty well known as a pioneer in his fields, particularly because he did a lot more than study the mind. He mapped it out like an explorer charting unknown territories. His work laid the foundation for some of the biggest ideas in technology today, from personality types to concepts like the inner child. At least that's how textbooks describe him. However, he wasn't some sage who found understanding after a week of meditation. To understand why he was able to provide reliable insights for many people, it's best to take a peek into the life that led him down a road that he paved with his own hands, and perhaps extra hands some of you may be familiar with. To help guide us through this journey, I've brought along my friend Noah, who will take it over from here.
Jung was born in 1875 in Keswill, Switzerland. The son of a pastor, Jung respected his father, but found that his rigid religious beliefs were too confining to follow into adulthood. This was the first clash between spiritualism and skepticism, planting seeds that would allow him to genuinely explore his eventual fascination with the unconscious mind. Jung spent a lot of time alone as a kid, often daydreaming and reflecting on his own thoughts. He later described this period as his first ever encounter with the unconscious, a theme that would go on to dominate his life's work. Originally pursuing medicine, Jung had no inclination towards clinical psychology, but an interest in mental illness led him to psychiatry. How this sprung up is fascinating. At some point in his mid-30s, Carl Jung experienced what he described as a horrible confrontation with the unconscious, one where he saw visions and heard voices. It got to the point where he even began to worry that he was menaced by a psychosis or doing a schizophrenia. It makes you wonder, if his knowledge of mental illness wasn't advanced, would he have had the chance to emerge from this confrontation, or would he have succumbed as another nameless victim of his time? Thankfully, we got the former. Due to these events, in 1900, Jung decided to transition into working at the Burghölzli Psychiatric Hospital in Zurich. It was here that he began studying patients with schizophrenia. This location was also his first encounter with Sigmund Freud's work. Soon after looking into Freud's ideas, he made contact with him, and the two began exchanging letters. Quickly, the pair gained a friendly and intellectually stimulating relationship. They would often engage in strong debates on Freud's work, and over time, Jung rose through the ranks of psychoanalysis and became Freud's protege. He evolved into the man that Freud believed was fit to carry on his legacy. But Jung didn't stop at Freud's theories. He expanded on them, sometimes in radical ways. While Freud was fixated on repressed sexual desires and the influence of childhood on individuals, Jung believed that the human mind was more than a fleshy storage unit for past traumas. He envisioned the psyche as a self-regulating system that strives to maintain balance and develop itself. He also believed that it consists of 3 layers. The ego. This is the conscious mind, or the part of us that interacts with our world. It's your sense of self. It's the voice that you hear when you're thinking, like, for example, right now. You are aware that you're watching this video, and that voice in your head is telling you this. The personal unconscious. This is sort of like a personal storage unit for forgotten memories and suppressed emotions. It's highly unique to each person. And finally, the collective unconscious. Now, this is where Jung really broke new ground in psychology. This concept is one that is centered on a new approach, one where the personal unconscious is the product of a deep, universal layer of unconscious that all humans share. This collective unconscious is filled with the archetypes that can be found among people. In other words, primal symbols and motifs that appear in myths, dreams, and stories across cultures that have never made contact with each other. For example, you'll find some variation of dragons as a myth in cultures located vast oceans away from each other. That's an archetype. However, for Jung, these archetypes help to better define human behavior. Among the many archetypes that Carl Jung defined, there were 4 that he identified as the most influential on human behavior. The persona, the mask that we wear in public. It's the version of ourselves that we present to the world, one that's shaped by societal expectations. The shadow, the part of ourselves that we deny, reject, or hide. It's the thing that is behind our repressed desires and impulses, like the culmination of everything that we would never admit that we are. Anima or animus. The inner feminine side within men is the anima, while the masculine side within women is the animus. To Jung, integrating either aspects as they apply to genders could lead to a better psychological balance. The self. This is the ultimate goal of Jungian psychology. The self is what represents a union between the conscious and unconscious mind, creating wholeness and individuation. But before we look further into that, let's take a peek at some of the interesting archetypes proposed by Jung. While those 4 are the most well-known, there are others worth learning about as you dig deeper into Jungian philosophy. An archetype that might quickly grab your attention is the puer aeternus, or eternal child. This archetype reflects a person that resists growing up, much like the fictional character Peter Pan. In fact, some psychologists actually refer to it as Peter Pan syndrome. You most likely know a Peter Pan in your life, the person who peaked in high school and can't seem to let the past go. They avoid responsibility and are stuck in a rebellious teen phase. While these people can inspire wonder and creativity, if left unchecked, they can become stuck in a loop of escapism, often lost in a fantasy version of who they are, unable to put in the work that it takes to make their ideas a reality. If you can relate to this, recognizing the traits of this archetype can be the first step towards personal growth. Another intriguing but less popular archetype is the senex, or wise old man, one that serves as a symbol of wisdom and guidance. You'll often find these figures in dreams or stories as mentors, like for example Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars trilogy. This archetype can help individuals find direction during periods of tough time or uncertainty. Despite finding a tight-knit friendship, the nature of their works mixed with individual brilliance meant that there would be disagreements between Jung and Freud. But it wasn't just because of professional disagreements that they grew apart. It was tied to how Freud believed that sexual desires were the primal driver for human behavior. But Jung thought that this was far too narrow, maintaining that the idea could go further than that. Jung argued that myths, spirituality, and a person's search for meaning played just as important a role in shaping the human psyche. These ideological differences became a rift that never fully healed. With some hard lines drawn, it was clear that Jung's departure from Freud's circle was much bigger than a personal matter. It was more like a split between the field of psychology itself. Freud's legacy would eventually evolve into psychoanalysis. Meanwhile, Jung carved out a completely new path called analytical psychology. This approach was quite broad, emphasizing the importance of personal growth, symbol interpretation, and the internal journey towards self-discovery. Understanding who Jung was and how he developed his theories is helpful when looking deeper into the concepts we'll explore later in this video, from shadow work to individuation. The Swiss psychologist's ideas offer a roadmap for anyone seeking to understand themselves better. But his theories weren't flawless ideas accepted by all psychologists. Toward the end of this episode, we'll take a look at the resistance that Jung faced, especially from Freudian circles. For now, though, let's take a leap of faith into the shadow, where the hidden parts of ourselves await in hope and misery. You're at a party when you meet a loud, attention-seeking person who wants to start a dance circle. You've always disliked when people try to make themselves the main character out in public. You're not quite sure when it started. In some ways, you feel like you've always been this way. You roll your eyes thinking, I could never be like that. But what if that reaction wasn't a simple bit of annoyance? What if it was a reflection of something hidden and buried deep inside you? This discomfort you may start to feel is a doorway into one of Carl Jung's most compelling ideas, the shadow, one of the 4 core archetypes. Jung described the shadow as a part of our psyche where we stuff away traits, emotions, and desires that we find incompatible with who we think we are. It's kind of a psychological junk drawer that holds parts of ourselves that we'd rather not acknowledge. You know, that stuff that you never want to see yourself as, jealous, greedy, or spiteful. But out of sight doesn't always mean out of mind. The shadow has ways of sneaking into our lives, such as showing up in projections. Like the moment that you see that person at a party and for a brief moment you see your repressed qualities in other people. A mother scolds her daughter for being outspoken, confident, and friendly with people. On the surface, it might look like this mom is just a mean and harsh person. But the shadow tells a different story. The mother could have been much like her daughter early on in life, but that changed when she faced rejection for being too much. Growing up in a small town where tall poppy syndrome was a thing, a term used to describe bringing down successful individuals who stand out. She lost the job for outshining her boss, and her friends abandoned her for being a pick-me because she was outspoken. With such experience in her youth, the mother buried those parts of herself, learning to value quiet humility instead. Now, seeing her daughter embody that same boldness stirs uncomfortable emotions, and instead of confronting the shadow, she lashes out. Unbeknownst to her, it's not her daughter's behavior she despises, but the echoes of her younger self, a person she worked so hard to repress. The greatest tragedy of the family is the unlived lives of the parents. Carl Jung. This is how the shadow dances in our lives, slipping through generations and relationships. It's a strong reminder that our judgments often reflect inner wounds, not objective truths. Once we recognize these dynamics in our relationships, empathy can quickly replace frustration. The mother's scolding is more than a harsh reaction. It's an invitation to heal. By acknowledging the hidden parts of ourselves, we soften our edges and inch closer to self-acceptance. But what do we do once we encounter the shadow? To Jung, confronting this part of ourselves could unlock growth and more self-awareness. This process is known as shadow work. Shadow work isn't a fancy term to lucid dream your way into defeating your inner demons, as cool as that sounds. Instead, it's a bit like befriending the monster under your bed. By facing the parts of us that have only known darkness for so long, we reduce their hold on us and reclaim the energy we once spent suppressing them. In practice, it looks like this: journaling about moments where you had strong emotional reactions, asking yourself, what part of me is this situation reflecting, or working with a therapist trained in Jungian analysis. Yes, you can engage with professionally trained therapists on this topic. Modern psychology has embraced shadow work as a tool for healing, and you'll often find therapists who guide patients in exploring unresolved childhood experiences or repeated patterns in relationships, helping trace these patterns back to unacknowledged parts of their psyche. Even outside of a therapist's office, people tend to use shadow work as a form of personal growth, exploring guided meditations, self-reflection exercises, and even dream analysis, all to engage with their inner self. At its core, the concept of shadow reminds us that growth isn't about becoming a new person. Contrary to the popular advice about reinventing yourself, shadow work encourages us to move closer to wholeness by embracing the light and dark sides within us. Do you ever walk into a crowded room filled with conversation and laughter, yet you feel like a ghost? You're present but unseen. It's like everyone else is plugged into something greater, and you're not. Instead, you stand apart, disconnected. This peculiar loneliness, this sensation where you're surrounded but unknown, is one that points to something much deeper than mere isolation. To Carl Jung, it reveals a fragmented self, longing for integration. The antidote to this? Individuation. Now, individuation sounds like a fancy word to justify self-isolation. If you listen closely though, it might just help you discover ways for you to be your most authentic self among others. In many ways, individuation is a lifelong process of becoming your true self. It's the process that people go through as they achieve a distinct and stable personality. It's not really about self-improvement, at least not in the conventional sense. With individuation, you're not adopting new habits or polishing aspects of yourself that you consider weak. Instead, it centers on uncovering and integrating the most disparate parts of yourself. You know, the thing in you that sees something and makes you automatically think, I'd never do that in a million years. The ego, the shadow, the anima/animus, and the self are all integral to this delicate dance within. Once these elements are aligned, we are able to step a little closer to wholeness. However, if they are rejected or ignored, we drift further away from our essence. This amplifies feelings of alienation, and the worst part about that is constantly trying to fill the hole with things that will never truly fix you. Individuation isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but with it, you stand a chance to handle your inner turmoil with strengths you haven't truly realized are there. Loneliness is often a signal that this inner work is being neglected. Because of that, we attempt to fill this void externally by seeking attention, admiration, and validation. We start to hold on to the hope that if others notice us, maybe the ache inside will subside. Social media doesn't help with this tendency either, encouraging main character energy, where one's life is curated for an audience. We slowly become performers in our own stories, desperate for validation and applause. Yet, Jung argues that this pursuit is hollow. How is this possible? For one, individuation teaches that fulfillment doesn't come from being seen, but from seeing ourselves and others with clarity. Mix that with a healthy dose of compassion, and things start to make a lot more sense. Let's use this example. You scroll through your Instagram feed, occasionally pausing when you're looking at a perfectly curated life of an acquaintance. As you stare intensely at their photos, you feel a twinge of envy arising. Rather than dismissing this bitter emotion in embarrassment, consider this moment as an invitation to experience individuation. What could be the unmet desire or repressed quality that this envy highlights? Do you envy their holiday photos because you're secretly longing for adventure? Do you talk down about them returning to their ex for the third time because you're secretly scared nobody loves you enough to want to keep trying? Do you have secondhand embarrassment for their weird TikTok videos because you've had to keep up an appearance of being put together? All it comes down to is the parts of yourself that have gone unnoticed. Individuation asks you to sit with these feelings in totality, no judgment, just you looking in the mirror and unraveling the messages held within your discomfort. This process of turning inward is what helps cultivate a richer connection to the self. In a paradoxical way, it also lessens loneliness. As we engage in deep self-reflection, we grow and become better equipped to engage with the world authentically. Slowly, the need for external validation fades, and it's replaced by a cool, quiet confidence, one that is entirely rooted in self-awareness. A practical approach to individuation and, by extension, combating loneliness involves shifting our focus outward. Now, sure, this may seem counterintuitive, but by noticing others constantly striving to be noticed, we dissolve the barriers that isolate us. So the next time you're outside, instead of thinking about how depressing it is that you don't have many friends, try something new, living outside of your own head. Consider striking up a genuine conversation with someone who often fades into the background, the types of people that you'd think of as NPCs, a delivery guy or a shop owner. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of human connection. Pay attention to the unnoticed details of their story. By building a habit out of a simple act, you can experience some transformative changes in your own life. As you learn to see others deeply, we mirror that same sort of attention inwards, fostering the same recognition within ourselves. It all starts to make sense once you draw it out in your own head. If there are parts of you that aren't ever seen as relevant within your own self, you're likely using a similar level of harshness in how you judge other people to some extent. Jung believed that solitude was an essential ingredient in individuation, But it's not the loneliness that happens when you're disconnected from the world around you. Instead, it's the solitude that exists when you're in tune with the unconscious mind. Through constant practices like meditation, journaling, and creative expression, we're able to engage with the hidden parts of our psyche, allowing the unconscious mind to finally speak. These solitary moments are what weave together the fractured aspects of the self, drawing us ever closer to psychological wholeness. To begin this journey, here are some practical steps worth looking into. Engaging in creative outlets. Creativity is often overlooked in the journey towards self-improvement, but being familiar with who you are and how your mind prefers to express itself is crucial. Art, music, and writing are the source of things that bypass our ego's defenses, allowing hidden aspects of ourselves to surface. Forget about producing a masterpiece. Instead, create for the sake of exploration. It's the journey or process itself where the true value lies. Therapeutic exploration. Jungian analysis or other depth-oriented therapies are strong sources for a sense of structure towards individuation. A trained therapist can guide you in steps like engaging with the shadow, uncovering projections you've held towards other people, and integrating unconscious material. Practicing mindfulness. When you're able to carve out moments of stillness every day, it'll go a long way in getting you comfortable with being yourself. It also allows you to reflect on emotional triggers, recurring conflicts, or intense reactions. Asking yourself, what part of me is being activated here, is a helpful way to unlock some profound insights. Building authentic connections. Individuation thrives in a relationship. This goes beyond the romantic side of things and into communities or friendships where vulnerability is encouraged. By sharing your inner world with others, you can accelerate individuation, revealing hidden strengths and blind spots within. Journaling emotions and dreams. Dreams are seen as the language of the unconscious. They offer clues about neglected parts of our psyche. When you keep a journal by your bed and quickly write down your dreams upon waking, you'll gain some cool insights. Over time, symbols and patterns start to emerge, pointing to areas of yourself in need of integration. Instead of viewing life as some sort of performance, you start to fully inhabit it. The loneliness fades not because the external world shifts, but because you're able to deepen a relationship with yourself. You start to recognize that the connections you seek outwardly are, at their core, a reflection of the connections that you've cultivated within. Jung's perspective on individuation isn't some far-fetched ideal meant for philosophers or mystics. It's for the everyday person, a practical path laid bare for anyone willing to engage with their inner landscape. While the journey is sure to be solitary at times, it leads us back to the collective, making us more connected, whole, and a lot more at peace with who we really are. Although Carl Jung has proven himself to be a helpful voice in the field of psychology today, his influence hasn't been met without a healthy amount of skepticism. Concepts like the shadow, archetypes, and the collective unconscious have helped to shape psychotherapy, pop culture, and literature. Yet critics have had one specific issue with the philosophy, and the issue in question is the metaphysical nature of Jung's theories. To put it simply, there are a lot of people who feel that Jung's work can't really be tested with science or put in practical terms. If we truly want to fully appreciate this iconic philosopher's work, it's essential to explore his strongest criticisms and the debates they've ignited within psychology as a whole. It's well established that Jung was seen as Freud's protege and potential successor. Both agreed on a lot, especially in their interests in the unconscious mind. As we noted earlier, their philosophical paths eventually diverged, and this led them to some significant theoretical clashes. Freud, who is known for his psychoanalytical framework, emphasized the importance of sexual drives and repressed desires as the primary forces that shape human behavior. Creating a model of the psyche, he believed that our behavior revolved around the id, ego, and superego, painting an image of humanity that's largely driven by our early childhood experiences. For Jung, he proposed a broader, more spiritual view of the unconscious. Instead of focusing solely on the personal feelings of repression, He introduced the collective unconscious as an idea, using it as a collection of shared archetypes and symbols that our species inherited from our ancients. Critics believe that Jung's departure from Freud's beliefs pushed him in a direction that was much more imaginative than his old friend. However, it also lacked the empirical foundations that were emphasized and maintained by Freud. By choosing to focus on symbols, myths, and dreams, Jungian psychology felt too out there, and some considered it to be in speculative territory. Now, the biggest part of Jungian philosophy that raises eyebrows is his mysticism. This is a person who was never one to shy away from astrology, alchemy, or religious symbolism. Jung was ready to explore the human psyche in ways that had never been done before. This further cemented his reputation as a thinker who constantly straddled the line between metaphysics and psychology. Some interesting things about Jung include his belief in synchronicity, the idea that coincidences always have a meaningful connection. He also used tarot cards and an I Ching, an ancient Chinese text that functions similarly to tarots. These resources helped Jung better understand the psyche, but he also drew sharp criticism from numerous contemporary psychologists who preferred to be more grounded in empirical research. Some argue that Jung's embrace of mysticism tends to detract from his work's credibility. Modern psychology is something that prioritizes constant results that are repeatable with tests and data-driven methods. Meanwhile, with Jungian analysis, there's a lot of emphasis on subjective experience, which means that it struggles to meet the criteria set out by modern standards. There are critics like Richard Knoll, an award-winning author known for the Jung cult, The Origins of a Charismatic Movement, who believe that Jung's approach is a quasi-spiritual movement rather than a scientific discipline, even going further to claim that Jung's approach is similar to that of a religious leader, not a psychologist. This mystical quality, which is often the subject of criticism for Jung, is also what makes him so appealing. The innate willingness to engage with the unknown and explore the mind is something that resonates with certain types of people. You know, the sort of people who seek meaning beyond the confines of materialism. For many, Jungian psychology is what offers a bridge between science and spirituality. It addresses questions of purpose, transformation, and identity, the things that psychological models tend to overlook. Another common critic of Carl Jung's work lies in the complexity it brings, yet there aren't many practical ways to apply them. When you take a look at concepts like the anima and animus, individuation, and the shadow, there's this abstract way that they are described. This makes it difficult for the average person to implement in their daily life or fully grasp. Unlike something along the lines of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a form of treatment that uses clear, structured techniques when addressing mental health issues. In Jungian analysis, things tend to feel slow-moving or for a niche audience. With individuation, there's a strong belief that it's an essential element for psychological growth, yet it lacks any clear or actionable steps. Critics argue that without any concrete methods, Jungian therapy is really just a type of introspective exercise that yields basically no tangible progress. In clinical settings, this ambiguity can get frustrating for patients seeking immediate relief from their psychological distress. In the 21st century, you'll notice that Jungian psychology has evolved quite a lot. Some practitioners have attempted to ground some of Carl's ideas into contemporary research. Neuroscience is a field that has started to show interest in the role of the unconscious, particularly in the ideas like the unconscious mind and its role in influencing patterns of behavior. This heavily echoes Jung's notion of archetypes. Yet, we also have some modern psychologists like Jordan Peterson who draws heavily from Jungian ideas in his writings and lectures. He also has faced a lot of criticism for oversimplifying or misrepresenting Jung's more nuanced theories. Peterson's take on concepts like the shadow has introduced Jung to wider audiences, but it has also sparked a debate on whether or not these simplifications dilute the richness of Jung's original work. One thing Jungian psychologists can't seem to shake away from is this portrayal of the anima and animus. Arguments are often made about the description of these inner figures as they tend to reinforce gender stereotypes. On one side, femininity is seen as emotional and passive, while masculinity is represented as strength and logic. While Jungian analysts point towards the fluid and constantly evolving nature of these archetypes, critics argue that such frameworks actually risk promoting outdated notions of gender roles. Despite the strong criticisms, Jung's work continues to prove valuable. His theories invite exploration into the inner world in ways that extend beyond diagnosing symptoms. Instead of feeling like a checklist, Jungian psychology encourages a holistic approach to mental health. Although some of his ideas can't withstand scientific scrutiny, they still offer tools for self-discovery and artistic inspiration. On a deeper level, criticisms of Jung mirror the dualities that he sought to explore in his work, especially relating to science versus spirituality. Jung's greatest contribution doesn't lie in providing definitive answers to questions, but rather promoting us to ask much deeper questions about the nature of the human mind and the mysteries shaping our existence. Carl Jung's ideas didn't fade out with the 20th century. No, they've woven themselves into the very fabric of today's art, pop culture, and psychology. His exploration of archetypes and the collective unconscious play a major role in the ways stories are told and how we understand ourselves. In cinema, we can easily see this impact on some of the most iconic works of our time. Directors like Christopher Nolan, George Lucas, and David Lynch have openly drawn from Jungian philosophy to craft complex and symbolic narratives. The hero's journey storytelling structure, popularized by mythologist Joseph Campbell, himself a devout student of Jung, is the basis of countless blockbusters ranging from Star Wars to The Matrix. These stories resonate so deeply with audiences because they mirror the archetypes and patterns described by Jung in his work. This philosophy is so relatable, it helps pop culture by reflecting humanity's shared psychological experiences. Outside of film, Jung's ideas are solidified in music, literature, and even video games. The concept of a battle between light and dark, a search for self-actualization, and an integration of the shadow are recurring themes found in countless creative works. Artists usually channel the unconscious to make their best work, transforming personal and collective symbols into expressions that are understood universally. Now that we live in an era of identity exploration and increased mental health awareness, taking a look at Jung's emphasis on individuation feels more relevant than ever. His work offers something beyond simple insights. Instead, it's a map for those seeking meaning in an increasingly fragmented world. Get healthy, get smarter, save time, feel better, feel confident, be happier, change yourself. These are the promises of self-help. And they sound pretty good, right? They sound like who you want to be. Because we've been convinced that we are not healthy, not smart, not efficient, not confident, and not happy. Well, maybe we're not. Maybe we do need help. And maybe opening that book, buying that seminar, or listening to that podcast is what we need. But the self-improvement movement has us in a chokehold. It's convinced us that we're not good enough so that we'll purchase our way into happiness. And the plan is working. The self-improvement industry was valued at approximately $38 billion in 2022 and is projected to grow to around $80 billion by 2030. Americans spend over $11 billion annually on self-improvement books, seminars, coaching, apps, and personal development tools. Over 20 million self-help books are sold annually in the US. The market for personal growth apps was worth $1.1 billion in 2023 and continues to grow. And approximately 10% of adults in the United States have attended a self-improvement seminar or workshop. These are massive numbers, and they're mostly built on us feeling bad about ourselves. It's normal to grapple with feelings of depression and anxiety. It's only human to feel unsure about our future or our relationships. Of course, we might have to seek out outside help in order to feel better. But far too often, the self-help industry preys on our very real insecurities and struggles to make a quick buck. It all makes sense. We are in a particularly divisive, scary time in history. With the internet at our fingertips, the endless anxiety accompanying doom scrolling awaits us. Self-help books, workshops, and more offer us ways to combat all of the things that we feel are wrong with ourselves or our lives. They can teach us about empowerment and personal growth by offering us a sense of control over our lives. We might learn to develop skills that we didn't have before to regulate our emotions, budget our time better, or set a better routine. By teaching us about things like mindfulness to regulate stress, it can boost our physical health by giving us information about dieting and fitness and promoting better sleep habits. If we've focused on achieving certain goals, there are resources that can bring us closer to them. We might be searching for purpose in our lives or want to make better decisions about our health, work, or relationships. Self-help leaders and the lessons they teach can give us an increased sense of self-awareness. By understanding our strengths and weaknesses better, we can grow into the people that we envision. We can boost self-esteem and better communicate with others in our lives. But for all the promises the self-help industry makes, there is one major pitfall. No person has the same experience, and therefore no person has the same problems that need solving. The one-size-fits-all solutions that self-help resources often offer us cannot be tailored to our individual needs. Professional advice can differ from one career to the other. The resume tips for a career in the arts look very different than if you're trying to get hired as a financial analyst. So people look to self-help to solve problems they face in their career and get better at networking, leadership, and finding new professional opportunities. But with the wide array of advice out there, it's easy to get paralyzed by which help might apply to you. You can set whatever professional goals you want, but if you're not able to sift through the advice to accomplish those goals, how far can you really get? We've all found ourselves in a situation where we have a problem, and seemingly everyone in our lives has an opinion about it. Our parents call and text us with their 2 cents. A friend lectures us with their thoughts over coffee, and then a mentor chimes in with a completely different set of ideas. This is what it's like to get caught up in the self-help industry. It's a complex web of advice, some good and some not. And it's almost impossible to draw the distinction. Similar to our hopes for our careers, we often turn to self-help to live more authentically and find a sense of personal accomplishment in our lives. We want to find that elusive meaning and purpose that will make our lives feel complete. We want to have a stronger relationship and communicate better with the people that we love. Often self-help can provide an accessible, relatively inexpensive way to try and get there. But just like that career advice, finding purpose doesn't have a broad solution. Each of us has a different, incredibly unique path to forge. And if we think all the answers lie in some books and seminars, we're completely missing the point of life, which famously does not come with an instruction manual. Self-help programs thrive on prepackaged solutions like morning routines, productivity hacks, and fitness regimens. These might not all align with our individual preferences, lifestyles, or needs. Still, we feel a pressure to fit the mold, not only because the program is telling us to, but because we see these self-help gurus and their followers seeming to succeed at it. Wanting to find fulfillment and purpose isn't a new concept by any means. For generations, people have been trying to find success and happiness. In fact, the first widely read self-help book appeared in the 1930s. Dale Carnegie wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People in 1936 in an attempt to help individuals with their interpersonal skills and personal success. Then, in 1937, Napoleon Hill wrote Think and Grow Rich, which laid out advice on how to harness one's mindset in order to control their life's outcomes. While the world might seem incredibly different than it was in the 1930s, there's one eerie similarity that we just can't overlook. The Great Depression thrust people in the 1930s into famine, destitution, and confusion about the future. Wealth inequality was soaring in the United States, and affairs abroad were increasingly on shaky ground as Adolf Hitler gained influence in Germany. Times of uncertainty create the perfect recipe for self-help gurus to step in with the solutions. Did Carnegie and Hill's books offer some solace for people struggling? Probably. Did they fix everyone's problems? No way. From the 1930s until now, self-improvement has often been framed as a personal journey, focusing on mindset, habits, and discipline. But true growth, whether in our own lives or on a global scale, often requires more than just individual effort. It's about having the right tools and resources to build a stronger foundation. This doesn't just apply to people, it applies to the planet too. While small actions like recycling and reducing waste are important, solving the biggest challenges like food security and climate change demand large-scale, innovative solutions. That's exactly what today's sponsor, Brazil Potash, is working on. Brazil Potash is revolutionizing agriculture by transforming how potash, an essential crop nutrient, is produced and distributed. Currently, 95% of potash used in Brazil is imported from thousands of kilometers away, from countries like Canada and Russia. This reliance on imports not only creates a vulnerable supply chain, but also generates substantial greenhouse gas emissions. By producing potash domestically, Brazil Potash is addressing these issues head-on. Their new facility will reduce transportation-related emissions by 80%, equivalent to planting 32 million trees each year. With a production target of 2.4 tons of potash annually, they're poised to supply a significant portion of Brazil's agricultural needs. One of their major initiatives includes a 10-year agreement with the Amag Group, one of the world's largest private soybean producers. Under this partnership, Brazil Potash will provide 550,000 tons of potash annually. And that's just the start. Brazil Potash plans to have 80% of their production secured under similar long-term agreements, creating a stable, local supply for Brazil's growing agricultural market. Whether we're improving ourselves or the planet, having a strong foundation is key. Click the link in the description to learn more about how Brazil Potash is building that foundation, cutting emissions, and securing a sustainable future. Now, let's shift back to a more recent crisis that has tested humanity's resilience. Millions of people face job losses and uncertainty, turning to self-help as a way forward. But did those solutions really work? Let's take a closer look. During and after the 2008 financial crisis, many Americans felt like their lives were crumbling. They were losing jobs and homes, looking for solutions. Throughout the 2010s, the world of self-help exploded, particularly online. Self-proclaimed gurus identified the strife that people were going through and found a way to target it with broad solutions and inspirational stories. Brené Brown, a research professor and New York Times bestseller, emerged as the most famous expert on shame, vulnerability, courage, and worthiness. She coined the term wholehearted living. Millions of people who were feeling left behind, self-conscious, and unsure about how to access their inner emotions turned to Brown for advice and guidance. Tim Ferriss published his bestseller, The 4-Hour Workweek: Escape 9 to 5, Live Anywhere, and Join the New Rich, which pushed his readers to change their relationship with work and rethink their overall lifestyle and habits. This kind of optimization self-help proliferated during the decade as people, on the heels of the financial crisis, began to think differently about how their careers and how work and life intertwined. These self-help gurus, who were predated by famous names like Tony Robbins, Eckhart Tolle, and Deepak Chopra, were only the tip of the iceberg. Also in the 2010s, another market for self-improvement leaders came into its heyday: social media. Suddenly, anyone could give advice with a few taps of their fingers for the world to see. No credentials needed, no publisher to answer to, just your ideas and your followers to preach them to. And then COVID hit. Suddenly, the entire world was thrown into chaos. In those first few months, we had little else to focus on other than our own mortality and the fate of the world. This brought up a lot of questions, like, why are we here? Or, am I fulfilled? Am I happy? The already vast and lucrative world of self-help had an entirely new audience. People who before would have never asked themselves certain existential questions were suddenly contemplating their life's purpose. People who had thought their careers were on the right track had a wrench thrown into their plans and couldn't make sense on where to go next. COVID took the need for self-improvement to a whole nother level as the world searched for meaning and answers, and that quest continues to this day. Now, like in the 1930s, the world is in flux. People's livelihoods have been thrown into chaos. Uncertainty rules, and uncertainty is a very uncomfortable place to live. It's natural and even healthy to ask for help. But where that help comes from is key. With the proliferation of self-improvement on social media specifically, it can be easy to fall into a trap of an influencer or guru whose life looks enviable and to think they must know how to be happy and have it all. When we are in pain and looking for answers, any solution can seem appealing. But overall, self-help has mixed results. Studies suggest that 85% of people who get started on self-improvement efforts abandon them within 6 months. They might have unrealistic goals and realize that this one-size-fits-all model of self-help isn't so helpful. Or they might feel a lack of support, which speaks to the disconnect that people can feel between them and these elusive self-help figures. And even for the 15% of people who might find solutions through these programs and advice, is the price tag worth it? Some life coaching programs and seminars charge anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000, which makes self-improvement a serious financial investment for some people. For those of us who wouldn't shell out thousands of dollars on seminars and programs, we're not off the hook when it comes to the chokehold that the self-improvement industry has on our bank accounts. The average consumer spends $200 to $500 annually on personal development resources like books and podcasts. They get us by promoting something that can elude us, which is happiness. The global pursuit of happiness has driven an increase in interest in self-help. Searches for how to be happy rose by 125% over the past decade. While some in the self-help industry might have good intentions and even good ideas, there's too much room for danger. There is a long list of ways for people to become addicted to advice, to drain their bank accounts, and to convince themselves that happiness, fulfillment, and riches are all right around the corner. Diving into self-help can lead to perfectionism and burnout. Approximately 67% of people report feeling overwhelmed by the number of self-improvement strategies available. This leads to decision fatigue and paralysis. The phrase, "too many cooks in the kitchen," comes to mind. We all like to think that having a finish line can be helpful, giving us something to reach for and allowing a sense of accomplishment to build inside. Except when we think we should always be improving, there is no finish line. The focus on growth as an ongoing process can foster a sense of inadequacy, since perfection is always just out of reach. This insistence on never-ending improvement also leads to unrealistic standards for ourselves. The self-help gurus who have taken over people's bookshelves, social media feeds, and daily thinking often become idealized role models. Even the most well-intentioned self-help gurus evoke a sense of envy in their followers because that's the whole point. Programs also tend to highlight success stories of ultra-productive, disciplined, or happy people, which can set unattainable benchmarks for the rest of the consumers. The result is that people become hyper-focused on their flaws. Since self-help identifies areas of improvement by its nature, the movement can lead people to fixate on their shortcomings. This becomes counterproductive, and participants can become more dissatisfied or unhappy than they were in the first place. Numerous tools that self-help programs preach lead to an overemphasis on productivity and efficiency. We become trained to measure our worth by our output. Frameworks specifically for professional advancement and self-optimization tie self-worth to productivity. Therefore, if people aren't being productive, they're not succeeding. So what do we do if we're in one of these programs? We start to sacrifice things like rest and fun in order to meet our productivity goals. Does that really make us happier? The hustle culture preached in the self-help movement glorifies working harder and longer. It promotes the idea that success only comes through relentless effort. This type of binary thinking, that you're either all in or you're out, inevitably leads to failure. It's not uncommon with self-improvement methods to find there is no room for partial progress or flexibility. You must prescribe to the method, or the method will not work. These types of all-or-nothing goals focus on achieving grand things, but often ignore the incremental progress. We are all imperfect, and we always will be. Self-improvement that is focused on always being better and better and better convinces us that imperfection cannot coexist with greatness. However, if we struggle on our journey with self-improvement, there is very little space in the industry for us to express it. Toxic positivity is rampant in the self-help industry. It's the voice of that influencer constantly cheering her followers on and reminding them that everything is going to be great, even when it's not. It's the book that never contains a chapter about setbacks and negative emotions, making the reader feel lost when they hit a roadblock. It's the fitness expert never accounting for injury or self-doubt along the way. We cannot realistically live in a world of constant positivity. This expectation that we can and always should be progressing and feeling optimistic is crushing. The self-improvement movement preaches self-acceptance, but the widespread toxic positivity within it doesn't leave much room for actual self-awareness and self-care, which can often come in the form of slowing down. Social media is the perfect place to perpetuate this myth of always be improving. The self-help movement has grown exponentially on social media, allowing anyone who has an opinion and some charisma to become a guru. There have always been snake oil salesmen trying to tell consumers how to better themselves, but if you really wanted to spread your ideas, it took some legitimacy to get yourself out there. Now, a book deal or an in-person workshop isn't even necessary to gain a following. Social media also proliferates comparison culture. Self-improvement influencers often present curated, idealized versions of their lives. This creates pressure for their followers to measure up, which is an impossible task. By sharing the highlight reels of their perfect routines, habits, and achievements, online self-help leaders can intensify the feeling of hopelessness and doubt in those seeking to make strides in their own lives. And in a way, that's the point. The more helpless people feel, the more they'll seek help, even if the help itself is making them feel helpless. The self-improvement movement provides a plethora of tools and techniques in the form of books, apps, guides, workshops, and overall strategies. This can become overwhelming for individuals who suddenly feel like they have to master their chosen method and all of its skills. As we move forward with self-help methods, we might experience FOMO, the fear of missing out. It can feel like we're not doing enough if we don't follow every single recommended practice. You might be meditating 10 minutes a day, cutting processed sugars out of your diet, and journaling every evening, but you just can't find the time to also resistance train 3 times a week. In that case, is the whole method moot? It might feel that way. These rigid guidelines can discourage adaptability and self-forgiveness for occasional lapses in the program. And since self-improvement is often inherently broad and generic, it's expected that certain people won't quite fit the mold that's provided. All of this can lead to individuals blaming themselves for not being better. If progress isn't achieved, or even if it isn't felt, self-blame is wrapped up in the entire ethos of self-improvement. We are meant to believe that we have total and complete control over who we are and how we go about our lives. But this type of thinking just doesn't take into account our circumstances, world and life events, our educational or emotional backgrounds, plus the factors that are simply out of our control. By downplaying external factors, self-help guides can actually get in the way of some of the very things they say they are trying to foster: self-awareness and authenticity. By encouraging conformity and success at all costs, self-improvement advice often emphasizes discipline and positivity over creativity and spontaneity. If we're following self-help methods to improve ourselves, we might suppress authentic behaviors or preferences that don't align with our prescribed method. In the end, we become so over-reliant on metrics, habits, and goal setting that we forget about the bigger picture. Self-improvement programs are usually about measuring progress to attain a larger goal. If we only pay attention to these measurements, we're sidelining more subjective and unconventional self-expression. We could be on a fitness journey to get stronger and suddenly discover that we love playing tennis. However, our routine is already filled with daily lifting and HIIT sessions, leaving no time for other activities. Do we sacrifice exploring something we love or are interested in just because it doesn't fit the program? As much as we want to turn to help, the industry of self-improvement has made us at times over-reliant on it. We think that following a program is the best path to whatever kind of success that we're looking for. Ultimately, success is finding independence. It could be paying off debt and securing financial freedom. It could be losing weight to be free from the grasp of a looming health issue. It could be working through trauma to find independence from depressive thoughts. But in order to find all kinds of independence, we have to think for ourselves. The business of self-improvement is relying on us staying convinced that we cannot think for ourselves. There are plenty of emotional and individual dangers in the self-improvement movement, but perhaps the biggest red flag is the sheer amount of money that self-help leaders and the industry that surrounds them make off of consumers seeking guidance. It's estimated that the monetary value of the self-improvement movement is growing at about 8% per year. This is about the same growth rate as the global clothing industry. Do we really need these books, workshops, and online seminars as much as the clothes on our back? The commoditization of self-improvement is made possible by modern-day humans' endless consumption. Capitalism thrives on creating perpetual demand, and self-improvement products emphasize ongoing inadequacy, which encourages consumers to keep buying solutions rather than fostering a state of fulfillment. If we always think that there is something wrong with us or we're not quite where we want to be yet, we will keep buying the products that promise us to get there. This creates a capitalist productivity fetish. Self-improvement frameworks equate personal value with productivity, aligning with capitalism's focus on efficiency and output. And the constant pursuit of that efficiency and output leads to overwork, stress, and burnout, which can plague every area of capitalism. Incessantly working ourselves can be as exhausting as having a stressful day job that we have to go to every day. Just like we all struggle to define our self-worth outside of our careers, we can similarly struggle to define our self-worth outside of our self-improvement goals. What if instead we were just worth something for simply being who and how we are? That idea wouldn't fit too well in the capitalistic model that self-improvement has largely adopted. Capitalism often positions happiness as something to be purchased or achieved through consumption. Feeling down? Buy some new clothes. Feeling stressed? Buy this magical calming elixir. Feeling hopeless? Buy this new course on how to create the life you want in 5 simple steps. The problem is that so many people experience cost barriers to these types of solutions. Self-improvement resources like expensive seminars or coaching programs are often accessible only to those with disposable income, exacerbating inequality. While they might be more cost-effective than individual therapy sessions, the constant need to keep purchasing workshops, books, and guides can end up breaking the bank all the same. These barriers can create an air of exclusivity for self-help methods. While self-improvement gurus advocate empowerment, its commercialization often excludes marginalized groups who might benefit the most from these tools. And in turn, the exclusivity makes even the most lackluster and unproven methods seem like something to be desired. With savvy social media marketing, we can easily become convinced that buying a 10-week course from a yoga teacher and life coach we've never met is absolutely going to solve all of our problems. This isn't to say that there aren't people out there who have genuine methods and advice, but the noise can be so overwhelming that often, as with most things in a capitalistic society, those with the best selling points and marketing win. It's not uncommon to find well-marketed self-help methods filled with false promises and exploitation. There is a quick-fix mentality that stresses regimented and easily digestible solutions. The problem, as mentioned, is that most solutions end up being generic and often not applicable. In monetary terms, the more broad the proposed solutions are, the more people will buy into their possibility. This can lead to predatory practices from self-proclaimed gurus. They might exploit people's vulnerabilities with overpriced, ineffective programs and prioritize profit over genuine growth. Even the most well-intentioned of us can feel the pull of capitalism and wealth, so it's no wonder that some self-help gurus end up exorbitantly wealthy. Whether it's due to the efficiency of their programs or simply that they are good salespeople often remains up for debate. Tony Robbins, famous for his coaching programs, self-improvement seminars, and business ventures, is worth about $600 million. Deepak Chopra, known for his wellness programs and speaking engagements, has written over 90 books and has a net worth of about $80 million. The money circulating around this industry is laying in wait for those who can find a way to market themselves and their ideas effectively. The amount of money to be gained from selling self-improvement methods often gets in the way of the goal of the methods themselves. Genuine self-improvement emphasizes personal fulfillment, relationship, and intrinsic goals. Capitalism often prioritizes extrinsic rewards like wealth, status, and material possessions. This creates inherent tension between these two value systems, and for the most part, capitalism ends up winning. Individuals who dive headfirst into self-improvement programs often end up defining themselves by the number of programs they completed. This de-emphasizes a focus on authentic self-discovery that exists separately from any sort of prescribed method or set of ideas. Put simply, the business of self-improvement encourages us to be defined by how much money we spend on our own betterment, rather than by how much better we actually feel. And the truth is that working through self-help guides might actually be having a reverse effect. A 2016 study looked at the physical and neurological reaction to people consuming self-help books and found that consumers of growth-oriented self-help books presented high cortisol, the stress hormone. The study also found that consumers of problem-focused self-help books had high depressive symptoms. Even though we turn to these types of books to feel better, happier, smarter, and healthier, they physiologically and emotionally can make us actually feel worse. They create an expectation the moment we open them. As soon as you watch a video from an online self-help influencer talking about sleep hygiene, do you automatically feel pressure to have perfect sleep hygiene? Well, you're not alone. The self-help industry, which is rooted in well-intentioned goals and values but has gone off the rails, has now become an industry of expectation and pressure. So how do we balance these well-intentioned values with the misguided system that has emerged in the self-improvement movement? To reconcile the conflict between self-improvement and self-judgment, we have to ensure that self-improvement is a tool for genuine empowerment rather than reinforcement of capitalistic exploitation. If you feel yourself getting trapped in an endless cycle of purchasing seminar after seminar and watching video after video, you're most likely only going to feel worse about yourself. Instead of getting caught in perpetual consumption, try and shift focus to sustainable intrinsic growth. Perhaps there is one piece of advice or one step of guidance that really resonates with you. Try running with that one. Explore what guidance means to you instead of how it's supposed to fit into some larger agenda. If we can step outside of the industry trying to sell us on our own self-improvement, we can combine the helpful parts of self-help with our own intuition to make better choices and feel more confident in how we live our lives. It's also important to be wary of falling into the trap of perfectionism. When evaluating self-improvement programs that involve goal setting, it's easy to overlook the importance of self-compassion and acceptance. Growth is important, but growth only matters if we have the ability to keep going in life. Self-help gurus often rely on preaching the idea of optimization. Whether it's maintaining the perfect diet to build muscle mass or scheduling your day down to the minute to use your time most efficiently, some of these methods might work at times, but in the long run, most people will fall into a sort of obsession. If you miss a workout or take some unscheduled time to rest, it might feel like you're failing. It might feel like you're letting yourself down. But perfection is unrealistic, and progress is often more important than our goals themselves. While a self-help program might not celebrate the wins along the way and keep you focused on the ultimate goal, recognizing small triumphs as well as setbacks and flaws is not only a healthy way to approach growth, but it's the only way to approach it that will keep us chugging along without burning out. Once you get on the self-improvement hamster wheel, it can be difficult to get off. But staying on will inevitably lead to exhaustion. If the point of any kind of self-help is to equip you with the tools to better yourself, pausing and acknowledging the importance of imperfections along the way is a key component. This kind of reflection is the only way we can retain our individuality. Unfortunately, an abundance of self-help methods assume that we are all the same, and therefore that the same advice will work for all of us. Of course, there are universal experiences like doubt, loss, and anxiety, but there is never a one-size-fits-all approach to dealing with them. Instead of interpreting the words and advice in a self-help book or a post you see on TikTok as gospel, what if you sought out adaptable frameworks that you could tailor to your own needs? Ignore the exact breakfast that random fitness guy laid out on his Instagram story and do some research about a variety of healthy breakfasts so you can choose the one that you'd be most excited to eat. Make the work easier for yourself instead of trying to become someone you're not. By shifting our focus away from conformity, we are able to validate the things that make us unique. Our traits, habits, and aspirations are like no one else in the world, and we should celebrate that. If you're on a self-improvement journey, take the advice that resonates and leave the rest behind so that you don't lose your individuality. Self-improvement is nothing without self-expression. Once we are able to think for ourselves and value what makes us unique, we're much less susceptible to jumping on board with any one self-improvement program. Instead, we might be able to finally view the self-improvement movement for what it ideally should be. An opportunity to foster kindness towards ourselves and help us build self-esteem. Having compassion towards ourselves is an easy way to block out those overly critical and perfectionistic tendencies. And it's a great way to interrupt the profit-driven side of the industry. The downfalls of self-help are most apparent when dealing with self-help that is compulsive and prescriptive. These kinds of programs are meant to get us hooked on wanting to be better in every single possible way. They're more profit-driven than actually wanting to help the people who sign up or consume them. And like anything in a capitalistic society, once an industry has us addicted to its product, it's nearly impossible to step away from it. Is self-improvement truly dangerous? No. The industry and movement that has been built around it is. Wanting to improve is not a bad thing, but thinking we can read or watch or listen ourselves into improving is a myth we've been sold. If we can approach self-improvement with a tactful eye instead of diving into the abyss, we can take what works for us and leave behind the rest. We can recognize when we're being conned and not helped. We can lean into our authentic selves and reject conformity. And we can accept that wanting to be better doesn't mean that we aren't already good.
Society is getting dumber.
Chimpanzini bananini. Burr burr patapim. Neca ambalabu. Puccino assassino. Tung 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 tung.